Whew. Good evening there, everybody. Hopefully, you all are having a wonderful day today. This is going to be my live Canelo Alvarez versus Terence Bud Crawford fight prediction. Now, I'm not really quite sure how many people are going to tune into this, and I do highly appreciate the people that have watched my videos as of recent and been a little bit more patient. Sorry, I haven't posted quite as much as of lately. Just been working on projects. But anyways, that being stated, let's just get straight into this fight prediction. Because it's probably going to be a long breakdown, and I'm going to bring up a multitude of points to kind of bring up who I think is going to win and why. So, of course, this fight happens this week, and I believe on September 13th. And, of course, Canelo's the undisputed super middleweight champion of the world. Terence Bud Crawford, of course, will be challenging for that. Now, if you've been watching my channel for a very long time, you would know that I have been predicting Canelo Alvarez to win this fight for a very long time. It used to be a fight to where I thought Canelo would blow Terence Bud Crawford out of the water. But that being stated, this fight right now I do think is very close, especially taking a look at Canelo in his most recent performances. I think that he's someone that has slowed down quite a lot. I think that he's someone that does not have the same foot speed nor legs as what he once did, nor does he have the same hand speed. So that could be a heavy factor in this fight. So I think that this is a 50-50 level fight. This is a fight that, in my personal view, could kind of go either way. But if it is going to go to Terence Bud Crawford, I think that more than likely he probably would win in very similar fashion to what a Sugar Ray Leonard did with Marvin Hagler. That being stated, who do I personally expect to win this fight? I am going with that of a solo Canelo Alvarez. I think that Canelo Alvarez, combined with his skill and combined with his size, is just going to be a little bit too much for that of a Terence Bud Crawford. And I've already stated this a multitude of times before. Um, I don't think that they're that far off in terms of boxing ability. What the narrative is that Crawford is just levels above Canelo Alvarez in terms of boxing ability. I've never really personally seen that. I think that they're around. Now, if you want to debate that Crawford is over Canelo in terms of boxing ability or that one's over the other, you can if you want to. But my question is about this. Is Bud Crawford really going to be able to be perfect throughout the majority of this fight, or is he going to be able to mainly outbox Canelo throughout the majority of the fight? That is pretty much going to have to be the way that he wins this fight. And for example, I've seen Roy Jones Jr.'s prediction, and he claimed that he thinks that Terence Bud Crawford can win this fight in 6 different ways. I don't see that. I don't see Terence Bud Crawford winning this fight in 6 different ways. I think that the main way that he pretty much has to win this fight is by punching in between the shots, trying to catch Canelo Alvarez at times when maybe he can advertise a punch. But I do expect Canelo Alvarez to be sharper within this fight, so I think that's going to be very hard. I just don't see a huge multitude of ways that Crawford can win this fight. I think once again he's going to have to be on the back foot. I think that he's going to have to move around quite a bit, and he's also going to have to be highly defensively responsible. And Crawford is someone that he's a great fighter, but he's not quite someone that is as defensively responsible as what many people would like to believe. And I've mentioned this throughout a multitude of my videos. But the question will be is what will happen if Canelo Alvarez can get to Terence Bud Crawford early and if he keeps him up against the ropes. Because if that ends up happening, that in my personal view is going to be a huge problem. And I know certain people will say that, well, Crawford, he's someone that might be able to take the shots and all sort of stuff. I don't see that happening. Canelo Alvarez is someone that, in my personal view, he's not a natural 168 pounder. He is someone that's more of a middleweight. I've told people this for a very long time. That being stated, Canelo was someone that has astronomical power, even for his, kind of decline today. He's someone that has literally A+ level power, and I just don't see how Terence Bud Crawford, if he stays up against the ropes a little bit too much, I don't know how he's really going to be able to handle that. Hold on one second. Let me check my audio, make sure that it's okay really quickly. By the way, anyone who wants to comment, certainly feel free. I just got to check my audio real quick, guys. Excuse me. Hold on one sec. How do I, let's see. Hold on one sec, everybody. Okay. Okay, no, I found it. All right, so my audio seems to be can just find the goddamn thumbnail isn't the right thing. Actually, it's Mayweather versus Pacquiao, but oh well. Anyways, all right. So point being is that my question is overall about Canelo versus Crawford. What if Canelo is able to keep Terence Bud Crawford up against the ropes throughout the majority of the time? That's kind of my main concern. And I know a lot of people will say that maybe he won't be able to do that. But one thing I will say about Terence Bud Crawford is that although he is an excellent mover, and I do expect him to move around better within this fight than what he has recently, he is someone that at times can back up a little bit linearly. I don't expect him to do that as much within this fight. But that being stated, Canelo is someone that this guy says, let's say, my man, 70% of Crawford's power is mid in. One guy fought Canelo mid in, and that was GGG Crawford. I pretty much agree with you on that. But that's the real thing is for me, once again, and I've already stated this, the reason why I'm going with Canelo Alvarez in this fight is because I think that Crawford is going to have to put on either an amazing performance or Canelo is just going to have to show clear signs of just majorly slowing down to what he used to be. Jamie or Jaime Raiden says, I'll be at the fight on Saturday. Man, that's lucky on you. I actually wanted to attend the fight as well, but I don't have any means of doing that right now. But yeah, man, shit, take pictures, man. Enjoy yourself. Overall, this is potentially going to be a great fight. Unfortunately, the undercard isn't really that much to talk about in my view, but hey, it is what it is. But yeah, by the way, guys, feel free to comment, do whatever you want, like and subscribe, overall, if you like the content. But anyways, let's get further into it. All right. So Canelo Alvarez also, once again, and I know people will say, well, Crawford is someone that has moved on multiple weight classes before and yada, yada. And I get that, but he's moving up multiple weight classes simultaneously. And that also brings in another question and another factor. What will his weight be? And I've kind of already talked about this. Crawford, if he looks relatively bigger. When I've seen him in his most recent pictures, and maybe I'm wrong, he appears to be someone that has gained a substantial amount of weight. And I don't know if it's going to be to the point to where he rehydrates at 175 or 180 or something like that. But I do think that this could possibly take a toll on that of a Terence Bud Crawford. And I've already stated this. When you move up the weight, especially when you've never fought at that weight class before. Now, to be fair, Crawford has adjusted his body apparently for the past year. So this could be a positive for him. It could work for him. It also could work against him because he hasn't been in the ring for over a year. But this may actually work more for him. But that being stated, Terence Bud Crawford is someone that has never fought at this weight. And he's never fought a fighter, in my view, quite on the level nor the size of the Canelo Alvarez. And what happens in the beginning of the fight if Canelo Alvarez is able to get to you consistently? And that's also another factor that I have to bring up as well. Not only would Terence Bud Crawford possibly tire out from the extra weight, and everything is going to be different when you have that extra weight. Excuse me. You're not going to be as fast with your feet, nor your upper body movement, nor your hand speed. And then on top of that, more than likely, your chin wouldn't improve. So if you become more hittable in the fight, if it indeed does make Crawford more hittable, I think that that's a huge mistake that Crawford would actually try to gain up in weight. This is also another point that I have to bring up as well. And this is also why overall I have to slightly favor Canelo in this fight. Although once again, I do think that this is a fight that could go either way. If Canelo Alvarez even gets loud slapping shots at times on the arms and the shoulders and certain things like that, he could still possibly win rounds. Because Canelo Alvarez is someone that when you take a look at a lot of his shots are looked at as power shots, even if they don't always land completely flush. Excuse me. Sorry about my throat, everybody. I'll get to your comments here in a minute, Jossa. Just want to explain this point real quick, and then I'll talk about him. My bad, man. Sorry if I don't get to everyone's comments immediately. But anyways, but what I was saying is Canelo Alvarez, I don't think that he always needs to land flush on Terence Bud Crawford to win rounds in this fight, man, and that's another concern. Canelo Alvarez is someone that is kind of known for kind of beating people up just by punching them on the arms and the biceps and the elbows and certain things like that. And I think Crawford is going to have to land so flush against Canelo Alvarez consistently to win this fight on decision. And that's why when people say that they believe that Canelo can't win by decision, I don't personally agree with that at all. I think that Canelo 100% can win on decision. It probably would be actually my most favorable outcome in my personal view, or the outcome that I would most likely predict. But the thing is that once again, Canelo, even if he lands slapping shots here and there, they're still going to count a lot of those shots unless you just so clearly, perfectly defend them. Because the shots that he lands, even on your arms, they're loud, they're hard, and on top of that, the judges can hear them. And I think that will be a part of what the judges see. If Canelo keeps going forward the whole entire time, and if he keeps landing these hard power shots, even if they don't land 100% flush, I do think that the judges can still give Canelo Alvarez a round anyway. But Canelo, second of all, also, by the way, is someone that is nowhere near as hittable as what people try to state that he is. He's someone that is extraordinarily elusive. He's someone that knows how to move his head. He's someone that has excellent upper body movement. He has better upper body movement, at least by a little bit, than that of a Terence Crawford. He's also a better all-around defensive fighter, in my view. That being stated, Crawford is a lighter fighter. Canelo hasn't been used to fighting this type of style combined overall with the type of size of that of a Crawford. Now, he's fought guys that, have maybe moved around, but not the guys that have the all-around package of a Crawford. That being stated overall, this guy, I'll get to y'all's comments in a minute, man. Anyway, but yeah, that being stated overall, man, Canelo Alvarez, I do think, has more experience against top-level opponents, and although it's not quite the same level as a Crawford, in my view, he's going to have to land so flush. And that's another question as well. I don't know if he can hurt Canelo consistently. And I understand that people are talking about Canelo's high guard and everything like that. And, he definitely can utilize a high guard to a degree, but Canelo's high guard is not a simple high guard. It's a high guard that also he will kind of move in around your jab to kind of get in certain shots. I've seen it against Caleb Plant, although that's not the same Canelo Alvarez anymore. Excuse me. My throat, I apologize. Anyways, but Canelo, I do think that even if Crawford does throw lead hands his way, I think that Canelo still somehow will be able to more than likely get inside the range. Maybe not. But Canelo Alvarez has shown, especially, that if he doesn't respect your power, he'll just defend your jab, I think, quite consistently. And he does defend the jab pretty decently well, and that he still will try to get within the range. That being stated, could Crawford maybe make this tougher because he has such great foot movement and footwork compared to Canelo? Yes, but I think that he's also going to have to land consistently against Canelo. If he's able to do that, then he does have a great chance to win this fight. But A, Canelo is nowhere near as hittable as what some people like to believe. B, Canelo Alvarez might have Terence Crawford on the retreat, and also him kind of, I'm not going to say panic, but he might put him a little bit more in cruise control because Crawford might have to find a way around that power. And if that happens, which I do think that there's a possibility of that happening, then I think that Terence Crawford could be in for a long night. So that's why I'm slightly going with Canelo Alvarez in this fight. But anyways, let me get to your guys' comments real quick. Okay. By the way, just shout out to Jamie Raiden real quick. He says he'll be there at the fight on Saturday, man. Congrats. Wish I could win myself, but unfortunately, just couldn't do it. I'm actually from Omaha, Nebraska, so they had a party, I believe, for Terence Crawford, or a farewell party. It was like last week or something. I didn't go because I don't go to that type of stuff. But anyway, yeah, best of luck to both fighters. So, and yeah, man, that's one hell of a fight. He said people keep saying Canelo isn't going to be hungry, but I disagree. He has to have type of hunger to keep training in camp. I agree with that. I think that Canelo is super hungry. Showbiz, I had just been so busy editing and doing other projects that unfortunately I had to delete it because of storage. But he had a video where he was talking about who he believes is hungrier for the fight. And he stated that he thought Canelo actually was slightly hungrier. And I think that there is a possibility of that. What Showbiz's point basically is that if Crawford loses this fight, that he'll still basically be amongst the stars. He may not be have the mission of, or the goal of, shooting for the moon or making it to the moon, but you'll still be amongst those stars because you're still looked at as an all-time great level fighter. Canelo will be still looked at as an all-time great level fighter if he loses this fight, but he won't be ever looked at as the same, which is why I do have to say that Canelo, there's a lot more on the line for him in this fight. And I do believe that Canelo Alvarez, that I think that he's looking at a lot of these boxers picking Terence Bud Crawford, and I think that he's super hungry to win this fight, especially after his most recent performance over William Skull. I think that he's super hungry. And I think that if you're actually talking about who's a little bit more hungry to win the fight, I would probably say Canelo. I guess you never completely know until fight night. But that being stated, Canelo Alvarez, in my view, he's someone that. Let me also explain now, like what this fight, in my view, means to both of them, and like where I rank them in terms of all-time greatness. Because I actually really did want to talk about this point. So when you talk about Crawford and Canelo, they're both all-time great level fighters in my view. But when you talk about the all-time great level and where they rank exactly, I do think that Canelo is just slightly above Terence Bud Crawford in terms of the all-time great ranking. Now, excuse me, a lot of people would heavily disagree with me on that and say, what are you talking about? Crawford's been so dominant. He's been this, he's been that, blah, 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 blah. And I completely understand that. But what I'll state is this: Canelo to me right now is on a very similar level to guys like that, probably of, say, a Marvin Hagler. That's where he kind of is right now. If he were to win this fight, in my view, he would be above someone like a Marvin Hagler. And Canelo would then be able to claim that he's somewhat within the level of a Sugar Ray Leonard and Roberto Duran and Chavez and other guys like that. And a lot of people would not agree with me on that. But that's where Canelo is right now, in my personal view. He's kind of just below the guys like a Sugar Ray Leonard and other guys like that. If he were to beat Crawford, especially dominantly, in my view, because you could compare this fight to Roberto Duran versus Leonard, you could compare this fight, to Marvin Hagler versus Sugar Ray Leonard. If Canelo Alvarez is able to do something that Sugar Ray Leonard was not able to do in his first fight against Duran, or that overall that Hagler was able to do over Sugar Ray Leonard, then I think that Canelo Alvarez does deserve the credit of being on the Sugar Ray Leonard and those other guys' level. Now, certain people may say, by the way, sorry guys, I have like drainage, so if you ever hear me coughing or clear my throat or sniffling, don't worry, I'm not sick. I'm just just dealing with congestion. But anyway, sorry about that. But anyways, that being stated, um, Canelo Alvarez does need to win this fight, because if he does win this fight, especially over a fighter that many would debate as the number one pound for pound of his era, it is going to put him on a different level. Now, many people, of course, will say, well, Canelo's supposed to win this fight, all this sort of stuff, blah, blah, blah. And I get that, but Canelo's not really a natural super middleweight. He's really more of a middleweight. So this is a fight to where they pretty much are separated by about two weight classes. This is not an impossible fight for Crawford to win, which is why I state, when I see like so many channels, or let's be real, a lot of these LDBC and new media guys will come in here and saying that, oh, Canelo, he has such a great chance because of his size, blah blah blah, all this sort of stuff. You can't be going on this tirade, at least if you're going to keep the same standards. You can't keep saying the stuff about how average Canelo is and how limited he is and how quote unquote one dimensional he is, and then overall state that if Terence Bud Crawford beats Canelo, that he's up there with Sugar Ray Leonard and other guys like that. It doesn't make any sense. If Canelo is that one dimensional and that, overall, like that's lack of skill compared to that of a Crawford, why would that make him debatably the greatest fighter of all time? It doesn't make any sense. So obviously, even they don't truly believe that Canelo Alvarez is this super limited or one-dimensional fighter. But the thing is that I see a lot of these channels, and don't get it wrong, there's excuses for both sides here, but I'm mainly talking about, overall the Crawford fans and the LDBC ones. They're saying, well, if Canelo wins this fight, it's because of the size and blah, blah, blah. And, if Crawford wins, he's, debatably the greatest of all time. Well, thing is this, you have to be consistent. If you're going to claim, once again, that Canelo is this one-dimensional fighter or this guy that is nowhere near as skilled as Crawford, no problem. But I've stated this the whole time. If you're going to claim that, you have to say at least one or two things, just in my personal perspective. If Canelo wins, especially by domination, either A, Crawford is not as good as what you thought he was, or B, Canelo is better than what you thought he was. And the thing is that I know a lot of those guys that they're not going to claim either one. That's why, excuse me, they were so fine with this fight happening, because it basically gives them the room to talk shit all the living long damn day. If Canelo wins, they can just state that he was way too big and that's the biggest win of his career. And then if he loses, they can just claim how overrated he is. So the point is that for them, there's no giving Canelo Alvarez any credit. But I wanted to state that because I like keeping the same standards and everything. But that being stated, as for Canelo and Crawford, Canelo right now is around my top 30 fighters of all time, at least within the past 70 years. And he's someone that is one level above. Excuse me. Hold on one sec, guys. I need to drink a little bit of water here. Hold on one sec. Okay. My bad, everybody. Okay. But Canelo right now is like within my top 30 fighters of all time. He's a level above certain fighters like Oscar De La Hoya, Miguel Cotto, Sugar Shane Mosley, Juan Manuel Marquez, Marco Antonio Barrera, and Eric Morales. Sugar Shane Mosley, if I didn't mention him as well. He's a level above those guys. And I always state that there are levels to everything. So you have the number one pound for pound potential guys like Canelo, like Mayweather, Crawford, Usyk, certain guys like that. Then after that, you have guys that are top pound for pound potential, but aren't quite as consistent as the guys like Mayweather and other guys like that. So that category is more like Cotto, De La Hoya, Mosley, Marquez, Lomachenko, Barrera, Morales, certain guys like that. Of course, in the first category with Mayweather and those guys, how could I forget Manny Pacquiao? But anyways, so the point is that Canelo is kind of near that same realm of certain guys like Crawford, Usyk, and Mayweather and Pacquiao. He's at least close to there. He's not quite on the same level as a De La Hoya and Cotto and other guys like that because they were a little bit too inconsistent with winning a lot of the bigger fights in their career, although they still won some big pound-for-pound matchups and some big fights in their career. But the point is that if Canelo loses this fight, he will all of a sudden be on that same level with De La Hoya and Cotto and all those other guys. It would completely change his trajectory in his career. And I think Canelo Alvarez knows that. Right now, there is a debate that Canelo is the greatest Mexican fighter of all time, and that he is someone that is debatably up there with certain guys like, Duran, Leonard, other guys like that. If he wins this fight, in my view, he will be up there with them. And if he loses this fight, I think that it's forgivable that you lost to a smaller man in the earlier portion of your career to Mayweather, because Mayweather was basically looked at as the perfect fighter, someone that I'm not going to say was flawless, but someone that, was pretty damn close to it and someone that was probably the most complete fighter of all time. You were also 23, not at the absolute peak of your career yet. Floyd was, if not at his absolute peak, pretty damn close to it, and Floyd was the number one pound for pound fighter. So very comparable, kind of like to when Patrick Mahomes, he wasn't, ready for a championship yet. He lost to Tom Brady, I think, the first time in like the AFC championship in the NFL. And, that ended up happening. That's kind of what that was comparable to. He wasn't quite yet ready for Tom Brady yet because Brady was on that level, but he was getting there. You could clearly tell, or when Carlos Alcaraz fought Djokovic like a few years ago. You know what I mean? Point is that, that's forgivable. But if you end up losing to the second smaller guy in your career, it's not going to be anywhere near as forgivable, and you will be put on the same level as guys like Miguel Cotto and Oscar De La Hoya. Now, certain people also may tell me this. They'll say, if Canelo wins this fight, how could you possibly put him on the level of Sugar Ray Leonard or other guys like that? And I'll tell you real quick, and then I'll get to your guys' comments after, of course, I also talk about what this fight means for Crawford. The reason why I claim that is because Canelo is someone that has won within 4 different weight classes. He's won, in my view, over about 11 A-grade level names or fighters. And on top of that, he's someone that really, if not for his astronomical skill set, he's someone that really should have not even been able to win in some of those weight classes because he's 5'7" with a 70-inch arm reach. I've already told people this. Name me another fighter of Canelo's physical dimensions that has ever won a super middleweight title or a light heavyweight title ever since they've gotten like this size. It's never happened. So that's why I say Canelo is someone that is not super far away. And then on top of that, his resume is great. The only 2 losses he ever has is to a fighter that's debated as the greatest of all time in Floyd Mayweather, and another one in Bivol, who's a top 5 pound-for-pound level fighter, the best light heavyweight in the world. And on top of that, a fighter that clearly he didn't belong in the ring with in terms of size. So my point is that Canelo is someone that is on that level. Now, certain people may say, well, Sugar Ray Leonard, how can you claim? Because Canelo, a lot of people don't think he beat Lara or Golovkin and all star stuff. Here's the thing that I always tell people: when we take a look at so many fighters throughout history, um, they have controversial moments. Like when you take a look at Sugar Ray Leonard, there's like not a fighter that has more controversial moments than Sugar Ray Leonard. So I get these rebuttals from people saying that how can you say that? Because Canelo, a lot of people don't even think he beat Golovkin. A lot of people don't think this. A lot of people don't think that. When we take a look at Sugar Ray Leonard's career, for example, people don't think that Sugar Ray Leonard beat Marvin Hagler. I don't personally believe that, but there are people out there that believe that. A lot of people don't believe, including myself, that he really should have gotten a draw in the Tommy Hearns rematch, that he really should have lost that fight. And that was one of the more worst decisions that I've seen. Then on top of that, he loses to Roberto Duran, moving up 2 weight classes in the first loss of his career. So the point is that their careers actually are very comparable. And if Canelo was actually able to beat that of a Terence Bud Crawford, it would put him in the same level in my personal view. But if he were to lose to two guys, that are smaller than him, he then would have to be all of a sudden on the level of an Oscar De La Hoya, because Oscar, although he gets really so much praise in my view, he's probably one of the more overrated fighters. But Oscar De La Hoya is someone that actually ended up losing to a couple of smaller guys in his career. Floyd Mayweather, and also that of Sugar Shane Mosley. And Sugar Shane Mosley is not someone on the level of a Floyd. He's also not someone on the level of a Crawford. So the point is that when people try to make these points about how these fighters, they overall, back then they didn't have to deal with this. All that is a bunch of bullshit. All that is a lie. Oscar De La Hoya is someone that lost big fights in his career. Canelo has won more big fights in his career, especially over guys that are bigger than him, than that of what Oscar De La Hoya did. It just is what it is. But anyways, that being said, okay. So Canelo right now, once again, if he wins this fight, in my view, he'll be around the same level as a Duran and as a Leonard and guys like that, because I think that he would deserve to be. But if he loses this fight, a lot of that would come crashing down, and he would rightfully be ranked above amongst guys like Cotto and De La Hoya and Marquez and certain guys like that. Still all-time great level fighters, but fighters that you cannot debate were the greatest of their era, or were the number one fighters of their era. So there's a lot on the line for Canelo. I do believe he is heavily motivated for this fight, and I do expect to see a better version of him within this fight, but we'll see. So let's now get into Crawford. Let's talk about where he is and kind of his comparisons, and then I'll get to your guys' comments. Crawford is someone that I think is not too far behind Canelo, but he does not really have the resume of that of a Canelo Alvarez or some of these other fighters. Terence Bud Crawford to me is very comparable to certain fighters like a Rocky Marciano, a Joe Calzaghe, and a Salvador Sanchez, to where when you take a look at their career, there's not many people that would really debate them top 10 all time, at least not most of them. But when you take a look at their career, and also if you watch their performances, there's not a lot of people that you would actually pick to beat those fighters during their actual peak days. That's kind of what Crawford is. He's so phenomenal overall, to where even though he doesn't have quite the resume, he's still debated amongst those all-time great level fighters like Leonard and some of those other guys, and he's not too far off from them. However, that being stated, if he does win this fight, there will never be another question about that again. He will, although he doesn't still have quite the resume of those guys, he'll have beat an all-time great level fighter, a fighter that was debated as the best of his generation by many, and he will be put into the top 10 of all time. That, in my view, is what this means for Terence Bud Crawford. If he loses this fight, however, what I will personally state is this. Especially if you're going to be one of these guys that claims that Canelo was so limited and all sort of stuff, no problem. But if Crawford loses this fight, especially in dominant fashion, then you cannot ever say that Terence Bud Crawford is on the same level as guys like Roberto Duran or Sugar Ray Leonard or Alexander Usyk or Canelo Alvarez, because all those fighters ended up beating A-grade level fighters, or fighters that were very impactful, that were A-grade level fighters that were at least probably about a couple weight classes bigger than them. And if Crawford cannot do that against Canelo Alvarez, no problem. But then this is not, once again, this is not an impossible fight for Crawford to possibly win. This is very similar to Hagler versus Leonard. This is very similar to Duran versus Leonard. This is very similar to other guys. And let me also state this. If you're one of these guys claiming that Canelo is nowhere near as skilled as an Oscar De La Hoya, no problem. So then if Terence Bud Crawford cannot beat a Canelo Alvarez, then what does that mean? What that means then is that he cannot be on the same level as an Oscar De La Hoya or Sugar Shane Mosley. Isn't that what that means? But the point is that they're not going to do that. But my point overall is that they know that Canelo definitely is on a higher level. and he is on a higher level compared to De La Hoya and some of those guys. But anyways, that being stated, if Crawford wins this fight, he's going to be top 10 of all time in my view, hands down. If not even a little bit higher. If he does lose this fight, however, he will retain his ranking, and he can never be in the same level as a Sugar Ray Leonard and those other guys. Period. It just is what it is, because Sugar Ray Leonard was able to do it. Duran was able to do it. Some of those other guys were able to do it. So why not Crawford, if he's allegedly a top 10 level fighter of all time? So we have to keep the consistent standards. Anyways, but let's get to some of your guys' questions. Sorry about that, everybody. I know I went on like a long tirade there. Okay, so let's see. And Canelo's already stated that if he beats Crawford, he gets no credit. So I expected a more active Canelo. I expect one too. I think that Canelo Alvarez, it seems like he's coming in lighter form for this fight, but I think that that's actually good news. I think that he's still probably going to be around 180 or something like that. But I think that I think he's going to be in pretty good shape for this fight. I think that Canelo is hoping to be a bit faster for this fight, which I actually think is perfect, because you want to work on your counterpunching ability. Canelo, in order to win this fight, he's going to have to really mix it up. There's many people that take a look at Canelo and they just think that he fights the same in every fight, or that he's this one-dimensional pressure fighter. And although he has become more of a pressure fighter within more recent years, he's someone that isn't just one-dimensional. He's someone that he knows how to mix it up. He has a lot of variance to his style. That being stated, he has become more predictable in recent years because he has slowed down. So Canelo is going to have to be very careful in this fight. He's going to have to really mix up the variance. He's going to have to really, in my personal view, just be adaptable and just don't, to keep Crawford guessing. Crawford's going to have to do the same thing, but Crawford's going to have to be very, very careful, just to make sure, dude, like, just don't stay on the ropes, occupy the vacated space, push Canelo Alvarez back at times, don't stay too long in the pocket. And I'll talk about more things here in a few minutes as well. But anyway, this guy says, LDBC fan, why won't white women date me? Oh my goodness. Okay. It says, when Bomac throws the towel at the referee, it's gonna vary it's gonna vary tornado dust and melt the chocolate over it. Have okay. Oh man. I mean, if you're asking me what I think is more than likely gonna happen, I think that Canelo either wins by unanimous decision or wins by latter round stoppage. Let me also state this before I get some more comments here, and definitely appreciate y'all for the watch and the comments that you guys put in there. Thank you guys very much. So, if Canelo was able to get to Terence Crawford early, and if he's able to land certain power shots, I do think that it is going to be concerning. Now, the question will be is if Canelo can land flush. This is why I'm also picking Canelo to a slight degree. Canelo does not need to land flush over Crawford, in my personal view, to hurt him or to wear him down. Crawford does. And that's another question overall that I really have. How flush is Crawford really going to be able to land? That's really another question. Canelo does not need to land completely flush in order to wear Crawford down. He can punch his arms, he can punch his elbows, he can punch his gloves. If he gets to him consistently, even if it's only short bursts, he can get to Crawford. And if it gets to that point, Crawford might try to change it up a little bit. But sometimes when he tries to change it up a little bit, especially become more offensive, he does leave himself open for certain shots. He's someone that can get hit with the right. He's someone that can get hit with the jab and a left. And Canelo is someone that is extremely defensively responsible. On top of that, he's someone that more than likely can take Crawford's toughest shot and more than likely probably not go down. In order for Crawford to win this fight, like I said, he's going to have to land so consistently. And not only is he going to have to land through Canelo's guard, which I think is way more hard than what a lot of people realize. He's very maneuverable and very slick with his upper body movement. Then on top of that, you have to really hope that Canelo's not able to get through it all. And my point is that what happens if Canelo Alvarez is able to pressure Crawford in the early part of the fight, get to him consistently, he's down, let's say, 5 rounds to 1, 4 rounds to 2 in the early part of the fight, although we don't know. Like I said, we'll see on Saturday. Crawford could be up 5 rounds to 1 or 4 rounds to 2. We don't know. But the point is that what if that happens and then Crawford tries to open up a little bit more? He's not Floyd Mayweather or Pernell Whitaker in terms of defense. He can be hittable. And then you take a look at it. Canelo sets up a trap, hits him with something, and Crawford goes down. What's going to happen? I know that Crawford is a dog. I know that he's someone that can adapt very well. But Canelo is someone that is very smart. And I think Crawford knows that. But Canelo, I think, is smarter than a lot of people realize. He's someone that sets up chops extraordinarily well, both within the mid range and also up close and personal. He also can fight on the back foot, but I just don't expect Canelo to do that in this fight. There would really be no reason unless Canelo is just completely drained out of stamina. When he does lose stamina, he usually is up against the ropes, kind of bobbing and weaving. That being stated, let me also address this. Do I expect Canelo Alvarez to wear out in this fight? No, personally, I do not. And I know that certain people will say, what are you talking about? Crawford overall, he has such a great guesting. Canelo's tired out in fights, blah, blah, blah. If there's actually more of a possibility of one fighter tiring out, in my view, at least if I see the same Canelo Alvarez I still have seen from the past few fights, he wears down a bit quicker, but it's nothing to the point to where it would worry me. If it was to the point of a Dimitri Bivol fight or a Floyd Mayweather fight or something like that, then I'd be like, okay, that's something I have to look at a little bit more. But in order for you to tire out Canelo Alvarez, I think you have to put him through so much work and so much. You just have to really wear him down. And the question is can Crawford really wear Canelo Alvarez down the way that a Dimitri Bivol did? And I don't think so. It doesn't mean that he can't win the fight, but he's going to have to really move around a lot, go to the body consistently, and really try to fluster Canelo, in my personal view, make sure that he's not hittable throughout the whole entire fight, as well as consistently getting through Canelo Alvarez's guard. And Canelo is someone, once again, at his absolute best, that has a lot of variance. He knows how to set up different attacks with his pressurized style, even if he is only mainly pressuring through the fight. And he's also very tricky in the mid range. He's someone that can land a whopping mid range punch. And Crawford sometimes he kind of misjudges the distance a little bit too much in certain fights. He is an excellent judge of distance, don't get me wrong, but he's someone that's seen in the Sean Porter fights, the Aegis Velasquez fights, the Kell Brook fights, overall the Israel Madrimov fights. He can misjudge the range a little bit. He's someone that you can tell relies a lot on his reach. It's a great gift that he has, but at times, sometimes his chin can be wide out in the air. I do expect a better Crawford for this fight. I do expect a better defensive Crawford for this fight. That being stated, I do think that it can still be a problem. And what if Canelo Alvarez is able to get to you early? You're not able to handle the power. You're not able to land consistently on him. But Canelo doesn't have to land flush. All he has to do is land on your arms and your shoulders. He might be able to possibly get points from the judges because they're going to hear those huge slapping shots. And then on top of that, he's wearing you down. And then Crawford has extra gain muscle mass and weight for this fight that he's never been adjusted to before. There's a possibility that he might wear down within the latter part of the fight and get stopped. So those are all my concerns about Crawford in this fight. That's why I just don't know if I can really state that I'm 100% sure that Crawford could win. I think it's a fight that could go either way. But like I said, if Crawford ends up winning this fight, first of all, I don't see it being by stoppage. That I would give that about literally a 2% chance. But if he did get the stoppage, of course, that'd be amazing from him. But what I will personally state is this. If Crawford were to win this fight, I completely expect it by decision. I don't expect it by stoppage whatsoever. If Canelo wins this fight, I think that it could either be by decision or that a stoppage. I know there's a lot of people that say that, oh, well, Canelo, he can't win this fight by decision. I don't agree with that at all. Canelo, I think that, if he he could possibly make this fight look exactly like the Jamel Charlo fight, if not possibly getting the stoppage. And I also want to know how fast and how good Crawford appears in this fight, because I want to know how that extra, weight gain has contributed, overall to this. But anyway, so let's now get to your guys's. Let's get to a little bit more comments. See what you guys have to say. Okay, excuse me. Okay. Ezekiel Lopez, I believe that's how his name, or I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that right. He said, I got Canelo. I don't get these people who keep saying Crawford is going to outbox him. He's not even defensively sound like that, bro. He gets hit like a mofo. He's not Bivol or Mayweather. It's a little bit hard to judge. I mean, listen, what I'll definitely state, I definitely agree with you in terms of the defense. He's not someone that's a Mayweather or a Whitaker. Hell, you may even be able to debate he's not as defensively sound as a Bivol. Bivol keeps his hands up consistently. Crawford is someone that does not use his high guard as much. He's someone that at times will use it, but he's someone that's more of a using a lead hand probe. That's kind of what he does, which at times can be a great thing, and at times can cause punches to slip in if you're not quick enough to react. Or if you kind of stand there a little bit too much or back up in a linear line, which at times Crawford can do those things. So he's got to be very careful that he's immaculate within this fight, basically. Um, so I would say Crawford's probably more skilled than that of a Dimitri Bivol, or at least around the same level. I think that once again, many people take a look at things on the surface and they're like, "Oh well, Crawford is way more skilled than Bivol because all the stars." And they basically take a look at a Black American fighter, that's highly skilled, and of course they immediately associate them with guys like Mayweather and certain things like that, and they just immediately think they're way more skilled than some of those other guys, and that's not always the case. Bevo is a legit top 5 pound for pound fighter. I can't tell you who exactly is way more skilled than the other because we're never going to know that because they're never going to be in the same weight class. But the point is that Bevo was a legit great fighter. He's also very defensively responsible. Crawford is someone that can be defensively responsible, but more oftentimes than not, he is someone that can be hit with certain good defense, or excuse me, certain good counters and certain good shots. And I'm going to be interested to see how he handles that. If Crawford can come across as very defensively sound in the early part of the fight, then maybe he will win the fight. But that's also going to depend on how much Canelo Alvarez is able to get to him, how much the weight will affect him. And I just don't know if Crawford's power is going to be that effective in this fight. I think that he might punch hard. He might punch hard and Canelo might feel it, but I don't know if it's going to be to the degree to where it's going to be enough, but we'll see. Like I said, um, same guy, Mr. Lopez, he says, and I don't like the weight jump for Crawford either. I really don't either. That being stated, it's pretty much similar to Duran versus Leonard and Leonard versus Hagler and other things like that. So I mean, um, like I said, if you're one of these people that's stating that Crawford is way more skilled than Canelo, well then Crawford should be able to win this fight then, because other guys are able to do it and win. So there's still something on the uh there's still something over on the line for Crawford here. Let's see. Let me actually address this. He said farewell party foreshadowing. Yeah, I mean, you never know. That also brings me up to another point, though. I mean, people are saying that Crawford is super confident in this fight. I don't know if he's quite as confident as what people are saying. Crawford, I believe, was on record as stating that he believes that he has a 70% chance to win this fight, which of course is a pretty high percentage. But for any of us that know athletes and super competitive athletes, that's somewhat low. That creates a little bit of doubt. That's a huge chunk out of that percentage that you think would be a little bit higher. I also will state this: if one person is a little bit more in the head of the other, I do believe that Canelo might be in the head a little bit more of Crawford than vice versa. But Crawford, still did his talking shit, and that doesn't mean that he'll lose the fight. So I mean, we'll see. But let's see what Mike Trades had to say. He said, if Canelo lands that hook on Bud that he did Berlanga, you think Bud can get up from that shot? I'm not so sure he can. That's a good question. That's one of Canelo Alvarez's top shots. If he lands flush on Terence Bud Crawford's chin, um, uh, I mean, that's probably not, in all honesty. I had the same concern. If Canelo Alvarez is someone that lands one of those great flush right hands or left hooks on Crawford's chin, like flush, there's a very good chance that Crawford could go to sleep here. Crawford is not someone that, in my view, is weak in terms of a chin, but he's not someone that has a A+ level chin. We've seen him hurt before. I've seen him hurt against Kavaliauskas, or Kaviauskas, however you want to pronounce his name, Gamboa, some other ones. So he can be hurt. He's not this guy that has this granite chin. Canelo does. And on top of that, he makes it very hard for him to hit. Crawford's going to have to really make sure that his chin is not up in the air in this fight and that he can use the probing jab in the lead hand, but don't keep it out there for too long to where Canelo Alvarez can counter it consistently. Keep it on the down low and just keep it, kind of probing out there a little bit, but make sure to use your feet and also make sure, to be defensively responsible. Sometimes Crawford, once again, can misjudge the range a little bit or leave his lead hand probe out there a little bit too long, back up in a linear line, and has some other possible issues. So, just got to be careful. Wayne 88, hey man, what's up? Glad you're tuning in. Hold on one sec, guys. I need to like blow my nose here. Hold on one sec. Sorry, everybody. But yeah, thank y'all so much for commenting. God, I just have so much congestion. Sorry about that. Okay. Alrighty. Let me drink some water. Okay. Oh my god. Sorry, guys. When I have this congestion, after a while, when I talk, my throat almost gets a little bit sore. Sorry about that. Um. Okay. But anyway. Um, Jamie or Jaime Raiden says if Canelo wins, you should immediately review Cheeseburgers Nation's reaction. I probably will, but part of the reason, once again, I've been trying to steer away from the LDBC and new media a little bit more, but obviously I've not been completely successful. The reason why I do that is because many people they come into boxing and they review these channels or they look at them and they say, "Oh, well, this guy must know what he's really talking about." But oftentimes more than not 99% of channels and not just the LDBC and new media guys like BDA boxing and fight film as well, but they have their narratives, especially racial motivations. So that's why I like to review them and provide my certain things of evidence and factual things that come to the table. And you may not agree always with what I say, but everything that I say is going to be backed up by something. It just depends on whether you think that's the right perspective or not, but that's up to you guys. But yeah, LDBC fan says Crawford's army of illegitimate children are going to storm the ring after there's too much, too many security to catch all of them. Jesus, man. I mean, I'll state this, man. I don't, and I don't really get in the boxers' personal lives like that or anything. But talk about Crawford. I mean, I've seen him with like different girlfriends now for like few years. I think he has a different girlfriend now. Who fucking knows how many times? I mean, of course, that being stated, like there's so many boxers overall that have stories about that shit. Fucking I believe that there were stories about Oscar De La Hoya sleeping with like 15 or for like 14-year-old girls. Like Oscar, of course, anyone that knows fucking Oscar, that dude's a sums up with that guy. But anyway, at least say um if Crawford wins in the ring, it's gonna collapse his wife and Bomac at the same time. Yo, in a fucking way. Let's see. Dash. All right, Dash 525. He says, "What's your opinion on Boots beating Canelo and Sparring? Do you think having him was a mistake?" No, I don't think it was a mistake at all. Floyd Patterson. No. It wasn't Floyd Patterson. It was Joe Lewis. Joe Lewis had when he had his rematch against Max Schmeling. For those of you that go that far back. Joe Lewis lost his first fight to Max Schmeling, and then his rematch, I believe, against Max Schmeling, he told his trainer overall, like, well, Max Schmeling is destroying all these guys, and what's going on with that? Like, should I be worried? And his trainer responded actually with, I think, a very wise and a very interesting word. He said, I'd be worried actually if they were beating him up a little bit or if they were giving him good work, because then that means that he knows how to prepare for the big fight or that he's prepared for adversity. But if he's just running through these guys, then more than likely he's just fighting a whole bunch of bums that aren't preparing him for shit. So sometimes actually the more trouble you have in sparring, it can be a positive, it can be a negative. I think that for this situation, I think that Jaron Butsenis pretty much was the perfect sparring partner. Maybe he doesn't fight exactly like Bud Crawford, but he's still someone that's very similar, very quick, very fast, very similar of that, Black American slick style. And someone overall that has a great jab, great all around, boxing ability. Someone that also can be a little bit hittable, but someone that when he really turns it up, he knows how to uh, really utilize his gifts and his natural talent. So actually, no, I thought that was a great move. Actually, that actually might also be a problem for Crawford because I don't know if there's many people that he's sparred with that are very similar to Canelo Alvarez. I mean, I know on the surface, many people will say that Canelo that he's just a pressure one-dimensional fighter, but that's not what he is. He's someone that knows how to feint, set up traps. He has a multitude of attacks. He's excellent within the mid-range as well. He changes levels extremely well. His defense is out of this world. He's someone that's extremely hard to train for. I think that Jaron Butsenis was a great addition. And in terms of the rumors about Jaron Butsenis beating up Canelo or Canelo beating up Jaron Butsenis, I always tell people this. You never know what to believe in sparring unless you actually see the footage. And even then, it's not like it's a full-on fight. So sometimes it means something. Sometimes it means jack shit. I remember when all the narratives about Tyson Fury, like Dante and some of these guys, they were claiming that Tyson Fury was avoiding Dillian White because allegedly Dillian White knocked him out in sparring. And of course, they took it as the gospel because they hated Tyson Fury and they wanted to make him look as bad as possible. Then the fight happens, and Tyson Fury completely outboxes him for all 6 rounds, knocks him out in the 6th round. Fight wasn't even close. So the point is that we can't always go by sparring. We don't really know what's going on there. And Canelo and Jaron Boots looked like they both had a mark. That could have been from each other. That could have been from anybody else. So the point is that I have no fucking clue whether that was even from them or not. Like the point is that in a sparring session or in a session of training, you can spar like several different people. He could have gotten those marks from anybody. And on top of that, it actually shows that he's putting in good work. So I don't think it was a mistake at all. I thought it was a perfect move. And I don't really know what to believe in terms of overall what happened in the sparring session. I mean, there were rumors that Canelo quit after 3 rounds, blah blah blah, but everyone has their own accounts of certain things, and then on top of that, some people like to put some extra sauce on it. So, or they might be trying to, kind of trick Terence Crawford maybe. So the point is that I don't ever just go completely into what sparring says because you never know. Anyway, but Dash 525, he also said another thing. He says, I disagree. 154 straight to 168 off a 2-year layoff would be a hard ask against a bum, let alone Canelo. Fight says nothing if he loses, and he's the best ever if he wins. I agree with you, man. Like that's what the narrative is from a lot of these guys. That's why I keep on claiming you can't keep saying this shit. Like I have this one guy that enters my comment section. You guys are probably familiar with him. His name is Dantra. Like he keeps always coming in my comment section and telling me how racially biased I am and all sort of bullshit. And then he says, well, why are you not rooting for Crawford in this fight and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, if I'm rooting for Crawford, wouldn't that make me partial? Like, wouldn't that make me overall biased already? So the point is that he wasn't upset overall that I was quote unquote being racially motivated or quote unquote biased. He was upset because I wasn't going along with his narrative. The point is overall is that he kept saying this shit about how Canelo was going to get exposed and all sort of stuff. And I said, okay, but what if Canelo wins? He says, well, so what? Canelo was supposed to. And the point is this: you can't have it both ways. You can't, at least if you're gonna if I'm gonna take you seriously, you can't have it both ways. You can't say that Canelo is super overrated and that he's not anywhere near as Crawford and blah 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 and all sort of stuff, and then Canelo just completely whoops his ass and he was supposed to win the fight anyway. No, you can't do that. If Canelo is allegedly that much lower than that of a Terence Crawford, then if Terence Crawford loses a fight, like I said, you're gonna have to admit either one of two things, in my personal view, for me to take you seriously anyway. Either A, Crawford is not as good as what you thought he was, or B, Canelo Alvarez is a lot better than what you thought he was. I mean, we already know guys like Dante's Boxing Nation or guys like that, they're not going to do that. But in order for me to take your personal breakdown seriously, just for me personally, you have to at least keep the same standards. So if Leonard, can beat Hagler, if Rand can beat that of a Leonard, if certain things like that can happen, if Mosley, who I don't believe is on the same level, as a Crawford, if he can beat De La Hoya, someone overall that, in my personal view, is not on the same level as Canelo, but many of these other guys would claim that he's above Canelo, such as the LDBC and new media channels, no problem. Then Crawford should be able to win this fight. And if he doesn't, no problem. But then don't put him on the same level as guys like Duran. Don't put him on the same level as guys like Leonard. All right? It is what it is. Anyway, but let's see. This guy says, produced by Tyler. Do you think it'll go 12? I actually think that there's a very high possibility of that. I think that there's a very high possibility this could go 12. I know that certain people will claim that, if it goes 12, I think Crawford wins, unanimously. I mean, there's a possibility of that for sure, obviously. But I mean, I think that Canelo could win this fight unanimously. I mean, I'm going with Canelo very slightly in this fight. I think that it's a pick-me fight because I do think that both fighters have a little bit more wear and tear at this point in time, and I think that Canelo probably has the more wear and tear of the two. But that being stated overall, yeah, it could go 12. I could easily see it going 12. My main prediction is either Canelo by unanimous decision or by latter round stoppage. Also wouldn't be surprised if it was an early round knockout either. I wouldn't be surprised. To be honest with you, the only outcome that would really shock me is Crawford stopping Canelo. I wouldn't be shocked if he won the fight, especially by decision. But I also definitely wouldn't be shocked if Canelo won this by unanimous decision or stoppage either. Wouldn't be surprised. So do I think it could go 12? Absolutely. I think it could go 12. There's a very high possibility because Canelo is just, and let me also state this, because I know people will be like, well, Canelo stopping Crawford, that's laughable. Who has he stopped in recent years? That's fine. But people also need to understand, Crawford is moving up in weight. He's a natural welterweight to natural light middleweight, and Canelo is someone that he's not really a natural super middleweight, but he's been adjusted to the weight class. And when he's fighting guys like Berlanga and Munguia and even Charlo, like those guys are either a comparable in size or like a decent amount bigger than Canelo. So when you take a look at Crawford, like the point is that first of all those guys that I just mentioned probably can handle Canelo Alvarez's power to a better degree because they've felt power at least somewhat similar like that before because they've been in the ring with guys that are of that size. Crawford's never felt power like this before, in my personal view. And also, he's not someone, in my view, that has quite the chin to handle that type of power if Canelo lands flush repeatedly. And it's just, it's going to be hard because he's also moving up into weight classes. So when you have these people stating that, oh, well, Canelo hasn't stopped anyone. You think he's going to stop someone like Crawford? Crawford's better than Berlanga and Charlo. That's fine. But it's not really about that. It's about, is Crawford a harder puncher? And is he someone that's more resilient to that power and that size, like what a Charlo was, or like what a Berlanga was, or like what a Munguia was? And there's a very high possibility that that is more than likely not going to happen. That being stated, overall, do I think it'll go 12? I would give it a 50-50 shot. I think it's 50-50 either going 12 or stoppage by Canelo later on. Anyway, well, let's see. Errol the Truth 8 says, can't wait for this fight, especially looking forward to the LDBC meltdown coming. I mean, pretty much what they're going to say, man, is the same shit that I said that they were going to state. If Canelo wins this fight, they're just going to claim that the size was too much, blah, 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 all their bullshit. I mean, we basically already know what they're going to state, but yeah, I'll review some of their videos so I can talk about some of the narratives they put out. Lopez says, Crawford literally said 2 years ago, anything past 154 is too much for him. Well, let me also state this because many people will claim that Crawford is just doing this for the payday. I don't believe that. I do think that Crawford does believe that he can win this fight and that he's trying to win this fight. Canelo, this is his way of kind of redeeming the Floyd Mayweather fight, also as well as comparing this to like a Sugar Ray Leonard versus Marvin Hagler type of fight. That's, I think, what he he wasn't really a fan of this fight at first because he's like, why the fuck would I want to fight you? You're moving up 3 weight classes. If I lose to you, I'm the only guy in history that lost to a guy who moved up 3 weight classes. But if I win, I was supposed to beat you anyway. There's nothing in it for me. But then when Crawford, let me get a little sip of water here real quick. Sorry. Anyway, Fight Sport Talk. Oh, nice to see you in here, sir. Sorry if I was not able to get to that. I'll probably post a link here soon, guys. So one of you guys every once in a while can probably like come in and talk live, and then yeah, we could talk about that of one person on at a time. But that being stated, I'm sorry, what was I talking? Oh yeah, Crawford is someone that I think he looks at his resume, and I think that he knows if he beats Canelo Alvarez, that this is that the questions about his resume are never going to pop up again, or at least nowhere near as much. And Canelo knows that he could kind of get that monkey off of his back, overall of that narrative that, see, I can beat this style, and I was too young when I fought Floyd Mayweather. So that's kind of what Canelo has interest in. But this fight finally happened because Crawford won a title at 154, which Crawford knew he had to do in order to fight Canelo. And for Canelo Alvarez, he said, "Okay, I can kind of finally see why like this would be interesting to take the fight." That being stated, like certain people are like, "Well, why is Canelo not fighting David Benavidez, and why is Crawford not fighting Jerome Buten's blah blah blah?" Well, it's very obvious that Canelo does not want to fight David Benavidez. I mean, I think he knows he's a very bad matchup, and on top of that, he's someone that's just a bit too big. Canelo does not want to fight Benavidez. It's just very apparent. When you take a look at Terence Bud Crawford, for example, though, why, if you're Terence Bud Crawford in this situation, and I explain it like this, why would you want to fight Jerome Butenis or Virgil Ortiz or someone at 160? Because people were saying that, well, Crawford should fight someone at 160 and some of these other guys in order to get adjusted to it. Crawford is almost 38 years old. And even if he does fight Jerome Butenis or Virgil Ortiz, those both of those fights are very possibly losable. And if you lose those fights, although you're still going to be remembered as a great fighter, people will say, well, those guys were kind of unproven. They didn't beat any A-grade level champions. They didn't this, they didn't that. And how great are they going to become really? It makes it look worse if you end up losing to one of those guys, overall, who are a little bit unproven because you don't necessarily know how great they're going to be. And both of those fights are very losable for someone like a Crawford at this point in time. Then, of course, you could fight someone at 160, but then that even looks even worse because you could fight even just one of the top 10 guys there that isn't a champion and still possibly lose that fight because Crawford's not really a 160 pounder. And if he fought someone like a Janibek, I mean, forget it. He'd get, in my view, stopped within probably about 7 rounds. But I mean, the point, and not because Crawford's not greatly skilled, but because Janibek, first of all, is greatly skilled, and he's very clearly just thicker than that of a Crawford. It just is what, is what it is. But that being stated, so the options were for Crawford is that I can fight Jerome Bucenas, I can fight Virgil Ortiz, I can fight Janibek. All these fights are very dangerous fights. And then on top of that, overall, I don't get anywhere near the amount of money nor the same amount of legacy points if I end up beating them. So why the hell would I want to do that? So I might as well fight Canelo Alvarez, someone who is around the same size as someone like a Janibek or someone like that. And if I end up defeating him, literally I'm on top of the world. I become the best fighter in my generation, more than likely unanimously, or at least highly debatably. I become 3 times undisputed in 3 separate weight classes, the first time ever, in order for a male boxer to do that. And then on top of that, overall, I beat an all-time great level fighter, and my resume is not going to be questioned again. So that's the way that I see it. But anyway, but let's see. Produced by Tyler says, how will Canelo adjust if Crawford maintains distance and uses angle/speed effectively? Well, Canelo is someone overall that does make adjustments. The question will be is how good will Canelo Alvarez's legs be? That's really the question. Hold on one sec. How will Canelo adjust if Crawford maintains distance and uses angle speed effectively? Well, the question also is how consistently is Crawford going to be able to do that? Canelo is someone that at times, because of his feet, he does have a little bit of problems with a fighter that loves to use a lot of lateral foot movement and certain things like that. That being stated, I don't think he has as much trouble as what some people really try to let on. I think in the William Skull fight that was a tough fight because William Skull was someone that, first of all, obviously was bigger. He also was very fast, and he was someone that was not engaging a whole lot in the fight. Crawford, like I said, it's a possibility that he could use lateral foot movement and really give Canelo Alvarez a lot of problems here. But Canelo Alvarez also is someone that is excellent defensively, and he knows how to move in and outside of the range. And Crawford needs to be very careful that he doesn't stay up against the ropes for too long. This is also another thing that I will state. When fighters first start throwing at Canelo Alvarez, it's a lot harder to get in his range than what most people predict. And this is also another factor that I'll actually bring up here. This is very important in the fight. I think in order for Crawford to win this fight, that he's going to have to throw a lot more than Canelo. And certain people will say, well, that's very possible because Crawford has a great gas tank and, he's this and that. And that's fine. But Crawford is not someone that throws as much at times as what certain people may think. He throws around 5, maybe 600 punches, which is a lot of punches. But Canelo in his fight against Jaime Munguia, for example, he also threw around 500 punches. So the point is that if their fight stats are similar in terms of like punches attempted, I do think Canelo will win this fight unanimously. I don't even think there's a question about that in my personal view. And I could be wrong. But I think that Crawford also, in order for him to win this fight, because Canelo's guard is just so hard to get through consistently, and he has great upper body movement, and he's someone that knows how to counter extraordinarily well as well. Crawford's going to have to throw a lot more within this fight, and I just don't know if I see that happening. And then even if he does, he could still tire out because of the weight, and he's someone that, has not been adjusted here. So there's just a few concerns I have with Crawford here within this fight, especially because of the weight gain. But I think Canelo will be able to adjust. He's someone that has an extremely tough guard to get around. He's someone that has an excellent lead hand. So Canelo, I think, can be able, I think he will be able to cut off the ring. I think that he'll be able to get him different looks. The way that Canelo would be able to adjust, in my view, give him different looks. Don't just do the same punches over and over again. Try not to lead with that lead left hook a little bit too much, unless you're super in close range and, you're using feints and stuff like that. That's how Canelo Alvarez can win this fight. Variance and variance. You have to really mix up the offense in this fight here and make yourself not predictable. Both fighters are going to have to do that. So that's, in my view, how he will be able to adjust. Here in about like 10 minutes, guys, by the way, because I'm trying to read everyone's comments. Let's see. This guy says, get on the IBFP live. actually wouldn't be a bad idea, but I don't know if I'll be able to right now. But hold on. Okay. So here in about 10 minutes, guys, I'll put my comment or excuse me, I'll put the link down in the comment section below. Anyways, um okay, what comment was I on? Oh yeah. Arrow the Truth 8. I don't see Crawford being able to take Canelo's power considering he isn't used to fighting with 10-ounce gloves against an opponent who hits like a 175-pounder. Very good point, and I agree. Fight Sport Talk, what's up, my man? Had him on here before. Size is one of the reasons I'm picking Canelo Alvarez. Same thing here. Daniel Holmes, I don't think Crawford is as crafty as people think he is. He's the type to take one to give one, and that just isn't a great strategy in this fight. If he comes in this fight heavy, this one is a wrap. I do agree with that if he comes in heavy, it's a wrap. That being stated, Crawford at times can be a little bit more elusive than other times. At times, he can take one to give one. He definitely can't afford to do that in this fight, though. Crawford is sometimes that when he gets a little bit more aggressive or offensive, that he what's the thing that I basically want to say here? He basically kind of can open up a little bit too much. He can open up his guard a bit too much, and he ends up really um, kind of getting hit with certain power shots that he probably shouldn't. So, anyways, but yeah, that's basically what I want to state there. So yeah, he does have to be careful. Crawford for a mover actually suits Canelo's style. Somewhat. Like I said, Crawford's gonna have to be very careful here, man, that he doesn't back up in a linear line or anything like that. He's gonna have to be very careful with that. Okay, anyways. Um, this guy Jose Martinez said get on the IBFP live. I actually wouldn't mind doing that, but I think I have to finish this first, and then on top of that, I just don't know if I'd want to join this live and make it about my channel or something like that. But I mean, it would be interesting. I think I'll have to join IBFP on a live actually one day. Maybe debate him or something like that. I'd actually love to do that. Is he actually live at the moment? Hold on, let me take a look. Hold on one sec, and then I will post the link down below, guys. Sorry, let me just checking something really quickly. IBFP. Oh yeah, he is live. Wow, there's a lot of people there. Whew. Oh man, too many, too many people for me. I think on that one, but yeah, I'll just stick to this one. I'm more of a one-on-one person, but anyway, or just a few people. Anyway, the third says, if Canelo has a great performance against Bud, will your opinion? Wait, what? Will your opinion the Canelo David fight change? Not not really, because David is someone that very similar. Like David is one of those fighters that you take a look at on the surface and he looks very clunky, but he's someone that knows how to get the job done. He's a lot more skilled than what people give him credit for. Canelo is someone that even if he beats Crawford, he still has a lot of wear and tear. And Canelo and Crawford don't really have that many more fights left within them. Canelo only has a couple more years left than most. You can tell he's one or two fights away from losing another one. He just clearly is aging. So I mean, it just is what it is. But he says I would still have David. I would too. I just think David's too big, too young, too much stamina. Light heavyweight. I think it would be too much. Plus, I don't think the fight would ever happen anyway. Canelo stated that the only way that he goes to 175 again, I think, is if he rematches Dimitri Bivol. So that's nice. But anyways, okay, let me copy the link here and is that the link that I copy here? Hold on, everybody. Sorry, I'm trying to. What is the link that I do here? Okay, StreamYard. I think it's this one. I'll let some of you actually come in and state your opinions if you want to. I'm gonna have one person on at a time, so definitely feel free, and I'll respond to your questions the best way that I can. I think it's that one. If it isn't that one, then I need to know what link that I copy, but I think it's that one. If it's not, then yeah, sorry. Anyways, let me know if that link works. If any of you guys want to join the live real quick, and will state your opinions or ask me questions, certainly feel free. But I'm trying to think of other points that I can really bring up. But I just think Canelo, his power, his size, and combined with the fact that he's I mean, I think that he doesn't have to land flush the whole entire time. Basically, the reason why, okay, Q ended up joining. All right, 1 second, and then I'll let you join the live. But let me just explain this final point. Like I said, I think that Canelo, um, I think that Crawford's gonna have to be perfect to win this fight. I think that first of all, he's gonna have to handle the strength and handle his size, and then on top of that, Canelo, I don't think has to be perfect within the fight. I think that he can land non-flush blows and still hurt Crawford, and also still possibly win rounds. Crawford, I think, is going to have to get through Canelo's guard, which is a lot harder, I think, to get through than what most people realize. So that's kind of my concerns. That's my main concerns. Anyway, okay. So I believe we have Q here on the scene, or however you pronounce it. What's up, my man? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, I just there's a lot of few things. There's a few things that I wanted to clarify on the fight, and then I'm a big Boots fan. Well, Boots is my favorite. Well, I would say it's between Boots and Benavidez, but
Gotcha.
I'm huge fans of those guys. I think they beat everybody.
Yeah.
But as far as this fight in particular, so I kind of wanted to press you on that thing because he was talking about the LDBC or whatever those dudes you call them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm black too. I understand the hate for the Bud fans. I get it, but like it felt like you were kind of like taking contradictory, or like you weren't clear on your position because you were saying if Bud loses this fight, it like kind of like sullies his um his legacy, and it makes, you were basically saying, you were talking about all these other legends and saying he's now not on par with these guys just because he lost against
Mm-hmm.
Canelo. Well, firstly, you stand by that statement, or you agree with that?
I mean, what I'll state is this: if Crawford loses this fight, I mean, it to me, it's not going to affect like him being an all-time great fighter. To me, that would still make him an all-time great level fighter because of what he's accomplished. However, because his resume is not as vast as some others, what I did state is this: especially when you have these channels that claim how quote unquote average Canelo is or how one-dimensional he is,
Yeah,
I
they're insane. They're insane.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's insane.
Yeah, so it's like if you're one of those channels stating that, then no problem. But then, like I said, you're gonna have to admit either one of two things. Just in my view, either that A, Canelo's better than what you thought he was, or B, Crawford's not as good as what you thought he was. So, but even from
But
my
you don't
perspective,
think it would be valid to just say like, I mean, bro was out for 2 years and moved up in weight and fought at least, at the very least, a top 30 68 pounder in like human history, like, and he hasn't even fought at 160 yet. I think that would, if we put that into perspective, I can't see how we can't just, now I understand like it's a little bit, it's annoying when you're dealing with these dumb fans who are saying stuff like, Canelo's a bum, or like Canelo's not worth anything. But I feel like, don't let that like fuck with you and make you think like the weight can't be exactly why Crawford loses. It could just be the weight. Like
no, no,
Canelo
you're
could
you're
come.
you're right about that. But here's also the thing: if Crawford is supposed to be remembered on certain levels like Sugar Ray Leonard and guys like that, well, Sugar Ray Leonard beat Marvin Hagler, and he moved them multiple weight classes. Roberto Duran beat Sugar Ray Leonard, and Leonard was looked at as like debatably the number one pound per pound, or someone overall that was up there, and he ended up moving up two weight classes and beating him. So my point
Mm.
is that Crawford will always be remembered as an all time great fighter no matter what. But if he ends up losing this fight to Canelo Alvarez, especially a Canelo, in my view, that does have more wear and tear on him than what he used to, I don't think it's completely out of the question to state that if Crawford does not beat Canelo, that he's still an all-time great level fighter, but perhaps he cannot be compared to guys like Sugar Ray Leonard, Duran, and certain guys like that, guys that have all-time great level resumes, and then on top of that, did move up multiple weight classes simultaneously and beat that fighter. And
Would
that's
you
why,
still say the same thing? Would you still say that if Crawford, if it was like a tough 50-50 close decision, would you still say he's not on par with that level? Because think about it. A lot of those fights that you're talking about are fights that were close, or people that they argue over who won or who lost and this and that, right? Well,
yeah,
besides like the second fight with Duran. So I feel like even if Crawford even just makes it close, I feel like he's still on that level, or he should still be perceived that way, because their fights were close, and those are the guys you're comparing them to. And keep in mind, I'm a Boots fan. I don't like Crawford. I feel like the way he did Boots was dirty, just like the way Canelo did. Uh, Benavidez was dirty. But yeah, I still think like there's so much. This is why I thought the fight for years, like I just thought it wouldn't happen because from Canelo's perspective, it's like only downside, and for Crawford's only upside. I get it's just the 200 million, I guess, spoke for itself,
No,
and they made it anyway.
I mean, I understand definitely your point, especially if he makes it very, very close. But the problem also is that I think that Canelo Alvarez has a little bit more wear and tear. If this was a peak version of Canelo, I think I'd be willing to side with you a little bit more here. I don't think Crawford is necessarily at his peak either, but I do think that Canelo has the more wear and tear of the two fighters. He's just fought longer, he's fought bigger guys, and he's just been fighting for more professional years. So my point is this: if Sugar Ray can beat Hagler, and if Duran can beat that of a Sugar Ray when he ended up moving up, and there's been other fighters like Sugar Ray Robinson or other guys that moved up multiple weight classes and beat a fighter that you could probably even argue were at better form than what a Canelo was right now, then I do think that. I mean, it depends how close it is. If it's a split decision, then maybe. But the problem also is with Crawford is that his resume is just not that vast. So if Crawford were to lose this fight, then I mean, I understand your point. It's debatable. It's not something that's a for sure in my view, but in my view, that would probably keep him away from certain guys like Sugar Ray Leonard and Duran, especially because of the resumes that they do have.
Mm. Here's the other issue that I have with like the greatness, like
Hmm.
kind of like in the resume shit, because like you're saying all this, but like, okay, nobody is gonna say that Ali is or Usyk is on Ali's level. Like people aren't generally gonna say that. But Usyk would beat the shit out of Ali, and so would a lot of these fighters around today. Now, I'm not saying that Bud would beat the shit out of Sugar Ray Leonard, but like the skill levels are relative. I don't think there's many other than Boots Ennis. I don't think there's been pretty much any welterweights or anywhere around that weight class that would just get in and beat the shit out of Bud Crawford, or even like dust him, or even it not be a good fight. So with
Yeah.
that being the case, like how do you, because this is a question I always have, how do we square away the resume versus like the analyzation of what these fighters are actually capable of? Because Bud is a tricky, nasty motherfucker. He can do a lot of cool, slick, very progressive combinations. He's very tricky. Like, and with that being the case, I just feel like even talking about his resume is kind of like missing the point. Like he's still Bud Crawford. He still does those things that we see him do that are special things. So I just how do you answer that? I don't know how to square that away in
Yeah,
my
no,
own
it's
head.
well, when I take a look at all sports, not just boxing, I remember when me and my friend, when we were younger, we were teenagers, we used to have a debate about who was greater between like Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, and Drew Brees. And I was an NFC South guy. I love the Carolina Panthers. So I used to always debate Drew Brees because he had the statistics and certain things like that and the accuracy and all this other stuff. But eventually, when you realize when you watch sports, the person that usually is the greatest is the one that has the all-around package. They don't just have the stats or the skills, but they also have the resume to compete with that. In boxing, it's a lot harder, and the reason why that is because the resume to some people is subjective. That being stated, I don't think there's really much debate about it. Bud just does not have this super vast resume, and I understand the point overall of him being able to dust certain people, all sort of stuff. That's why I compared him earlier. I don't know how long you've been around watching this, but Crawford to me is very similar to guys like Rocky Marciano, Salvador Sanchez, and Joe Calzaghe. And those guys are never usually put within the top 10 fighters of all time because their resume was just not as vast as some others. Peak level, there's not many people, if Rocky Marciano were the same size as other guys, that I would actually pick to beat Rocky. He wasn't the most skilled guy around, but he was someone that got better as he got older, and he was just a phenomenal athlete. Would run 10 to 15 miles a day, never got tired, power that could knock on anybody, great chin. Joe Calzaghe, a guy that ended up undefeated, beating every challenge. Then, of course, you have Salvador Sanchez. There are certain people like Roy Jones that debate him as the most skilled fighter ever. But you would never hear me debate that Salvador Sanchez is the greatest Mexican fighter of all time, even though skills-wise he could debatably be up there. Because the problem is that his career just wasn't as long. Unfortunately, Terence Crawford is someone that is very similar to certain guys like that. He's also very similar to a guy like a Khabib Nurmagomedov in the UFC. his peak level is so phenomenal, but it was for such a short period of time against guys that we didn't really see uh, against just a short list of very great fighters. I think that if Crawford had a career like a Canelo where he fought about a dozen A grade level fighters or something like that, there wouldn't really be any debate about it. But the truth is that it wasn't. And I know from watching sports for about 15 years now, because I'm 27 years old. But point is that I've seen athletes for many years be debated as the best of this year and the best of this year. I remember Aaron Rodgers, and anyone who has been watching my videos for a long time knows that I've always found Aaron Rodgers to be very talented, but one of the more overrated players within history. The reason why is because people would always talk about Aaron Rodgers being this talented, that if he had the same coach and the same staff as Tom Brady, that he'd be winning multiple Super Bowls. That it's not his fault, that overall it's the roster around him, it's this, it's that. And then when the roster finally did improve a little bit, it turned out to still be Aaron Rodgers' problem, his fault. He couldn't win in the big moments. So my point is this: people always like to go off of speculative circumstances and say, well, I think he would beat this guy. I think he would beat this guy. I think he would beat this guy. And that's great, but we don't really know that for sure. So I don't really debate things usually to where it's like, I don't have any physical evidence.
Here's the issue. This is a lot of, and please let me know if I'm taking up too much time. If you got other people in the queue,
No.
I don't want to, yeah, but so here's why I don't like that, because when you say Canelo has 10 A grade level wins, I look at those people that he fought and I go, are these people really much better than Ejik Kaviaskis? Are these people really much better than Jose Benavidez? Like, I know like Gennady Golovkin gets a lot of praise, but is a 147 Gennady Golovkin, is he beating Bud? Like, I don't think so.
That's hard.
I don't think
hard to really.
So when you say like resume and accomplishments, it's like that's why it means very little to me, because it's kind of like we just pick certain guys in certain divisions to inflate their value when they're not really, like, it's not really tied to any skill set. It's not for instance, like an analogy that I made before that people, those boxing gyms people like got really upset about is like, because we were talking about resume, we were talking about Boots versus Crawford, and they were like, "Oh, Boots has nobody; he's never fought anybody, and so he can't beat Crawford." And I'm like, "Okay, imagine there's this hypothetical fighter, and it's his first boxing match. He teleports across the ring and he punches the dude's head into the fucking ceilings, like some Goku shit. He hits him with a dragon punch. Are you gonna then turn around and say, well, he doesn't have the resume, so we don't know what'll happen?" It's like, well, obviously, there's a physical act that takes place within the ring that we can analyze and see how these things interact, depending on how much you know about boxing. I think you know quite a lot. So with that being said, I don't agree. I don't agree with the whole resume thing, because like I said, I don't think Gennady Golovkin is that much better than Ejik Kaviaskis. I don't think Gennady Golovkin is like, if I'm being honest, I would say Gennady Golovkin is like a worse overall fighter than like Karen Chukadzian or like random people that people wouldn't give credit. But if we're just looking skill set for skill set, the athleticism that they express in the ring on top of that, I'm not looking at Canelo's wins and going, man, these guys are monsters. There's no David Benavidez in there. There's no Gervonta. There's no guys who are crazy fast, crazy strong, crazy skilled.
Well, okay, so
there's
I'll respond to that because you said a lot.
Yeah, no, I got you.
What were you saying?
No, yeah, you said you were responding.
No. Okay, yeah. Sorry, it might maybe it's lagging a little bit behind my bed. So I definitely understand what you're stating. I definitely don't agree with Golovkin or Kaviaskis being on the same level. The way that I compare it is this, and this is a little bit of a hypothetical, but an A-grade level fighter to me is someone that can at least more than likely beat one other A-grade level fighter, or they won't ever lose to a B-grade level fighter. So my thing is this. We know that Gennady Golovkin has to be an A-grade level fighter because he actually beat an A-grade level fighter in Danny Jacobs. And the first fight, he at least had a draw with Canelo Alvarez. When we take a look at someone like Ejik Kaviaskis, there's just nothing to prove there in his career. And both times he did fight an A-grade level fighter, he gave it a very competitive go against both Crawford and Ortiz. But the fact remains is that he was not able to pull it off, and he got stopped in both fights. And there's been a multitude of fighters that are like that. Like Miguel Cotto was one of my favorite fighters when I was younger. He fought I believe, a Southern American fighter by the name of Jose Torres or something like that, or Miguel Torres, whatever his name was. He was the first one to knock Miguel Cotto down, I think, even when he was champion, or maybe right before that. And he even became a champion a little bit later on. But anytime he faced an A grade level fighter, he couldn't usually ever win the fight. He couldn't ever win the fight. My thing is this: when we take a look overall at certain fighters, if you want to debate who's A grade or B grade, this is the way that I judge it. Not everyone judges it this way, but this is the way that I do. If you take a look overall, say, at the best B grade level fighter at around that weight class. So if we're talking 140 to 147, and if we're taking a look at guys like, Karakachachian or whatever his name is, certain guys like that, take the peak level of Adrian Broner, who's probably the best B grade level fighter that we've seen in recent years there, but just couldn't quite make the A grade level. Do you believe that overall those guys beat guys like, say, Adrian Broner? And if they don't beat Adrian Broner, then more than likely they're not A grade level fighters. And I don't know if they do. I think that they're decent
Karen
fighters.
at 147, you're not sure if he would beat Prime AB at 147?
Nope, not quite sure if he would.
Okay, see, I guess I guess it would kind of depend on how good you think Boots is. Because like if you don't think Boots is that impressive, then I guess that can make sense. But the way that I perceive Boots in this is like if we're just looking skill at what he's doing in the ring, he's like an all-time skilled level fighter, like
Yeah,
obviously. And it's like it's not debatable. And the same is true for Benavidez. There's a lot of guys like that nowadays. I do think we're in the strongest era. Like we have the most great fighters, I think, today.
yeah.
So with that being the case, if Karen can outplay Boots at moments, if Karen can take full-blown smashing shots from Boots, who I'm sure you would at least admit that he at the very least, Boots is a much, much bigger puncher than Adrian Broner, especially at 147.
He probably is. I don't know if it's actually as much. It's just Broner was very powerful there. He just wasn't as skilled as a Boots.
Well, yeah. Well, I would say that, but I would just say also physically, just physically. If
Yeah,
Boots was to sit in front of you and rip a right hook as far as hard as he can, it'll probably be much harder than if Adrian Broner did the same thing.
yeah, I know what you mean.
So with that,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, you go
Yeah.
ahead.
So with that being said, if we see, and this is the issue with the whole resume thing, if we see that Karen is in there with Boots and giving Boots a tough time, and like I think Boots would pack up AB any version in like 6 to 8 rounds, like easy. Like he would make it look fancy. It would be. I think this very well. Actually, stylistically, that probably Boots could probably just win a decision because he doesn't do well with guys who move around. But point being, I think it would be very, very clear, much more clear than AP versus Boots. And because it's the size thing, we have an understanding of the size, we have an understanding of the styles, we have an understanding of who AB has lost to, who he had trouble with, and we understand their styles and what they do. And it's just like we can analyze these fighters all, I feel like, far greater and in far better detail and actually understand much more about them than if we were to just look at who they beat, who they lost to, etc. Because if we do that, then Errol should have beat Bud Crawford, but he didn't. He got fucking destroyed. So clearly resume isn't what matters. It's what can these fighters do? What are their skill sets? How physical are they? How good is his chin? Et cetera, et cetera. Like Boots has that fucking big ass beard that blocks punches that used to
Yeah.
make you shave your beard, stuff like that. Stuff that tangible things. And I feel like resume is just not tangible. It just doesn't mean anything, at least in my experience.
All right, so I'll tell you this because you bring up a lot of interesting points there. So just because someone has a better resume than somebody doesn't always necessarily mean they're going to win the fight. What's going to win you the fight is if you're more skilled, experienced, certain things like that. At times it can be a factor, but it's not going to be the main thing. Resume is more ranking someone overall in terms of pound for pound list or how great they are in terms of the all-time great rankings. Now, your point overall, when you mentioned overall Karen Chuchakian or whatever his name was, I forget the Ukrainian fighter's name. Anyways, the point overall is that he was giving Jerome Bucenis a tough time. He was landing and all sort of stuff, and that's great. But Jerome Bucenis, in my view, although probably not my top 10 pound for pound yet, he definitely has the talent and the potential to be there. So when I rank fighters, I'm looking at, it's not just resume. Of course, I also take a look at skills and, their dominance and everything like that. But the point also is that there are many instances where a B grade level fighter, they'll give an A grade level fighter, even some of the best fighters, a tough level fight, but they can never, ever, ever win the big fights in their career. DeMarcus Corley, I seen give Floyd Mayweather a very tough fight, damn near knock his ass down in one of those earlier rounds, I believe, hit him with a mega, like either left or right hook. I seen overall, once again, Jose Torres give Miguel Cotto, Kendall Holt, and certain other guys a tough fight. I seen overall, Mauricio Herrera give guys tough fights. I seen Jeff Horn just slightly get the decision over Manny Pacquiao. But a lot of those fighters that I just mentioned would never, ever, in my view, be A-grade level fighters. There are certain fighters overall that, they give tough fights to A-grade level fighters, but they're not A-grade level fighters. Aegis Kavalaskas is one of those fighters. He's a guy that can give you a tough fight. There are certain fighters that are like that. Like, for example, Mike Tyson. This is why we also, to a degree, have to go with resume, especially in terms of the greatness category. Mike Tyson during the 80s, he was beating guys like James Bonecrusher Smith and Frank Bruno and all these other guys, and all that's great. But if you take a look at those guys, they're not really that skilled nor that talented. Now, there are some guys that gave Mike Tyson a very tough fight, like Tyrell Biggs, or guys overall like, that of a Donovan Ruddock. But no one would ever take a look at Donovan Ruddock and say that he's one of the greatest heavyweights of all time. And that's why Donovan Ruddock still lost the majority of the fights in his career. He gave one of the most talented heavyweights of all time a very tough fight. But that being stated, he could never be classified as one of the greater of that weight class. And to be honest with you, it's even a debate if he was a legit A-grade contender. Maybe you could claim that he was. But the point is that styles make fights. So just because a B-grade level fighter gives a tough fight to an A-grade level fighter doesn't always mean that they're this A-grade level fighter. So that's pretty much my response to that. In order for you to be a confirmed A-grade level fighter, in my view, first of all, more than likely you have to show an exceptional level of ability and talent. And Aegis Kavalaskas has good talent. He doesn't have great talent. And even before the Crawford fight, I think he had a draw against someone like Ray Robinson or something like that. It's some sort of fighter. So he
Yeah,
was
that was
never.
actually because I want to talk about that because like I said, I don't like Bud. So Ray Robinson, I don't know if you know, you probably do. I mean, you're a boxing media dude. But
Yeah,
Ray Robinson was in Boots camp or is in he's like a Philly fighter. He like I think he trains in their gym or he trains around there. You know how Philly dudes are all really
yeah,
interconnected. So so I know so Sugar Ray basically he lost to Idjit, or I think it was a draw actually, and it was supposed to be a title eliminator. Um, and so basically they had a draw, so nobody got the title eliminator, and Bud just went and fought Idjit Cav Velasquez, which was the fighter that everyone perceived to lose that fight. He just went and fought him anyway. And
yeah,
I just thought that was shitty. But go ahead. My bad.
no, it's all good. So then we have to go into the next equation when we compare someone like an Aegis Velasquez. But this is more of a hypothetical. I don't oftentimes like to work up a hypotheticals because there's just no evidence behind them. But then, sometimes I use them. So then we go into this situation with Aegis Velasquez. Maybe he can beat Adrian Broner, maybe he can't. But then the question is this: can he beat Danny Garcia? Can he beat Sean Porter? Can he beat guys like Keith Thurman? I, in all honesty, don't see Aegis Velasquez beating any of those guys at their absolute peak. I don't think he personally beats any of them. He's someone that is a very decent fighter. He's a tough and solid B grade level fighter. But like I said, I've seen many fighters overall, that are B grade level fighters give great fights to A grade level fighters and then never heard from again. Jose Martinez actually brought up a good point. He said Francis Ngannou is a good example. Exactly. Francis Ngannou is someone that gave Tyson Fury a good fight. Someone who, in my view, is definitely better than AJ Anthony Joshua. Then AJ gets in the ring with him, and AJ completely knocks him out in like the first or second round. So, I mean, the point is that styles make fights. And in order for me to really ascend you to the A grade level, you either have to have an extraordinary level amount of skill. or you have to more than likely, beat an A grade level fighter. So, but Aegis Kaviaskis just, or
So here's the biggest issue, because I understand what you're saying, and
yeah,
I agree with the way that you're classifying things. I would just say that your classification is like I agree with the ideas behind what you're talking about, but when you set it out into practice, I'm starting to see like I feel like there's an inconsistency. So
yeah,
with Idris Kaviasis, you say, well, he's lost all his big fights. And I'm younger than you. So you say you're 27, I'm 23. So Danny Jacobs isn't like a big guy. To me, he's like a nobody because I'm a little younger than you. So I missed parts of that era. I didn't start watching boxing until like 2020.
okay, I got
But um, so with that being said, in my perception, GGG has lost every big fight in his career because the only big fights I'm aware of, or the only big fighters that are now culturally relevant today, are his three losses to Canelo. So
you.
wouldn't that tell me that he's not like that? And then not only that, it's like if because I've seen Daniel Jacobs fight. Daniel Jacobs did not. I wasn't impressed when I saw those fights. I've gone back. I've skimmed through. I like Willie Pep. I like Marvin Hagler. He's amazing. I've seen a lot of old fights. Daniel Jacobs is not like an impressive fighter. So a lot of these wins that you say are big wins, they don't seem like big wins to me. Like especially if we're talking skill for skill, especially like the early 2000s and late 2010s and shit, that was like a really weak era, in my
Yeah,
opinion. Like Floyd's era was, I mean, there were good stuff about it, but like the craft, like there was a lot of skills in the 2000s and the 2010s. There was a lot of skills, but they were like physically, as far as like their punch technique, the way that they use their bodies, the athleticism of like the 2000s and the 2010s is like really, really piss poor. Like
yeah,
really
yeah.
piss poor.
Okay, so
So
I'll mention this. Fight Sport Talk actually just joined Super, so I'll add him to the studio here in a minute because he usually brings up good points as well. So let me address this. You are correct in stating that Gennady Golovkin, for example, basically lost like Canelo Alvarez. That is very true. Canelo Alvarez also was someone that eventually was debated as the number one pound for pound fighter. Now, Kaviaskis did lose to someone that also was debated as the number one pound for pound fighter in Crawford, but he also lost to somebody else that wasn't in Virgil Ortiz, and he also got stopped in the same fashion. So I think it also depends on who you lose to, and overall the type of fashion that you're doing it. The thing is this, Madrimov, in my personal view, was at least an A- level fighter. He survived the fight. He's someone that you can tell has talent. He gave Virgil Ortiz and Crawford a very good fight. So at least I can kind of say, okay, he's an A- level fighter. He gave it a 7 rounds to 5 go on both occasions, and he's a fighter that survived both fights, has a high level of skill. Kabiasas couldn't even last more than 8 rounds. So that's kind of my thing with them. Now, there are fighters that ended up losing every big fights in their career, but I think that you can take a look either at their skill level, and on top of that, also at the people who they beat and tell that they're more likely an A-grade level fider.
yeah,
Um,
and I'll
Kabiaskas,
agree.
yeah,
I'll agree. GGG is not on Edge's level, but all I was really trying to say is more so like, what is your justification for these people being chasms apart? I'm more so not seeing that. Like I
it,
do think GGG edges uh uh Edged quite clearly. As- Even just from durability alone, because I think GGG is a lot more durable even for his weight class than Idjit is.
yeah,
But with that being the case, like I've said, I'm just not seeing this massive chasm of difference. I'm looking at like I look at GGG almost as like an opponent. And the reason why I say that is because from my perception, I know Daniel Jacobs is a was bigger to you guys, but from my perception as a 23-year-old, that guy looks like an opponent. GGG looks like an opponent. These look like the sort of guys that Boots would beat and like nobody would care, or that Bud would. They seem like, even though I know Idjit is not the same as GGG, like I said, I'm not seeing this big difference. I don't see this big difference. If I look at the performance, if I look at their work, And then even didn't GGG like stay in the same weight class? Didn't he like never unify? There's other stuff that goes along with that too. So like resume wise, I don't see Canelo as resume wise being like, I know we give him that credit, but it's like, is that just due to the love and popularity of Canelo? Like, if Bud was seen as more popular, would we say that Bud's resume was better? I kind of feel like we would. Like, I think
I I know
resume
what you're
level is a
talking there.
function of like it's like a popularity contest. In my head, it feels like.
At times it is, but what I will personally state is this: I do think a lot of people understand what a resume truly is. For example, Gervonta Tank Davis, he's probably the most popular American fighter in the world today. I don't think there's anyone in the world that would debate, unless you're like Boxing Ego or something like that. There's no one in the world today that would debate that Gervonta has a better resume than Terence Crawford, and he's a bigger star than what Terence Bud Crawford ever was. So, what I'll personally claim is this: first of all, Danny Jacobs, because I got to. Danny Jacobs was a guy I think in the late 2000s and the early 2010s. He got defeated by Dmitry Pirog, um, and then later on he was found with cancer, like a tumor around his back. So then eventually he had to return later on. Danny Jacobs, the reason why he was held in such high esteem is because the middleweight division at that time, they were filled with two middleweight guys that were looked at as the two best fighters there. There was Gennady Golovkin, and then there was Peter Quillen. Peter Quillen, or Kid Chocolate, he was a guy there that had a lot of power. Wasn't exceptional, but he was very good, probably around A minus to A grade level. Danny Jacobs gets in a fight with him, isn't favored to win that fight, and he knocks him out in one round. So that's why Danny Jacobs was put on a very high level. Gennady Golovkin also was someone that I don't think he was ever completely unified, but he was almost unified, and he had a very tough time getting in the fight with Canelo and Cotto. So that was that was a little bit of a problem there as well. But anyway, so yeah, those guys were A grade level fighters when Canelo Alvarez did beat them. And that being stated, there's no wins in Kavyaskas's career that is like the Danny Jacobs win that he got with Peter Quillen. There's just none there. And I mean, so once again, it also depends, and they don't have to be chasms apart. In my view, Golovkin was clearly an A plus level fighter. I don't think Kavyaskis is ever close to that. I think
So
Kavyaskis
you
is
would give
someone that
Cavias a B plus. You would say he's
I'd
a
give him
B
about a
plus.
B plus to B. That's personally what I would give him because
Okay.
in order for me to even put him B plus, I need to see him, beat guys like Adrian Broner, or to be honest, I'm not even 100% sure if he would beat someone like a Karen Chukachan. In my personal, I'm not even 100% sure if he
Well,
beat
he
him.
definitely would. He definitely
I,
would. But
yeah, so
that's the
that's
thing. That's the issue we have with the resume thing, because it's like I dead ass like I'm not saying that Karen would beat Bud, but I'm saying like I think Karen might beat Bud. Like I do. Now there's a lot more. It depends on what version of Bud shows up and like how he goes about fighting Karen. But the reason why I say that is because Karen is basically he's like a sharper version of Madrimov, like
mhm.
almost exactly. They come from the same school of boxing. They have very similar setups and they do the same thing. Karen is just a little bit more put together. He's sharper with his counters. I think he's a lot. I think he's more durable than Madrimov. I think he's more like I said. I just think he's real put together. And with that
Yeah,
being said, like we will never know who would win that fight. All we have to go off is their skill sets. And the skill sets show that even if you think Bud wins, we know this is going to be a difficult task for Bud. Even if he wins, we know this for sure. I mean, I would assume boxing realist, you wouldn't say that Bud is just going to step in and wash Karen in 3 rounds or in 6 rounds or something. You wouldn't say that, right?
probably not. But what I will
But
respond
the
with
resume
overall,
would suggest that that would be possible, but we know it's not. But
what I
the
will
resume would
personally
say
say
that.
is this though. For those of us that have like been watching sports long enough, this happens like in every sport. There are certain guys to where you can tell they're never going to win a championship or they're never going to win the big one or a Super Bowl or anything like that, but you don't want to face them in the playoffs. Like they're a huge pain in the ass. So like when you take a look overall at say, like I'm trying to think overall of a good example. I guess the best way overall that I can probably try to compare it is that if I were to take a look at tennis, for example, because I watch tennis, Novak Djokovic
Try to
was the
use
best.
MMA, because if you use other sports, other outside of combat sports, I'm lost. I don't know what
Okay,
you're.
no
I know
problem.
like
Okay,
LeBron and like that's it.
No, it's all good, no problem. So okay, so if we talk about UFC, for example, there was a fighter by the name of Ali Quinta, for example. You probably remember him.
Yeah, I
Um,
know him. I
so
remember. He
he
gave
was a
Khabib a tough
fighter.
time, right?
He was a guy that, like, at his absolute best, he beat guys like, Kevin Lee and some other guys. But he pretty much got his ass whooped against other guys. Got beat by Dan Hooker, I believe. Got beat by Khabib Nurmagomedov and other guys. Like, there's certain guys that you face to where they're never going to win the belt, but you don't want to get in the ring with them because they're just super well schooled. They're never going to be that exceptionally talented, but there's something about them to where it's just you don't want to face them unless you absolutely have to because they're tough
Right.
and overall it's just. But there are certain fighters that are like that. There are certain fighters, like Cowboy Cerrone, for example. A lot of the times he would just get knocked out or dominated, overall in his biggest fights. But then when you take a look at other fighters, there are guys that are very dangerous, even at the B grade level, and you just don't want to fight them. They're never going to win the title, but that they're still very dangerous. That's kind of the guys like Aegis Kaviaskis and overall like that of a what's his name, Karen, like that. That's what those guys are. In my personal view, they'll give A grade level fighters tough fights, but they're never going to win. That's there are different levels of B grade level fighters where one overall will get dominated throughout the whole entire fight, and then the other B grade level fighter, they'll probably give it a very good tough fight. Maybe it's even 8 rounds to 4, but they can just never pull it together to beat the A grade level fighter. And if that fighter can never pull it together to beat an A grade level fighter, then in my view, you can never be classified as an A grade level fighter. So that's basically the way
But
overall that
don't
Rosa
you agree? Like,
Nurmagomedov was a hmm,
here's the issue. It's like it feels like the A classification is like that's what's doing like all the heavy lifting for like the argument that you're trying to make, because it's like we have to accept that the winner is just A class like other A class fighters, which I don't agree with. Like, so say for instance, we would both agree that Bud and Canelo are A grade level fighters. However, if they
yeah,
were in the same weight class, or if Canelo was at 54, I think Crawford would pack him up like real easy. Like, not easy, sorry, that's crazy. He would he would beat him
yeah,
really badly. It would be a clear decision or it would be a late stoppage. Like Bud would it would be clear if they were the same weight class.
yeah,
Um so with that being said, like doesn't that prove that there is this gap in the A class? Like there can, in the context of A class, there can be such a wide gap that this quote unquote B class fighter, from your perspective, dropping Bud could still mean more than what Canelo has done altogether. Because we could just say that this A grade fighter is much, much better than this other A grade fighter. And it's kind of like where it's why this grading system is kind of like becoming misconstrued when you add in resume, because it starts to like wobble. It starts to like I said, it's not consistent for like, because if we're saying Crawford's A level and Canelo is A level, and Crawford has or Canelo has a tough fight with GGG, but people think he wins. But Crawford has a tough fight with AJ Kavaliauskas, but it's like Crawford was almost knocked out a couple times during this fight. It wasn't just
mhm,
like, oh, it was a good fight. Like Crawford almost fucking got slept.
yeah,
So, and then when we turn around and we go, well, GGG is A minus for doing this well, but Idjit is B minus, or he's not even anywhere near A for doing this well. It's like kind of like we're kind of like, that's why I'm getting confused and misconstrued with the consistency of the grading system, because it's like it's too many. There's too many variants as to why this wouldn't work that way, and that's why I say stuff
yeah,
like Canelo's resume isn't much better than Bud's resume, or isn't like, I don't really know, because I haven't. I would have to do a real good deep dive on a lot of these guys, but a lot of these guys, I will say, a couple monkey wrenches is Laura. Laura was really good, and Laura was really strong.
hmm,
So I would probably, if you wanna say that's one of Canelo's best wins. That was a really good. Like people say, oh, don't score the body shots. They're fucking insane. Crawford Canelo won that fight. He got it out the mud. That was a great fight. That was a great performance from him. So
yeah,
with that being said, I would say that was I would give that I would put that would put him squarely over Crawford resume wise, because I don't think Crawford has an opponent like that. But I guess the context, the wider conversation is just I don't like the way that we grade. It's like we use too much fat. And by fat, I mean how popular is this guy? How many title shots did he get the chance to have? How many defenses did he get the chance to have, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't feel like that's fair. Because as of right now, we could say Virgil is clearly the better fighter than Boots Ennis at 154. Boots has literally not even fought anyone at 154.
Well, so what I'll personally respond with is that when you bring up the Boots and Virgil Ortiz thing, I would not debate that Virgil is necessarily better than Boots because the skill set I think is clearly there, but they're both A grade level fighters. But the problem overall is that they're both also not super proven. They don't really have that many A grade level names in their career. When you talk about a Canelo Alvarez and a Crawford, when you talk about so much work that's happened over the past literally like 20 years, I mean, it's a little bit hard not to provide a little bit more evidence there because Canelo has just fought a decent amount of A grade level names. And Crawford, I mean, he doesn't have as many A grade level names, but he does have his, about five of them. So I mean, it's I understand like what you're trying to state, but when it comes to a comparison like Canelo and Crawford, because they've been in the ring with so many A grade level, or at least Canelo Alvarez has, then I think that it's a lot easier overall to prove that. Boots and Virgil, it's a little bit harder for them because their careers have basically still just begun. Crawford and Canelo, they're at the tail end of their career. So
And so
it's
here's another thing. Let's say if Virgil beats the shit out of Boots, does that mean Boots is like a B tier fighter now?
No, I don't think so, but I get what you're stating. Sometimes you can take a look at a fighter and tell that they're A grade. Boots, in my view, is an A grade level fighter. However, what I will state is this: if he didn't just lose to Virgil Ortiz, but then eventually later on lost to someone else that probably he wasn't expected to lose against, then yeah, he could potentially be B grade. Like Tony Harrison actually is a great example of this. So Tony Harrison is someone that never was A grade in my view, and he was expected to be. In his first fight, I forget who he lost to. He lost to guys named like Willie Nelson or some shit like that. And then overall, Demetrius Andre got in the ring with that guy, knocked him out in like 11 rounds, dominated the fight. Tony Harrison was always someone that was very talented, but he could never last throughout the full fight whenever he fought someone worth a damn, usually. He lost to Jarrett Hurd by knockout. He also lost to that of a couple of other fighters by knockout. Then he fights Jamel Charlo, actually beats Jamel Charlo, and in the rematch gives him hell as well. But I would never consider him A grade. Maybe you could debate him A minus, but I mean, it's tough because Tony Harrison was someone that never really won a belt before the Jamel Charlo fight, and Jamel is a minus level fighter in my view, anyways. So the point overall is that once again there are certain fighters that just give a tough fight. Tony here, it depends on what expectations you have, and also who you end up losing against a little bit later on. The reason why Golovkin is still classified as a clear A plus level fighter is because he's only ever lost to one fighter, and he did have that one other A grade level win against Danny Jacobs. And let's also not forget David Lemieux. Lemieux, in my view, is not A grade exactly, maybe A minus or B plus at the most, but he beat the shit out of that man. So my point is it also depends on how you perform when you win. Now, if you perform well and give an A grade fighter like a competitive fight, but you never win, to me, it doesn't mean anything. Like Rosen Bravanikov gave Timothy Bradley and Lucas Bentise a very tough fight, but he can never beat him. So to me, it doesn't mean anything. But if you end up, facing champions, and if you end up being very dominant against them, or if you end up overall, doing it in dominant fashion, like what a Golovkin did, at least against the select few that he did, in my view, it means that much more. But yeah, so I understand definitely what you're stating. But, so Duran at the moment would be a clear A grade level fighter because of his ability and his talent. And he did stop Stanionis or whatever that dude's name was. But, if he were to say lose to certain fighters, like a B grade level fighter later on down the line, then yeah, we might have to relook at him. But yeah, that'd be my response to that.
So here's it's also okay. So another problem with the resume thing is because like that's one of the because if we went off resume, then like Roy Jones is basically a bum. He is a bum. He lost to like multiple C grade level fighters. They're not even B level. They're complete novices and they're nobody. He lost to like 6 of them or 7 or something crazy like that.
That was when he was
It,
really old, though. I mean, when Roy was really at his peak, though, he did beat
but
James
we can't.
Tolman. And
But if we're talking about resume, that doesn't matter because even in regards to you saying Boots doesn't have the resume over Boots or over Canelo and Crawford. If Boots had the chance,
I
I think he
mean,
would
I
KO Canelo and Crawford. He would beat the shit out of both of them. And with that being the case, like when we make all these extenuating examples of like, well, Roy Jones was old. Well, Boots hasn't had the opportunity to fight the guys to prove that he was that guy, or at least to my knowledge. I don't know what goes on in the business, but let's just say, for the sake of argument, you get what I'm trying to say? Because if we're looking at the resume, we come to all these retarded conclusions. But if we focus on the resume, that's where it leads us to. Like based on your system, the system that you explained to me, Roy Jones ain't shit. He's a nobody. Actually a bum.
I understand what you're trying to state, but when I talk about resume, I'm talking about resume at their peak form. I'm not talking about resume when they're literally, basically, not even a factor anymore. By the time that Roy Jones Jr. started losing to fighters repeatedly, I mean, he still was maybe at like an A grade point when he lost to Tarver, and still was able to beat guys like Jeff Lacey. But by the time he was losing to guys like Enzo Maccarelli or whatever, like he was done. Like there was nothing left there. So my point is that if we're comparing like athletes, for example, if I take a look at say Peyton Manning, and I know you said you don't watch as many other sports, but Peyton Manning, had one of the greatest careers. I would never take a look at Peyton Manning and just say, oh well, he's shit because his last season he had like 13 touchdowns and 15 interceptions. You have to take a look overall at their whole entire career, and I don't think that.
But when you look at things holistically like that and you include the other things, what you're basically explaining to me is that overall, resume is a poor heuristic for judging a fighter. Because even you're saying, like, okay, we have to find all these different data points to explain why their specific at the end of their career, why their resume doesn't mean anything, or why it's not the overall overarching factor. So I guess my opinion has more so adjusted to like resume is like not a fact. It shouldn't matter in judging a fighter. Well, I think I said that at the beginning. We should just go off what can they do and what who they beat can do. And that's pretty much it. And like go off primes, you have all these other extenuating factors. But then after that, it's like it kind of the the whole point of this thing to reframe was to get you off the idea that if Crawford goes in there and gets fucked up, like I think he might, just gets obliterated and knocked the fuck out. It doesn't say anything about his resume or how good he or great he was, even in reference to Canelo, just overall. Like he could still be on that Sugar Ray classification level. And I have a lot of respect for Bud. I think Bud did a lot of like a lot of like even if Boots won't say it, Boots took some things from Bud. Like he was influenced by that dude. Very obviously.
Yeah,
I think he was a very, very, very like I want to say he pushed the sport. He does like if I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about. You probably watch a lot of analyzation stuff. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Especially with Crawford's offense, he pushed the sport and like what people are doing, what the sort of shit that they're trying. Like
yeah,
very, like I said, Crawford's. I'm getting chills because I love boxing. Crawford's so slick. He's so sharp. He's so tricky. Um, especially offensively, and like I said, I just don't want his greatness to be questioned by this performance. That's more so what I mean. I just don't want his because he's like that. And like I said, I don't even like Bud, but just I was a former fighter. Respect to what Bud has done for the sport. Like I don't know. I really respect that shit. I
yeah,
don't want his greatness to be questioned, and I don't think it should if he loses, right? And I would say the
yeah.
same for
Um,
Canelo.
Shit, my bad. Fight Sport Talk. I just realized that you were that you were muted. My bad. Oh wait, no, you muted yourself. All right, my bad. Anyway, all right.
Yeah,
Okay.
what's up,
So I'll
man?
explain this last point. There you are, sir. All right, I'll explain this
I
last
just
point, and
muted. I
then
just muted myself because you guys were talking. That's all.
oh, he's lagging a little bit for me.
He said he muted himself because we were talking.
No, you're all good. You're actually lagging a little bit for me, man. unfortunately. So hopefully I'll try to get around as much as possible. Anyways, okay. So Mr. Q, I'll bring up this last point, and then maybe you can bring up one last one, and then I'll have someone else talking here because I'm sure some other people will. But yeah, great to have you on here. So I'll explain this. I definitely understand what you're stating, but I like resume is the main factor that we do have to rank by because that's the thing that is the most substantive. That shows how many A grade level fighters that you beat, and we have to take a look at what points the fighters were at their point in time in their career and how highly regarded they were. I've seen Canelo Alvarez throughout his whole entire career, so I know both Crawford and Canelo and what level those fighters were looked at. That also being stated, what I will state is this: um, just like when we take a look at basketball, like LeBron James fans, like Michael Jordan, in my view, is clearly above LeBron James as an all around player. But what the LeBron James fans will tell you is that, well, you're just judging by rings. If we're going off of rings and championships, then Robert Ory overall, is on the same level. And it's like, okay, well, you can use that point if you want to. But the problem is that Robert Ory has 6 rings, but he has no MVPs. He has no finals MVPs. There's nothing else there. So the point is that my point is this: championships, just like in basketball and football, they're the main thing that we do have to judge by, but it also comes with context and other factors. You don't just take a look at resume and say that's everything and, overall without any context. There does have to be context there. Just like with basketball, we take a look at championships, but I'm not going to compare Michael Jordan's 6 rings to Robert Ory's like 7. It doesn't make any sense because Robert Ory doesn't have any MVPs. He was never the best player in his team. So the point overall is that just like with resume, we do take a look at it, but we also have to take a look at it in context. Was that fighter at the absolute peak of their career? Were they at an A grade level point? What's going on here? Stuff like that. So, for example, Crawford fought a fighter that once upon a time was an A grade level fighter in Kell Brook, but Brook wasn't at his peak anymore. So at that time, that would have not been an A grade level win. Canelo, for example, when he fought Shane Mosley, that was not an A grade level win in my view because Mosley was not at the peak level of his career anymore. But when Crawford fought Spence or Porter, they were at A grade levels. And when Canelo fought that of a Danny Jacobs and a Golovkin, certain guys like that, those guys were A grade level fighters. I do understand what you're trying to state, but I just, I do think that there's a way to rank it. It comes with context and a lot of different factors. There's just not one thing to take a look at, but I understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah. So to finish up, I guess I would overall agree. Well, actually, no. I'm sorry. I just disagree because like you said you bring up the context because the context is what matters. The context is for instance, if I tell you I beat my bitch, you're probably like, whoa, 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 whoa. But if I explain the context of my girlfriend was stabbing me with a fucking knife before I beat her up, that context is very, 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 it's all that matters in trying to get a clear view of the situation.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why I'm expressing to you that brighter context is what I'm referring to as my basis for judging a fighter and why resume is kind of subsumed into the wider context as to how we're supposed to judge a fighter. And if we go off the wider context, especially including stuff like style, skills, all that other stuff, I don't see Canelo's resume as better than Crawford's, excluding maybe Lara. And there could be a couple others that I haven't necessarily watched that well because, like I said, I thought Lara was really good. And then to finish off, I understand sports enough to I understand boxing enough to understand the biomechanics around basketball and who's good in certain stuff. And I would just say LeBron is definitely a better player than Jordan. You're tripping. The sports get better over time.
That's all right.
But anyway, you have a good one, man. It was nice talking to you.
Yeah, you too, man. Good luck. Yeah, always welcome back. Yeah, man. Have a good day.
You too.
You too. All right. All right, so that's good. That's enough from Q, I believe. Good luck to him. If anyone else wants to get in here, talk, feel free. I believe that Fight Sport Talk is here now. I'm going to add him to the stage. He was lagging a little bit, so I don't know how well this is going to go, but hopefully everything's all right. You there, Mr. Fight Sports?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you okay. Hopefully it'll be consistent. All right, yeah, state some of the points that you want to state and who you got winning this fight this weekend, man.
Yeah, it's good to be back on and talk to you, bro. My opinion on this fight hasn't changed since it was announced. I'm favoring Canelo because, well, multiple reasons. One, size. Two, Crawford's never fought a body puncher like Canelo. And as I've said in multiple videos that I've just dropped, I've got back to regular uploading now. Canelo's body shots are what bails him out of trouble a lot in his career, because if he wasn't the body puncher he is, he would have like at least 2 or 3 more losses,
Yeah, I
because
would agree.
lots of guys outbox Canelo over long periods of time. Like I thought Caleb Plant, excuse me, was ahead 4 rounds to 2 before or going into the 7th round. Sergey Kovalev may have been ahead, but didn't matter. He got knocked out.
Mm-hmm.
And aside from Lara and Triple G2, you also had Amir Khan years ago outboxing Canelo at times. But the body shots are what slow all of them down, leading to Canelo being able to knock them out with hooks and uppercuts upstairs. So
Mm-hmm.
when those body shots land on Crawford, I don't think anybody, including the biggest Crawford fans, can say they're not going to have an effect, because how could
Yeah.
they not? He's, first of all, Crawford's not a defensive genius like Bivol or Mayweather. He's a bit more like Sugar Ray Leonard, where he can play the defensive game, but he's more of an explosive an
Yeah.
explosive offensive guy who can be defensive at times. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he engages a lot more than those guys. So he's going to get hit. And this is the major thing. He's stepping up, not, well, technically it's 2 weight classes, but in some ways it's 3, because he's only fought one time beyond 154,
Yeah.
147. And he didn't even, okay, Madrimov style wise, styles make fights. It wasn't, not every fight's going to be a barn burner, but if that fight showed anything, it shows Crawford isn't the most enthusiastic when it comes to taking risks. And
Yeah.
Madrimov was feinting a lot, which Canelo doesn't really do that. Plus, Canelo has slowed down over the years, whereas Madrimov's in his prime. But Canelo can play the feinting game, and if he just catches you once to the body, again, you feel it. And
Yeah.
he's stepping up multiple weight divisions. He's 37. He hasn't been active. So there's just so many reasons that I'm picking Canelo. But I do think this is going to be Canelo's toughest fight since the Bivol fight, because Triple G just showed up for a check, and none of the other guys were really there to challenge him. So it is going
Yeah.
to be interesting. But yeah, I see Canelo winning every time.
I got you. So I'll respond to some of your points here. Because I agree with probably the majority of them. What I will state is that personally for Canelo in the Kovalev and Caleb Plant fights, I actually had him ahead in those fights. I thought he was clearly ahead in the Plant fight. But as for the Kovalev fight, that one was very competitive, very close. I think that the narrative of Canelo getting outboxed by certain guys has been a little bit overrated in my view. And when I've watched the fights, it doesn't really appear like he's getting majorly outboxed. They win rounds, but it's not like they were winning the fight in my view before Canelo stopped them. Anyways, that being stated, the body shots in my view definitely are going to be important. What I will say about Terence Crawford is this. I think that he is someone that's an offensive genius. That being stated, he's not someone that is a defensive genius. And I do think that Canelo is someone that is at his absolute best, although, of course, neither of them are anymore. I do think that Canelo is more of a defensive genius than Crawford. And another concern that I do have is, first of all, how Crawford will be able to handle the body shots, really the level of power. And I stated this earlier, and I don't know if you agree with this. I don't think that Canelo Alvarez has to be perfect in order to win this fight. And I know that certain people will say, well, Crawford's accuracy and all sorts of that's great. But if Canelo, even if he's landing those slapping shots and those power shots, I think the judges will hear that early on. And he doesn't necessarily even have to land flush to hurt Crawford, and on top of that, in order to wear him down and to win rounds. All the judges have to hear is those slapping shots, and it's very possible that they could still give Canelo the round for the more impactful landed shots because they can maybe see that it's impacting and hurting Crawford. That's the first point that I brought up earlier. Another thing overall that I will state is that I don't know how Crawford's going to handle the weight. This is, in my view, still about a 2 weight class difference. Crawford definitely did just adjust to 154, and Canelo's at 168. But as I've already stated, Canelo, in my view, is more of a 160 pounder. But I do think that that is going to be an issue. As for Crawford being the offensive genius, he is a genius, but he is someone, in my view, that um, unlike Bivol or someone like that, I think that he gets hit at times a bit too much. I think his chin at times can be a little bit too much in the air. He can back up a bit linearly. And on top of that, he's also someone that, kind of, I'm not going to say that he takes one to give one, but he is someone that at times will fight in certain ranges that he probably shouldn't. And he kind of has certain lapses in judgment. And if Canelo does land very flush on Crawford's chin, I don't know how Crawford's going to be able to react to that. And I do think there's a high possibility that he can get knocked down in the fight. And I wonder how Crawford will be able to handle that, especially with the gain weight. Will he tire out? Will he be the same speed? I think in order for Crawford to win this fight, he's going to have to get through Canelo's guard consistently. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that, but Canelo, in my view, doesn't have to get through Crawford's guard to win rounds. All he has to do is land on the shoulders and the elbows, and eventually, in my view, Crawford probably will wear down if he's not landing at a highly accurate percentage. And first of all, I think that's very hard to do against Canelo because his upper body movement is so phenomenal. Although Crawford is a smaller target, so maybe it could be harder. And then on top of that, Canelo's guard is just hard to get through in the first place. So if you're not able to get through his guard within the first 4 or 5 rounds, and Canelo is landing not even flush, but just on the arms and elbows, he still could be winning every single one of those rounds and hurting you at the same time while not landing flush. That's my biggest concern for Crawford in this fight, in my view. But yeah, I'll let you respond to that.
Yeah, well, I agree with pretty much everything you're saying. That was my point. Crawford's not a guy who focuses on defense most of his career, which is why he's a lot more entertaining than Mayweather. But again, when I talked about Canelo getting outboxed, I didn't mean it in the way that I think some of the people you critique on your channel say where, you're talking about Dante and Arki, that charlatan. These guys say that Canelo always gets outboxed. He's not even that good. He just pulls victory from the clutches of defeat every time. Not the case. What I meant is Canelo, certainly as he's gotten older and he's put on more weight, he doesn't have the head movement he had when he fought Danny Jacobs, because that head movement was beautiful.
Yeah, I agree.
So because he's this short, stocky Mike Tyson like figure, he is there to be caught. But in a lot of those fights, like the Billy Joe Saunders fight, where I said in one of my breakdowns that I just dropped that Saunders was landing, in my opinion, the cleaner headshots for the first 6 rounds. It was the body shots that equaled the damage and ended up slowing Saunders down. And yeah, if you had Canelo ahead in the Plant fight, fair enough. For me, it was either a draw or I had Plant slightly ahead, but you could see the ending. You could see the finish coming because Canelo's body shots were always there. So I would say, because I'm picking Canelo to win by decision fairly handily, there's a pathway there for Crawford to have success and catch Canelo and outbox him at times, which I think I can see him being ahead after 6 rounds, but can he do that for 12 rounds? I don't think so. Especially with the weight gain, again, the layoff while he's in his late 30s, I think that's all going to lead to Crawford slowing down more than we've ever seen before. He didn't slow down against Madrimov, but Madrimov wasn't really damaging him. That was just a 12-round chess match. Yeah. And, he didn't slow down against Sean Porter. He ended up showing fantastic fitness in that fight. But I think one thing that we have seen in this build-up is that Crawford may have been a bit of a weight bully at 147. He may have actually been bigger than a lot of us thought. And so I never saw him as a weight bully at 147. In fact, I'll finish the point first. He may have been cutting a lot more than it seemed, but he just was able to play it off because he's a professional athlete and never got out of shape. So if that's the case, maybe he hasn't been putting on too much size, or as much size as we think going into this fight. But regardless, he's going to put on some size. And also, you can be a big guy at a lower division, but once you move up, suddenly everything's a lot different. So, yeah. And also, last thing on the weight thing, if Bomac's being real when he says Crawford hasn't had to put on much size because they were cutting a lot at 147, then maybe that's where a lot of Crawford's success came from, that he actually wasn't that small for 147, even though he started at lightweight. So, yeah,
Yeah.
Crawford's a bit of a mystery for me.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, I've always stated this. There are certain fighters that at the beginning of their career, they'll start off at a weight class where clearly they're not going to be able to stay there forever. And Crawford at 135 and at 140 was rehydrating like really heavy. His fight against Gamboa, he was like 155 or something like that. He was huge. He at 140, I think he rehydrated all to like 160, 165. He was a big dude. He's not just some small lightweight. So that's why I tell people that, for example, when you compare Crawford and Canelo's moving up in weight, it's not really that comparable. When Canelo was at middleweight onwards, you could debate that he was outsized in almost every single one of his A-grade level fights, although he did rehydrate a little bit heavier at times, but still, Crawford is someone that pretty much has been comparable in size to guys for basically his whole career, except that of the Madrimov fight. And even then, he still had a 5-inch reach advantage over him. That being stated, what I will state is this. Hold on, let me take a look at some of the comments here. He says he's not all that big. He's just on roids. They all are. I mean, that's possible. We all definitely know that Canelo got caught on steroids as well. Excuse me. But anyways, no, this is not the same guy that was just on, by the way. This is Fight Sport Talk. At least I think that's what you're talking about. Anyway. But anyways, just continuing onwards. But yeah, because I kind of want to get into, if Crawford does win this fight, how is he going to do it, and what does he need to do in order to win the fight? Let me state this. I don't see a result in my view. I mean, it would be very unlikely. Let's say, for example, if Crawford is up 5-1 within the first half of the fight, I would think more than likely that Crawford would still more than likely go on to win the fight. I don't see a fight where Crawford is going to win the majority of the first half of the fight and Canelo just breaks him down. I mean, it's possible. Maybe if it's 3-3, maybe even 4-2. But if it's like, dominant, no, I think Crawford will win the fight. Canelo and Crawford, we will be able to see, in my view, who will win the fight more than likely within the first 5 rounds. I'll be able to tell more than likely by then. But I'll state some of the points that I'll say what Crawford will have to do and Canelo then after that. But first we'll do Crawford if you'd like. And we'll kind of state what Crawford will need to do in order to win and why, in my view, it's so risky. But Crawford, in my view, in order to win this fight, he's going to have to move around quite a lot laterally with his feet. He's going to have to always make sure that he's very disciplined with his lead hand and that the probing jab is great, but make sure not to leave it out there for too long so you can get countered. And then on top of that, overall, you're going to have to at times stand your ground, punch in between the shots, occupy the vacated space. Sometimes Canelo can let his opponents off the hook on the ropes. So get out of there, then go to the body, try to push him back and really show Canelo Alvarez who's boss. You want to frustrate him. You want to try to tire him out. That's, in my view, if I'm Terence Bud Crawford, that's what I'm trying to do. Now, the question is he going to be able to do that? Because Canelo, even when he is frustrated, there's very few times other than the Bivol and the Mayweather fight where he's actually been exhausted. And Crawford, if he is getting hit by those punches very early on, especially if he backs a little bit too, linearly or, in a straight line up against the ropes, there's a very good possibility that Crawford might be the one wearing down in the second half of this fight. He's going to have to punch in between the shots, but be very careful. And as soon as you do that, get the hell out of the range, occupy the vacated space. Always make sure that you punch and get out of there and that you never are too much into the range of Canelo to the point to where he can set up a trap or counter you. That, in my view, is what Crawford is going to have to do within this fight. I think, to be honest with you, there's only about 1 or 2 ways that he can win the fight. I, however, think that there's a couple of ways that Canelo can win this fight. So that's why I say that Crawford, in my view, that's why I think I have Canelo a little bit more favored here. But yeah, those are my keys to victory for Crawford. Keep the jab out there, but be disciplined, vary it up, go to the body, occupy the vacated space. Do not stay up against the ropes way too long. Punch in between the shots at certain times, but at the correct times. And make sure overall not to, do it to where Canelo can time you, because he's excellent at timing shots and he's overall an excellent trap maker. So you have to be very careful with that. and just stay off the ropes throughout the majority of the fight. You're going to have to tie him up, try to frustrate him, use lateral foot movement, but don't stay in the pocket too long and don't stay overall within his dangerous range for too long. And also watch out for incoming counter shots within the mid-range. Always keep your hand glued to your face. Those would be my key victories to Crawford. He's going to have to be probably the most defensively responsible that he's ever been. And then on top of that, he's going to have to be the sharpest that he's ever been. So that's why I'm a little bit concerned for Crawford in this fight, but we'll see. But those are my key victories for Crawford. You can tell me what you think your key victories are for Crawford if you want to start off with him. And then maybe afterwards we'll talk about Canelo Alvarez. And yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say that's pretty much what I feel as well. I think Crawford, when we get to Canelo, I will say I actually disagree. I think Canelo's only got one way of winning this fight. I still think it's going to be enough, but I don't think he can. I don't think he can give Crawford space, because Canelo, even though he never started off as a pressure fighter, when he fights movers, he does need to pressure them because he doesn't want to give them space, and he wants to sink those body shots in. But the thing is, ironically, Crawford actually has a longer reach than Dmitry Bivol. But again, his style doesn't revolve around long-range boxing like Bivol and Mayweather. So I would also say Caleb Plant was a more seasoned fighter at fighting long range. Now, Crawford can switch things up. And like you said, punching in between the combinations, catching Canelo when he wants to throw. Those are all things he can do. Plus, he's a southpaw. He's a switch hitter. So those are the challenges he presents. Mm-hmm. The reason why, again, those body shots are going to hurt. The reason why I think Crawford's going to have to, I don't think he's going to switch into a Mayweather-esque fighter overnight and suddenly only fight at long range and not try to get up close and brawl or switch things up and be offensive against Canelo. I think he's going to do that. I don't think he's just going to stick at long range the entire time. Yeah. So when he does get up close, I would recommend maybe clinching. I would possibly, I don't think this would be a good idea, but maybe you have to do it. Maybe try and brawl Canelo on the inside, because he does have faster hands, Crawford does, because Canelo has slowed down. So when he gets up close, again, try to punch in between Canelo's power punches. Avoid the uppercut at all costs, because even though Canelo, I thought, got his head boxed off by Dmitry Bivol 9-3, the only good punches he really landed were uppercuts, which he was stepping into. So he doesn't want to get caught by, Crawford doesn't want to get caught by those. And I think it might have been an uppercut that dropped Jamel Charlo. So yeah, move, pretty much what you said, move around, fight at long range. He was doing that very well, I thought, against Errol Spence before he dropped him. But the difference is that Errol Spence was a little mindful of getting hit. Which another reason why I'm heavily favoring Canelo is because you could probably count on one hand the amount of times he's been rocked in his career, and he's fought some big punches. So exactly. I don't think Crawford's
really more like one finger.
Yeah, you'd probably still have fingers to spare on your one hand. So I don't see Crawford's power having much of an effect on Canelo, and therefore I don't see Canelo having any major concerns when he walks forward and he tries to catch him and he tries to walk him down. So yeah, in terms of Crawford's keys to victory, move around, catch Canelo in between shots, do a lot of switch hitting so that Canelo does get confused. And I would recommend stick and move, but I think he's going to try to engage more on the inside, and that's going to give Canelo more opportunities. It will make the fight more exciting. Those are my thoughts.
I got you. All right, so I'll bring up one last point, then maybe you can bring up whatever points you want more about Crawford, and then we'll talk about what Canelo needs to do to win the fight. So when let me also state this, because I actually do agree with your point that Canelo is going to have to pressure. That's going to be the main way that he has to win this fight. Crawford, in my view, is going to have to fight long to mid-range, keep it in the middle of the ring. Canelo is going to have to kind of keep this up close and personal, but at times mix it up in the mid-range. And Canelo, in my view, what I mean by Canelo, in my view, has more than one way I think that he can win it both on the inside and at times also catch Crawford being a little bit lackadaisical or sometimes being a bit open in the mid range. But I think the key for both of these fighters to mix it up, especially because they're both all time great level fighters, is vary your attacks and don't make yourself too predictable. And Canelo is someone that oftentimes is looked at on the surface as someone that is kind of a one dimensional fighter. He's someone that at times can be a pressure fighter and mainly pressure. But what makes Canelo great at his absolute best is the variance, is the different level attacks that he provides. You know, he'll kind of fake with that left hook a little bit, either to the body or up to the head. He has a great lead hand. He knows how to counter over the top. He'll kind of fake traps at the high guard. He'll do pull counters, certain things like that. He has an unlimited or a bag of tricks with his style, even if he is only mainly pressuring you throughout the fight. Canelo needs to vary it up, in my view. That's the best way to do it. And I do think he plans to do that. According to the news and the reports that I've heard, he apparently, not only his work with Jerron Boots Anderson sparring, which I thought was a great move, but he's also lightened up his weight a little bit for this fight in order to be quicker, which I think is absolutely essential because you want to compete a little bit with the speed of a Crawford, in my view, if you're Canelo. And Canelo, I think, is faster than what most people expect. He's someone that is extremely fast for his size. Not as fast as what he used to be, but there's no guarantee that Crawford's going to be as fast as what he used to be. So that is what the key is, in my view, to both fighters. Let me also state this about Crawford, because this is one thing that I kind of notice him a little bit. He is someone that can mix it up. But that being stated, neither fighter here, in my view, punches in between the shots quite as well, at least as of right now, as I think what certain people would think. Canelo, a lot of the times with his head movement, sometimes I think he can admire his own work a bit too much, move around a bit too much, and not throw in between the shots. At times, he is going to want to do that. Crawford's going to want to do that as well. And one thing I noticed with certain fights with him, especially against Errol Spence, now maybe it was just because it was so easy in the Spence fight, but he kind of is a bit too reactionary at times. And I think another key to both of these fighters is that you have to create your own offense. Sometimes I've seen fighters lose a fight because they're just too much of a reactionary fighter in that fight, and they rely too much on their counterpunching ability or for the perfect opportunity. Both fighters, in my view, are going to have to create their own offense. Terence Crawford is going to have to be first to the punch. He cannot just rely on Canelo Alvarez punching after certain shots and then reacting right after Canelo's finished with a combination, because Canelo is very good at hiding certain traps. And if he hits Crawford, especially in close range, with a very good shot, that could possibly knock Terence Crawford out or at least down. Crawford cannot afford to do that. So he's going to have to be literally immaculate within this fight. Canelo Alvarez, for example, he's also going to have to mix it up as well, which he does usually a very good job at doing that, as well as Crawford at times. But I'm also going to be interested to see what type of version we get of Crawford here, because I don't think he's ever been in a ring where he's going to face as much adversity as what he's going to in this fight, with the power, with the size, and with the skill set of a Canelo Alvarez. I want to really see what Terence Bud Crawford does in order to adjust to that of a Canelo Alvarez and what type of adjustments he really makes. And I hope for Crawford's sake that he's just not going to be reactionary to the shots, kind of like what he was to an Errol Spence. You know, he did punch in between the shots with the lead hand and some other shots. However, a lot of the times he was very reactionary to the shots. Canelo can be too, but I think neither fighter can afford to be too reactionary or too defensive in this fight, because I will cost him to get behind just in terms of the score, in terms of the other throwing more punches. And another key to victory, I think, for Crawford is that he is going to have to throw more than Canelo. I don't know if there's a possibility that Crawford can throw the same amount as a Canelo and actually win the fight. It's possible, but I don't find it as likely. Canelo is someone that, comparative to Spence, he moves his head to a much better degree. He's much more defensively responsible. He's a much better counterpuncher inside the mid-range and also up close and personal. Canelo is someone that is very smart, and I want to see how Crawford deals with that, if he gets caught with something that surprises him, and if he gets knocked down early in the fight. That's what I want to see. Those are all the questions I have about a Terence Bud Crawford. But that being stated, once again, I'll give the Fight Sports, see what other points he has about Crawford. And if not, then I'll let you speak first on about Canelo Alvarez and what he needs to do to win the fight.
Yeah, I don't really have too much more to say about Crawford. It just move around, outbox Canelo when he can. And I will say this: if he does choose to do that for 12 rounds, then he does have a very good chance. But because, again, Canelo is used to fighters doing that, and aside from William Skull, where he just looked bored during the fight and didn't he he didn't go out of his way to make that fight entertaining because Skull was just running around the whole time. Aside from that, Canelo, even again when you have success with him or against him at long range, like Caleb Plant, like Billy Joe Saunders, he's able to even it up because he's used to guys trying to outbox him. So he'll look to counter you to the body. And again, he's very, very good at that. So
Yep.
yeah, if Crawford does fight at long range, have as much success as you can with that. If you're getting caught, and he's going to, then I think he may need to switch it up and try and attack Canelo and try and bully him. I don't think he's going to be able to do that, and I'll be very surprised if he starts like I in my breakdown video, which was actually promoted on another channel. I said Crawford is one of those guys who can make adjustments as fights go on. He's shown that. But if the long range boxing isn't working and he switches it up to inside fighting, I think as a guy who's been fighting at smaller weight classes for his entire career, I think he's going to get punished.
Yep.
So if he makes me look like a numpty and he starts having success and he starts pushing Canelo back and Crawford starts showing his greater hand speed, and I talked about pulling his Roberto Duran card out and just outslugging Canelo, then I'll be very surprised. Anything's possible, but I just don't see it happening. So I guess on to Canelo's chances or his keys to victory. Don't give Crawford space to work. Don't let him outbox you. If he's doing that, and he's going to, pressure him, try to keep him on the ropes, make him exert a lot of energy having to move, and when he does throw, move your head, because obviously Crawford's 1-2s is what he's going to be aiming for, and sneak a shot to the body. Sneak a left hook to the ribs, and we know Canelo likes to hit your shoulders and your arms to try and wear you out.
Yep.
Do that if he's able to get up close. But at long range, I would also say that I would say Crawford has the better jab, but I think again because of size, Canelo's jab will be more authoritative because he's used to pressuring guys who, he has 4 guys who are bigger than him. So I think Canelo is going to be fine taking Crawford's jab. Again, move your head, try to evade it, sneak a body shot in, do that consistently, pressure him. And I would also say don't headhunt in this fight too much. But when Crawford closes the distance and starts attacking, then try and sneak in an uppercut or a right hook upstairs. And yeah, that's those are my thoughts on what Canelo needs to do.
I got you. Alrighty, I'll tune in. Yeah, I pretty much agree with a lot of what you said. For me, Canelo Alvarez, he is mainly going to have to win this fight on the inside. He's going to have to pressure. But in my view, that doesn't mean that he can't win this fight in more than one way. I think that Canelo can win this fight with the pressure, but I think that he also can utilize great mid-range tactics. And if you make Crawford uncomfortable early, and if you're massively ahead, Crawford might start to open up a little bit more and start to make mistakes or open himself up, because he is a guy that can be a bit hittable the more he opens up. And that's why I say Canelo, he might be able to get a few shots off on the inside and then back off. And then if Crawford comes at him, and if he throws the wrong type of punch, or if Canelo times it, he might be able to get 1 or 2 shots or a whopping shot right in the mid-range that knocks out Crawford or knocks him down. So that's why I say I actually wouldn't be surprised if Canelo looks better in the mid-range in this fight than what a Crawford does, because it'll all depend on that beginning momentum and of, the pressure and overall the inside of what Canelo Alvarez is able to do. What I also will say about Canelo is this. He also wants to make sure that he's not too much in cruise control. Sometimes he can admire his own work a bit too much with the head movement, which is great. He has great head movement, and it's fine to move in and outside of the range to make yourself less hittable. But if you start to notice that Crawford overall is getting through your guard, I think that he is going to have to keep consistent pressure on that of a Crawford. Still move in and out and outside of the range like what you usually do. But in my view, he's going to have to be more aggressive in this fight than even what he regularly is. And he's going to have to mix it up with your jab, mix it up with your feints, mix it up overall with your foot movement. He's not someone that has great feet, but he is someone that knows how to throw feints with his feet and also his upper body and his hands, and his movements. So try to use that, be as varied as possible, try to catch Crawford, overall at times in between the shots. which we haven't always seen from Canelo Alvarez as much as of lately. So overall, that's pretty much my keys to victory for Canelo Alvarez. Overall, you have to make sure that Crawford does not stay off the ropes for too long and that he does not push you back. And that if he tries, that you're going to try to punish him or get outside of the range very quickly, but then very quickly get back inside that range. He's going to have to keep this fight very close and personal, in my view, while Crawford is going to have to try to create space between the two. So, that's pretty much my keys to victory for both fighters. Also, of course, very early, go for his body, go for his elbows, shoulders, all that other stuff, but mainly his body. That's in my personal view what Canelo wants to do. Hide your traps very well. Set up overall certain traps with that left hook, with that right hand. And also if you're on the inside with Terence but Crawford, really try to roughhouse him. Try to use that lead hand that you use at times to, put fighters in a position and then use an overhand right or something like that. Now, Crawford is excellent at tying up his opponents, but at times he does make mistakes right before he's about to clinch or sometimes in the mid-range. Sometimes he makes a move before he probably should, which can cost him to get hit. So Canelo can take advantage of all these opportunities, and he can take advantage of it because Crawford is a smart-built fighter, and he can hurt him even if Crawford is blocking. But also for Canelo Alvarez, another key to victory, make sure that you keep your hands up consistently, and after you throw a shot, don't just leave your hands down. Put your hands up back immediately, just like you did against Jamel Charlo and against, William Skull in the second half of the fight. Don't be lazy. Make sure overall that your hands are up consistently. Make sure that your post-fight defense is very good, which oftentimes he can adjust to make it very good, but sometimes Canelo can be caught being a little bit lazy. So we'll see what ends up happening. But those are my keys to victory for Canelo and that of a Terence Crawford. Let's see one question here. My only question is, will Crawford have that please don't hurt me back look that Jamel had every time Canelo throws? I think that Crawford will try to win this fight more than Jamel. The question is how is Crawford going to react, and is he going to start moving around like Jamel once Canelo starts landing, if Canelo's able to land consistently? So we'll see. Mike Trades or Mike Trades, however you pronounce it, he says, boxing realist, do you think Crawford may end up being gun shy though? Like if Canelo power is just too much, kind of like how Charlo was? I think that's a very high possibility. I'll say this. I think Crawford is a type of fighter to where he will try to fight back. He's a fighter that does have a lot of dog in him. However, I don't know if that will be to his edge or his advantage. He's someone that gets hit a little bit too much, and you can tell that when he's in certain exchanges that he does get hit because he's a little bit too focused and he kind of loses focus, overall, like against Sean Porter. Like he tried it against Sean Porter a few times when he was really trying to stop him or to hurt him, and he got put back, a little bit a couple times. He got wobbled a couple times in that fight. So my point is that Crawford is, what's going to happen if in the early part of the fight, you're clearly losing the fight about 4 rounds to 2. Canelo is staying the same pace. You try to mix it up, but then you open yourself for more shots. And then you try to mix it up to the point where you probably shouldn't. Canelo might hit you with something. So Crawford's going to have to be constantly elusive throughout this whole entire fight. And if he does try to, stand his ground, which at times he will stand his ground with Canelo, but get out of the pocket very fast. Attack, time it very well, and then get the hell out of there. Try to time Canelo in between the shots, stop his offense, get the hell out of there. That'd be my advice. Says, let's see. He will. It's all sweet until they realize Canelo hits you and punches your arms. I agree. Jose Martinez asked you, Fight Sports, why you haven't been in the IBFP's panel. Actually, I think I know why, but go ahead if you want to respond to that question.
Well, you know why? I'm interested. Why do you think? Because it's actually just been a timing thing. I mean, a couple of things. I'm in New Zealand, so I'm on a much different time than you guys in the States. And thing about IBFP, and I love the guy. He's always been great to me. He's actually offered to promote my channel on his. So I've got nothing but love for the guy. The thing is that he always has a full panel. So, and because I work, there's just no way to avoid it. Even though I work for myself, I have to go out and do work when he's going live. And it's just impossible to, I tried it, but it's impossible to be able to add something to the panel while I'm on the road working. And
I got you.
He's again got to, if it was just 2 or 3 people, well, that's one thing. But he always has a full panel. Everybody talks over everyone. IBFP loves the drama.
That's also, why I didn't want to join today.
Yeah, and also I just went off. I went off YouTube for what ended up being a couple of months while I was moving houses. So it's those are my reasons. Those are my excuses. But if you're interested, brother, I just dropped a bunch of shorts, which is what promoted my channel for a while, and getting back to regular uploading for boxing and MMA. So getting back to it.
All right, man. That's good. Yeah, no, the reason why I thought you actually didn't do that because I thought you guys had a debate at one time and you thought that it didn't that he wasn't super respectful of your opinions. That's why I thought that. But maybe I misunderstood. Maybe that was someone else. But yeah, no, I don't really have a problem with the IBFP either. I really don't have a problem with almost any channel really, but I do review a lot to expose certain narratives. But anyway, I'll probably go on IBFP sometime, but like I took a look at his live right now. He has like 10 people on there once at times, and I'm more of a one-on-one person, so I can get my points across. And yeah, I don't feel like joining a live where I'm getting talked over by 20 different people. But I'd love to debate him one day or talk to him one day because yeah, he seems like a decent guy.
He's a good guy, and yeah, it has actually been a process for me to learn to deal with the internet because it was just a challenge for me at first to have to deal with trolls. And
Yeah.
because IBFP's always, because again, his show is constantly moving. You get all kinds of people calling in. All of a sudden, everybody's talking over people. All of a sudden, a troll pops up here and there. It's just impossible to keep track of it when I'm also having to think about work because again, it's just because of the time difference. So,
Yeah, no.
but dealing with trolls again has also been bit of an issue for me. But actually, funny enough, going off because I've also had problems with my Twitter account where I've just thought I'm going to have to start a new one, and I ended up waiting for a couple of months, which I think has turned into like 3 or 4 months, waiting for the other one to dissolve. It's going off social media has actually been really good for me to where I'm like, it's actually a lot easier to avoid trolls if I just spend less time on the internet.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Yeah, man, I'm always good with collaborating with you. Actually, we might even, if you ever want, we could do possibly a video a little bit later on together. Although I don't know what the hell it would be. Or overall, we would maybe stream a fight together sometime or something like that. I'm sure overall that both our channels could do well off of that. But yeah, man, I'm always happy to have you here. You always bring up decent points, whether I agree or disagree with you. And yeah, you always, always bring good company. So yeah. I'm always appreciative of that.
Thank you, man. Yeah, it's always great to be on. I've always enjoyed your stuff, but I've also been. It's always amazed me how much you can watch Arky TV, because I personally just don't want to watch a single thing that idiot says because he's just a charlatan. So
yeah,
I thought, wow, like the first time I saw your channel was last January, which is actually when the same month I started mine, and I thought, wow,
nice.
this guy's got so much more time for charlatans than I do. One thing I would like to bring up because I'm sure you're going to have more people calling in is, what do you make of the Usyk situation with Parker fighting Wardley? Because I personally wish Parker had got a fight scheduled earlier. Like if Usyk wasn't able to defend his belts, or he's injured, so it's going to take longer, I wish they would have booked Parker earlier, because the disrespect Parker gets it really bothers me. I like the fight. I think it does. I think it's good for Parker's legacy because I do think he's going to win. I am starting to wonder if Usyk's in a similar situation to Lomachenko, where he's basically retired, but he just can't bring himself to say it.
Yeah. So I've not done as much research on that, but I will state this: Usyk has never been someone, in my view, that's really actively avoided anybody, but he does appear to be a little bit tentative to take the Parker fight. I'm not claiming that he won't do it, but he's not rushing to take it like what he did with AJ and Fury. And I'm not exactly sure why. I'm not sure if he plans to fight anymore. I'm not sure if he only wants money at this point in time, because he keeps bringing up Tyson Fury and AJ Anthony Joshua. And I mean, those guys are a great fighters when you beat them, but it's like no one needs to see a third match between them. So it's like, I really don't know for Alexander Usyk, man. I mean, it's possible that he might be semi-retired. Personally, I would love to see the Joseph Parker fight. I'm actually very surprised that Parker's fighting Fabio Wardley next. I didn't even know that shit was signed. That's a very dangerous fight, actually. Wardley is someone that, I mean, he's not the greatest boxer I've seen, but he's skilled enough, and he's someone that's very powerful and dangerous. So that's a good fight. I don't. As for Usyk, man, I don't know what's happening. I know that he's under investigation. I heard that, but I hope that fight happens because Parker was one of the greater champions of this era, and if Usyk ended up getting a win over Parker, or vice versa, it would definitely impact either of their careers in a very positive way. So, I mean, I'd love to see that fight personally, but we'll see if Usyk's kind of up to it. I wouldn't be surprised if he's semi-retired though. I think Usyk is only going to take a fight if he really wants to, and Usyk, it almost appears that he's a little bit more out for money right now. But I'll see personally. Like, I don't know. I guess we'll see. When is that fight set up? Do you know?
It's going to happen sometime in October, and yeah, I agree with you. I very rarely say this about fighters because, as you and I would know, even the greatest fighters of all time, who people would say, "Oh, would never duck anybody," has ducked somebody at some point.
Yeah, yeah,
There are very few fighters I put in the category who have never ducked anybody, and Usyk is one of those guys. So I
yeah,
strongly believe. So yeah, nobody is a bigger fan of Usyk than me. As far as the Parker fight, it's interesting because when Dubois pulled out with the sniffles, and I do not believe the nonsense that he was sick whatsoever. I think I would never say this on my own channel because I run the risk of getting sued by Frank Warren's leeches, but
oh yeah,
I think that I'm pretty sure they faked it. Now, as far as Usyk wanting revenge over Dubois to make him look stupid and everything, I'm cool with that. But the problem, the thing that really annoyed me is that Parker deserved the fight. Parker should have been fighting Usyk after Dubois punked out, but he got screwed over again. So him and I don't believe for a second Usyk doesn't want to fight him. I do think there's a problem with Turkey saying openly, I don't want the fight. I want to fast track a Talma in there, screw Parker, etc. Like Parker cannot get respect from the industry. It just pisses me off. So I think that plays a factor. I also think, given how old Usyk is, and he was pretty active. I mean, fighting Fury twice and Dubois in the span of a calendar year, like 12 months. That's very impressive. So I don't doubt that he probably does have some niggles. Similar thing with Dmitry Bivol. I am a huge fan of him. I was very skeptical about why he wasn't doing interviews, but given how active he was, I can understand he would need some time off. So it is. So yeah, it is what it is. I don't have a problem with how Usyk's handling it because Usyk was screwed over by Tyson Fury for years. So I don't have a problem with him. I've just got more of a problem with Frank Warren, who's supposed to promote Parker, but he just leaves him out to dry all the time. So I mean, as a New Zealander and as somebody who's, I've had a personal interaction with Parker and I've been a fan since. I want him to fight Usyk, and if there's one guy I would like to see beat Usyk, it would be him. But sometimes, I think Usyk, when I talked about being semi-retired, like take Lomachenko for example, he beat Kambosos in, I think it was April or May last year, and then there were talks of finally putting on the Tank fight. And later on in the year, he walked away from it, and he just said he didn't even make excuses. He didn't try to blame Tank. He said, "No, I'm not interested." So if you weren't interested in the biggest money fight of your career, then it's like, well, time to retire. But it wasn't until June this year that he actually did. It wasn't until May or June this year that he actually did retire. So these great fighters, they just can't. It's hard for them to make the decision to walk away. So I think that's where Usyk is. I hope he does stay around and fight him. And lastly, in terms of what you talked about, the trilogy with Joshua or Fury, I just don't think it's in Usyk's character to say, I'll never fight this guy. It's like Fury's the one talking a lot. Fury keeps on bad-mouthing him. I just don't think it's in Usyk's character to say, I'll never fight you. Like, he's the guy he'll fight anybody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but in terms of will he fight him again, I doubt it. I don't need. The thing is that Turkey can't get away with that. If he puts the fight together, that will just be like scandalous beyond belief. So those are my thoughts.
I don't think it would do great numbers. Maybe a Fury third fight, but I just don't think many people would be interested. But I don't know. When I take a look at Usyk, in all honesty, right now, he just I don't think he plans to be around much longer. In all honesty, I think even he himself said that. But it almost I don't think he really wants to fight Parker, and I don't think it's like it's not that I don't think he won't, but I think that if he is gonna fight Parker, he'll be like, whatever, I'll do it, but like it's not the fight that I want. Like I don't know, for whatever reason, I just don't think he looks at Parker as a fight that he wants. I don't think he's afraid of him necessarily, but I think that he's either looking for a bigger payday or a fighter that maybe would up his legacy. But it's like you pretty much beat everyone else that would have upped your legacy. And I don't think there's any more routes. I mean, unless you're going to make the super fight with Moses Itama next, but Itama never became a champion yet. So, I mean, in my view, it'd be a better move to defeat Parker to like upgrade your resume even a little bit more. But I don't know. We'll see what happens with Usyk. But obviously, Usyk, I love watching him fight Parker. He was someone that I used to think was actually massively overrated, but let me give Parker a lot of credit. In recent years, even after he got stopped against Joe Joyce, he beat Wilder, he beat Jelly Zhang, he beat Martin McCauley. I mean, although Martin McCauley obviously was, fucking fat beyond all belief in that fight. But I mean, point overall is that Joseph Parker really turned his career around. And if he beats God, who's the Fabio Wardley? If he beats Fabio Wardley, I mean, that'll also put him on a whole nother level. But maybe for Usyk, maybe that's the right thing, because maybe if Fabio Wardley ends up winning that fight, he's kind of looked at as the new up and coming new generation. So maybe that's the fight Usyk wants instead. I don't know. But I'm going to be surprised if Usyk doesn't fight in the second half of this year at all. It looks like he's going to be fighting more next year, which is a little bit disappointing, but whatever. But yeah. But let's see. I want to see what some of these other comments say. They say, Jose Martinez, who do you think other than Bud beat Canelo at 168? I mean, there are two fighters that I actually think this is, there's many people talking about who will have the edge in terms of the judging for the Canelo Crawford fight. And I always tell people this: whoever ends up having the edge in the judging is whoever's worth more money later on down the line, whoever they can squeeze more juice, out of them. And I do believe that is Canelo. I think for Crawford, there's just not any fights for him, really. I mean, maybe Jerome Butsenis and Virgil Ortiz. But if Crawford wins at 168, it's kind of awkward. It ruins a lot of fights. I think that if you're Turkey, you're trying to make Hamza Shiraz versus Canelo after that. And I think you're also trying to make Diego Pacheco, whatever his name is. I think that you're trying to make those two fights. I think those are the two next fights for Canelo if he defeats out of a Terence Crawford. That's what I personally believe. But yeah. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, what do you think, Fight Sports? Who do you think would be for Canelo there? Could anyone possibly beat him if Crawford does not beat Canelo?
I didn't see anybody at 168 beating Canelo, and it's kind of, going back to something that you were saying to the other guy who was on, you were talking about Crawford's legacy, resume at 140, talking about Kavaliauskas. 168, I don't want to say it's like the weakest division, but it is slim pickings. I mean, Caleb Plant is ranked number 5 at the moment. Resendiz, okay, he proved me wrong against Plant, but nothing this guy had done in the past, in my opinion, was impressive. And everything. Like Diego Pacheco, I just think he's too green at the moment. Christian Billy is ranked number 1, and I mean, and Billy may go on to do something impressive, but right now he just looks like your average contender for me. Like nothing stands out. So for me, the division is just weak. Now, the reason I'm hesitating a little bit to say that is because people have been saying this about Canelo for years. Oh, weak division, blah, blah, blah. Again, the charlatans you cover on your channel. But when Canelo cleaned out 168 at first and became undisputed, it wasn't the strongest division. Like I maintain that Usyk's undisputed run was better considerably. Mm-hmm. I would also say Inoue's undisputed run was a bit better, but it was a good division. Now, I mean, I've been saying that the division has been on the slide since he lost to Bivol, because Golovkin just phoned it in for that trilogy. Ryder, he was never impressive. Like, I
I
was
agree.
never impressed by the guy. Munguia, there were a lot of questions about him because he had only beaten has-beens going into the
Yeah.
Canelo fight, and now I'm not a he didn't even get to the stage of being a one-hit wonder. He got to the stage of being a never was sort of guy.
Yeah.
Belanga, I mean, just God, the less we see of that guy, the better. So,
Yeah.
sorry if I'm being a bit long-winded, but to
No,
answer
you're
the
good.
man's question, the division's just weak,
I
and
agree.
that's not necessarily a slant on Canelo. Aside, the only problem I had with him is that he ducked Benavides like the plague, and
Hmm.
he wasn't honest about it, and he wasn't honest about Morrell either.
Yeah.
Because even with the vulnerabilities Morrell shown at 175, I still think he would have been a fantastic challenge for Canelo
Yeah.
at
Yeah. Yeah.
168. So, but the only thing I'll say about this, and it's been my feeling since before the William Skull fight, and actually just quickly, I made the point on IBFP show because I'm a realist. I'm real. I don't fake things. I
Yeah.
said to IBFP it was kind of a cherry pick, and IBFP in his entertaining sort of way, being like, yeah, I fight sports probably choking on that kangaroo piss or what, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a joke to Australians. Um, I wanted to respond badly because the thing is, it was a cherry pick. It's like, yes, he was a champion, one of the weakest champions ever, and
Yeah.
Canelo can move weight classes. He's done it before. So if you want to stay in the weight class with the weakest champions, that's cherry pick.
Yeah.
But I didn't have time to say it because I had to go. And then I was like, that's one of the reasons why I'm like, I'm not going to call in when I'm on the road. So
Yeah. I know what you mean.
yeah, sorry for being long-winded, but the
No, you're
division's
good.
just weak.
Um.
And Canelo's called to stay in a weak division because he's at the end of his career. Nothing wrong with that. But when
Yeah.
you're getting paid the millions of millions of millions, and you stay in a weak division, that's on you.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll tell you this. I don't think 168 is like a glamour division at the moment. I think when Canelo was there at first, although many people tried to say that it was weak, I actually think it was filled with a lot of decent talent. I thought that Saunders, although he was more of a middleweight, he still was someone comparable in size to Canelo, was an A-minus level fighter. Callum Smith is actually one of the more underrated fighters in all of boxing, in my view. He's a legit like A-minus to A-grade level fighter, but he's someone that's, pretty much just ran in a better beat than Canelo. But and of course Caleb Plant also I thought was A-minus as well. That being stated, I'm not going to sit here and act like William Skull nor Edgar Berlanga just because they were undefeated, that they were just these A-grade level fighters. They're just not, and Edgar Berlanga very obviously is not. That being stated, I will give his win over Jaime Munguia an A-minus level win, just because Munguia was legitly undefeated. I mean, there probably is a fight he should have lost. But other than that, Munguia was becoming better as a fighter. He defeated guys like Sergey Derevchenko, by a little bit. He also defeated, I believe, a couple of other, veteran fighters. So I give Canelo like A-minus for that. And he was under the tutelage of Freddie Roach. So I'll give him that. That being stated, even with the Jaime Munguia win that I consider A-minus, it's not like there's really anyone there at the moment that I would consider to just be a monster. I mean, Hamza Shiraz, I'll consider him A-minus. And Diego Pacheco, I actually think is very good, so I'll give him A-minus as well. But other than those two, there's really no one else in my view. To be fair, I have not watched Mbili. I cannot comment on him. But I guess whoever the winner of that fight is, maybe. But I honestly, I watched a little bit of Lester Martinez. I was not that impressed. Mbili, I think I've seen a little bit of him. Not that impressed. The only ones that I truly think are even anywhere near a threat in that weight class would be Hamza Shiraz and also that of a Diego Pacheco. And even at most, those guys are like A-minus level fighters. I would consider them A-minus, but they're not like David Benavidez or anything to where Canelo is just, he has to majorly worry about losing those fights in my view. He could because he's older and he's definitely smaller than those guys, but it's like, I have to agree with Fight Sports here. It's not like it's, the heavyweight division right now with Usyk where you have Parker and Itama and Wardley and all these guys that are a huge threat. There's very few people there that are actually classified as A-grade level fighters. So, I mean, I do tend to agree with you there.
Yeah,
But we'll see what
and if
ends
I
up
could just
happening.
yeah, and if I could just throw this out there, like because I get this from so many people, and I'm hoping to be able to have a one-on-one with somebody who wants to debate me on this. It's why I'm critical of Canelo's. A lot of the undefeated fighters Canelo's beaten, but I give Usyk all the praise in the world for the undefeated fighters he's beaten, because I'll go through this quickly, and I do have, just for your viewers, I do have videos explaining this, talking about Usyk's resume. Even like a lot of the undefeated guys Usyk beat at cruiserweight, they prove themselves against other world-class fighters. Like, just three quick examples. Maris Breedis had multiple title reigns. He beat multiple world champions. Some were undefeated themselves, and others, well, people can go through it. Breedis didn't just have fantastic skills as a fighter, but he had multiple title reigns over world championship fighters. Krzysztof Glowacki, he upset the longest, or no, tied for the second longest cruiserweight champion in history, Marco Huck. And pressured him and knocked him out. Murat Gassiev beat multiple world champions back to back to back. Lebedev knocked out the undefeated Uniel Dortigas. Ladacek as well beat him. So those are undefeated fighters who prove their mettle against other world-class undefeated fighters, which I put those guys as A-level. I put guys like Munguia, Billy Joe Saunders. Plant did prove me wrong. Excuse me, not Plant. Smith did prove me wrong against what's his name, Boatsi. So hats off there. So I'd put him above those other guys. But guys like Munguia, Saunders, Plant as well. I disagree with you. I'd put them more B minus. Because
that's low.
Well, maybe B then. But the reason I don't put them in the A level is because yes, they were undefeated, but they didn't prove it against top. They didn't prove it against the opposition I just said about Alexander Usyk's wins. Like, for example, Munguia, and this is one of the times I do agree with Dante's Boxing Nation. Munguia was a cherry picker. He ducked. He was Demetrius Andrade's mandatory. He ducked him. He could have fought Jamal Charlo. He ducked him. He could have fought David Benavidez. He ducked him. And he fought washed up John Ryder, who was never good, and a washed up Derevyanchenko to get the Canelo fight. And Billy Joe Saunders ducked so many fighters when he was champion. Fought nobody at 168. And Plant, I'm not going to say Plant ducked fighters, but he just didn't prove it against the top opposition. So that's one of the reasons why, even though Canelo has all these undefeated fighters, I don't put him on the same level as Usyk. But that's I just wanted to throw that in there.
Okay, I'll definitely respond to that real quick. I actually agree with you to a degree. I do put Munguia just at that time. If it would have been earlier, I would have put him B. But he was A minus, I think, at that time. Caleb Plant, he did clearly beat Jose Uzcategui, who was one of the more talented guys. So I'll give Caleb Plant A minus. Plus, he also beat Caleb Truax, who ended up defeating James DeGale in one fight, I believe. So I'll give him an A minus. I think he deserves that. Billy Joe Saunders, he clearly beat Andy Lee, and also who had a draw against Peter Quillen, by the way, interestingly enough, even before he lost to Danny Jacobs. And also he beat Dave Lemieux so clearly in every round. Someone that you could debate is around B plus, A minus, somewhere around there. So in my view, those fighters are A minus. That being stated, what I will claim is this. I don't see guys like William Skull or Edgar Berlanga being A grade. I think that just because you're undefeated, that it doesn't always mean that you're an A-grade level fighter. Similar with Crawford, I don't take a look at Jose Benavidez or Aegis Kavalauskas as A-grade level fighters. And I do agree with you on Usyk's point that he beat guys that were pretty proven at that weight class. He beat Glowacki, who ended up knocking out Huck. I remember that fight when it was on national television on PBC, and it was a big upset, I believe, at the time. He beat Maris Breidis. Who I believe even gave J.O. Pataya a tough fight, recent best fighter at cruiserweight. And there was a couple of other fights as well. Yeah, I agree. Usyk, out of any other fighter that became two-time undisputed, probably had the toughest run out of any other two-time undisputed champ. So I do tend to agree with you there. I do think Canelo's wins over Plant, Saunders, and Munguia were just A minus, but I understand where you're coming from. But that being stated, I do agree. Usyk is someone that is, he's phenomenal. his run is in terms of the amount of fights that he's had. The fact that he's still undefeated is pretty goddamn phenomenal because of the level of competition that he did it over. I believe someone else added to the stage. I actually will be right back. So I'm going to add this gentleman to the stage really quick. And if you want Fight Sport Talk, you can talk to him. I'll be gone just for like 2 minutes. Just hold on 1 second.
Sweet, brother. Hey, what's up, Dirk? I think we've seen each other on other shows.
Yeah, bro.
I can't really hear you, man.
Fight on against those guys.
Hey,
No,
say again.
Fighting the good fight against those guys on BDA.
Yeah. Oh
But
BDA's crew. They're not the bigger. Or some BDA and Butcher are cool, but some of the viewers, in fact, a lot of them, it seems
not the
they just don't
brightest.
like me for some reason.
Well, that's because you're unbiased. They want you to lean a certain way. Otherwise, you're,
Yeah.
But it's okay. Yeah, man. About this fight, look, man. It's pretty simple. It's not a hard fight to break down. Like the smaller, more skilled fighter versus the bigger, stronger, also skilled. Maybe not as skilled as a smaller guy, but can Bud's skill gap make up for the power and the size? That's basically the question. And I don't even think the skill gap is that much, but I do think there is a gap. But I don't think is it big enough to overcome Canelo's size and power? I don't know. I think it can because in the beginning when this fight was made, I was leaning towards Canelo for those same reasons. But when I look back at his past couple of fights, he just doesn't look like the same guy. So I got to give Crawford the edge for that reason. But
Interesting. He's definitely not the same guy. I mean, I've been saying that since this fight was talked about. But first of all, Canelo being a bit faded isn't a slant on him because he's been fighting professionally since he was 15, which is crazy. So yeah, he's past his best, but of course that's normal. But the thing is, I actually think the age problem could end up being a bigger problem for Crawford because of him stepping up multiple weight divisions because he's been off or he hasn't been as active as Canelo. Also, he's 37. He's the older man. So yeah, there's definitely reasons to think that Canelo is going to be up against it, but I think the factors that are against Crawford, the age, the layoff, the size difference, him stepping up multiple weight divisions, I think that's going to be a bigger problem for him than Canelo's age.
yeah, potentially. I mean, again, that's really the main roadblock here is the size. Might be just, but again, Crawford just might be one of those special guys that can overcome things like that, and he might have the mentality, or he's definitely going to need heart in this fight because he's going to be put in trouble. He might have the heart to do it. I feel like, as sad as it is, bro, it's a shame, but Crawford, it doesn't get the credit he deserves because of his resume, which a lot of it to me is not his fault. The PBC guys definitely try to blackball him out of certain fights, and a lot of guys avoided him because he's not a money draw like Canelo. Canelo didn't really have that issue coming up. Canelo's been a superstar since he was 15, so he's always been a draw and a money guy. So it was a lot easier for him to get fights in order to build his resume. Boxing is not really a sport based off merit. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying people don't get what they deserve, but you understand what I'm saying. It's not like other sports where you can just fight the best automatically. You have to. There's a lot of politics behind, is what I'm trying to say. I think you understand.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But I recently dropped a video actually talking about why, and some people, from what I've seen in the comments, have taken my words out of context. I think Crawford's legacy is kind of on the line in this fight because, and again, if you watch the video, I'll explain in a lot more detail. But going off what you said, he was blackballed by the PBC for so many years, and it took forever to get the fight. And it wasn't just that he beat their golden boy Errol Spence, but in a day and age of streaming, he became a pay-per-view draw. He became a superstar. Like, that's so rare to do in this day and age. But with all of that momentum, unfortunately, okay, I like a lot of people who picked him to beat Spence. I thought he was going to use the opportunities to become an active pay-per-view draw because the world was literally his oyster. But he actually did the same thing he did when he was blackballed by the PBC, which is fighting once a year against guys who most people didn't care about. Like, nobody knew who Madrimov was. And when he was asked about fighting Boots Ennis, the usual excuse came up, nah, he doesn't bring anything to the table. But they fought Madrimov, who America pretty much didn't know about. That was a close fight. And, I go into more detail in the video. I agree with what you're saying. Crawford has had a lot of, he had an entire industry working against him. So he has had a lot of obstacles. But he also showed that when he's got all of the cards in his favor in terms of being a star, he's not going to go out of his way to fight everybody, which is fine. Again, he's done a fantastic job throughout his career, but he could have done a lot more, in my opinion, after the Spence fight.
Yeah, I agree. But if he goes on to win this fight, almost all that stuff goes out the window. And if also it could be, him fighting once a year could also be a positive in terms of preserving his body, as opposed to Canelo, who fights so much where he's breaking down or starting to deteriorate. So Crawford is not a regular 37-year-old, especially because he takes care of his body. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I agree. He's not.
Yeah,
which is why this fight is intriguing. Yeah, I agree with you, Canelo. Crawford, once you get to 37 and you've achieved what he has, it's fair enough to not go out of your way to fight absolutely everybody, but it's unfortunate. Plus, some of the comments he's made about people like Pacquiao and Spence talking about their legacies. It has. I've been on quite a few American shows.
I don't know why he's mad at Pacquiao, but Pacquiao's people, or I think actually it was Bob Arum, they didn't want Pacquiao to fight Crawford.
Yeah. No, I know where that stems from, but I'm just talking about the image of Crawford going into this fight. But yeah, in terms of his legacy, I think it's fine. How great it is, well, we can wait until he's retired.
You gotta understand, bro. Crawford is similar to Michael Jordan, bro. And I'm not saying he is Michael Jordan, but those type of guys, they like to use the smallest little slights as motivation.
Yeah, a lot of fighters do that. I'm just like one of the worst fighters of that is Carl Froch. His pettiness is just at another level.
Hey, man,
no.
If that type of thing gets you to a certain level and that's what you need to, get you up and going, I say go for it.
Yeah, fair point. I still think Usyk and Inoue are the two best fighters of this era, but no, we'll see.
If Bud goes there and beats Canelo, especially decisively, I think he has a good claim for that. He would be 3-time undisputed in 3 different weight classes, and that's never been done. And I think Canelo was a better win than anybody on Usyk's or Inoue's resume. I think fighting Canelo at 168 is harder than fighting a guy like Tyson Fury, who outweighs you by 40 pounds. The reason for that is because the skill level between Canelo and Tyson Fury is not the same, not even close. Fighting a bigger guy like Canelo, who's super skilled, is a lot harder than fighting a big, plodding heavyweight like Fury, who's also skilled, but it's not the same level as a guy like Canelo.
Well, we can have this conversation after the fight. We'll see how it goes, and it's gonna be a fantastic debate afterwards.
I'm back, by the way. But all right, so good to hear y'all two talking. But all right, Dirk, I believe you've been on here a couple times actually before. Sorry, I was getting some. But anyways, so what exactly was the reason why you joined the live? Like, did you want to mention some points and who you going with for the fight?
I think Crawford can pull it off because I believe Canelo is slowing down. When this fight was first made, I was going for Canelo because I think Crawford's a little bit more skilled than Canelo, but I don't think it's enough to overcome Canelo's size and power. But after the skull fight, it's looking like a pattern. Canelo I think he's declined a lot. So because of that, I edge Crawford.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. Uh, I also I do expect a better version of Canelo in this fight than what I've seen his past couple of fights, but it is going to be hard. He clearly is aged. He's slowed down. He doesn't have the same legs as what he once did, and that's oftentimes very important to win a fight, especially against a very elusive target. However, it's hard for me to pinpoint exactly because Canelo's been in the ring with guys that have been bigger than him, and especially against Skull, someone who was moving around, someone who's like 6 foot and somewhere around there. I mean, Crawford definitely has the reach, but he's someone overall once again that's a little bit small compared to that of a Skull. So, like I said, we'll see what happens. I'm favoring Canelo just ever so slightly, but if Crawford ended up pulling this off, I wouldn't really be surprised whatsoever.
I mean, actually, to me, it's a testament to Crawford that he's even um, being considered to or have a possibility of winning this fight. It's
Yeah,
not, yeah. How many guys can you say go up 2 weight classes and beat a guy like Canelo?
yeah. I
Most.
mean, that's fair. That shows you that many people consider Crawford to be on the level of guys like Usyk, Sugar Ray Leonard, and guys like Roberto Duran, certain guys like that, Mayweather. So if Crawford does win this fight, it'll for sure put him on that same level with those guys. Even though he doesn't have quite the resume as any of those guys, but defeating Canelo, I think it'll be enough to put him on that level. However, like I did state earlier, if he does not win this fight, then it might keep him away just from those rankings a little bit. He'll still be an all-time great level fighter, but it might keep him away from certain guys like Duran or Sugar Ray Leonard or certain guys like that. But like I said, we'll see what ends up happening in this fight. Because Canelo, if he ends up losing, of course, he's going to lose a lot more legacy points than what Crawford would. But
It
yeah, I
depends
think
how. It depends how Crawford loses. Like if
yeah,
he
yeah,
goes in
yeah,
there and gets blitzed and like gets stopped in like 5 rounds, then yeah, that's a different conversation. But if he goes in there and loses like a split decision, honestly, that's almost like a win for Crawford because
yeah, yeah,
Canelo
yeah.
is the favorite. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Canelo is the favorite. He's supposed to win. Now a lot of people think he might dominate Crawford. I mean, we'll see about that.
yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
but yeah,
No, I get what you mean. If it's super close, then I think I could probably be a little bit more forgiving of its Crawford loss. And of course, obviously, I mean the size. It's Canelo is a couple weight classes bigger. That being stated, yeah, if Crawford, there's definitely a lot on the line for him as well. He knows that his resume oftentimes is criticized, and if he ends up beating
what,
Canelo, it's never going to
what
be
do you
questioned to the same degree again.
who do you think has more motivation in this fight? Because I can see it both ways. For Canelo, him losing to a guy like Crawford coming up 2 weight classes, people will say you're all time great, but you're not. Actually, let me rephrase that. You're a Hall of Famer, but you're not an all time great because every time you fought somebody who was close to all time great level, you lost.
Yeah.
Uh, you know, I mean, okay, I
Um,
could say Triple G, but is Triple G an all time great? I don't think so. Not with
I would
big.
put him with an all-time great, just not like top 30 or something. He just doesn't quite have the resume. But I mean, that depends. Like, would you put
There's
Aaron
tiers.
Pryor as an all-time
Yeah,
great? Yeah,
yeah. There's like it's like the NFL. I mean, there's guys like Joe Montana and Tom Brady, and then there's tiers below that. Guys like Aaron Rodgers and Dan Marino. I don't know if you're a football fan, but
yeah, yeah. No,
um,
I know all those guys.
okay.
Yeah, GGG would be more someone on like say almost like a Dan Marino like type of level, something like that. Yeah, like he'd be a great guy, but he just wouldn't be like up there with like the Mayweathers or the Canelos, certain guys like that. Someone tried to join. I believe his name was Hugo. Hugo, we'll have you on here in a minute, my man. I want to respond to one of this guy's points. But yeah, you asked me who do I believe is more motivated. I actually believe it's Canelo. I think Crawford is motivated, but I think he also realizes that if he doesn't win this fight, that many people are going to be forgiving. Don't get it twisted. He's coming in here to win. But Canelo, this is literally do or die. If he doesn't win this fight, his career is going to be looked at very differently. And right now, he's debated by many as the greatest Mexican fighter of all time. He's debated by many as debatably the best of his era. If he loses this fight, especially loses to the second smaller fighter in his career, like what he did with Mayweather, all that is never going to be able to be debated again. So that's why I believe that Canelo is more motivated for this fight, as he should be. I mean, Crawford, I think, is still highly motivated, but I think Canelo knows that he needs to win this fight. This isn't really a necessity win for Crawford. I mean, to a degree, for his resume not to be, challenged, but I mean, overall for Canelo, this is a real like he needs to win this. Otherwise, his resume and his careers are never going to be looked at the same again. So I think Canelo's probably the more motivated of the two, but they're both highly motivated fighters. But I think Canelo is more motivated of the two.
That's fair.
But yeah, let me let this guy on the live. That way, overall, I can hear some of the points that he's going to bring up. What's up, Mr. Hugo? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, man? Viva la raza. What's up? How you guys doing?
We're doing good.
Yeah, I wanted to chime in just a bit about the matchup, but that last point you made, I think, yeah, they're not. I don't see either party being unmotivated. It's a win-win for Crawford because it's a lot of people are saying the money's a factor. Obviously, it's always is. I think as a boxer in this environment in the sport, you want to make money. At the end of the day, it is about making money. But I think both are true in that it is for the money and the legacy. Because as pointed out, it's the three-time undisputed. This sort of gives Crawford an extra. I mean, I don't believe in the bullshit narrative. I don't like Canelo Alvarez. I don't believe he's a exceptional fighter. I think he's an overrated piece of shit fighter. Um, I look at his resume. I make that assessment. People cry about it, whatever. But on paper, it looks really good for Crawford. Obviously, I want to see more from Crawford. I don't like Crawford either. I don't see much. I wanted to see more from Crawford. If Crawford, even if it, let's say, people are saying this is his last fight, but let's say he decides to fight both the Charlos and then Ortiz, Virgil Ortiz, and then who else? Boacek or Boacek, whatever. Like if he gets on that 5 streak of fighters and activity, that'd be badass, man. But I don't think he's ever gonna do it. I think he's looking at to cement his legacy, and this is a good fight overall. But uh, back to my point, I think it's for both. And I'm either way. I don't necessarily. I think Crawford wins. UD. It's going to be close. He has a tool. He has a larger tool set to get the job done. Canelo's avenues are the same. I don't believe in the narrative. Well, it's not necessarily negative. I don't think what you said is a negative either. Canelo, I think he's just stagnating. He has no reason to evolve. I mean, he's a lot older, obviously, but to me, he still has sort of the same output. So he usually averages 450 to 500 punches. He just changed the pace of his attacks and his rhythm, and he's more focused on finding the punch, as he even describes it sometimes in his gay ass interviews. I don't really like watching his interviews, but I am a fan of boxing first and foremost, and unfortunately, I have to deal with that idiot and his stupid ass fan base, and he talks about that. The arrogance is what pisses me off. I think as a Mexican, that's my major problem with him, because he's going out of line and out of code. And in America, it's fine that the Mexican Americans they love it. They don't care for it. But I'm just being honest about that. He's an arrogant person. So I don't think it's he deserves to lose, in my opinion. I think he will. But it is an interesting match, and hopefully it's a good fight for everybody. I'm more interested in the Inoue fight, but I like the buzz. I like the engagements from both sides. I don't necessarily even care about the racism. If people want to take that route, cool. I'm all for the for the smoke, whatever. Whoever you want to say this, you want to say that. But the thing I'm not gonna stand by is the stupid ass narratives, because this is one last thing I wanted to point out, because I don't want to take too much of your time. I got limited time anyways. The last thing that I dislike about, there's that narrative going out there that well, if Bud loses, he has an excuse. And again, I'm gonna repeat myself ever so often if I ever come back to this platform and engage. I mean, you seem cool, man, so I'll check you out later or another time. But but I'm gonna repeat myself in this way. Basically, they talk about, but he has a built-in excuse. Oh, well, he's going up to 2 weight classes. Well, no shit. Look, they agreed to the fight. Canelo Alvarez agreed to the fight. There's no excuses here. But what the stupid shit is from the Canelo lovers, the Canelitas, the Canela putas, right? Is as soon as he lost to Dimitri Bivol, then people looked into the guy, his defensive prowess, and then his size mattered, and then his hand got hurt, and then he was on a vegan diet. These motherfuckers need to shut the fuck up when it comes to that. They have no fucking excuses. I don't want to hear, he has a built-in excuse. But these are the facts of the fight, right? Bud is moving up 2-3 weight classes. Bud is competing at that weight class for the first time. Facts and facts. What is there to talk about? What's his narrative spinning about? Oh, because look, if I would be fine if the Canelo lovers did not act the way they did after Bebo beat the dog shit out of him, because that was a masterclass. That was a 10-2, 11-1 masterclass. Adelaide Bird should have been banned from the sport a long fucking time ago, and many others that always give this asshole a benefit of the doubt. Because Canelo Alvarez has a lot of cards that have been fucking crazy, like 118, 110, Golovkin fight, and then who's that asshole? Tim Cheatham, 115, 113 in the Bebo fight. In one fucking planet did this asshole win 8 rounds or 9 rounds, whatever, 7 rounds, more than 7 rounds? I've heard arguments from all over, but Canelo Alvarez did not win against people. He did not win fucking 6 rounds, man. Come on, man. But that's just it,
no,
though.
I agree
Yeah,
with that.
but go back to major point, because I remember on. I don't want to hear the excuses either, man. It's bullshit. Let the best man win. If he loses, all right. But Canelo Alvarez does have a lot to lose, and
Yeah.
and it's his fault too. He doesn't have nobody else but to blame himself. He's been drinking his own juice in a lot of ways, but just look at his last string of opponents. It just hasn't been the next tier of. He hasn't stepped up the competition, and then after that, this guy could literally pick and choose everybody. Whatever happened to the best fighting the best? Whatever happened to the Mexican? Look, it is Mexican tradition since a millennia ago to always go out there and die on your shield, fight, and come back on your shield. And then the stupidity of fan bases to just all of a sudden forget that. Why is this guy so afraid to go out there to lose, man? This guy, if anything, deserves to get back to the fan base, but his dick sucking fan base is never gonna want to. They don't want to. They don't want to. This guy could take a shit on an arena. This guy could fucking fight a peanut, jar, a fucking can. My grandma, and people will love it. And like the cult of personality is beyond stupidity, right? But that's the thing that ultimately aggravates me about this whole bullshit, the arrogance of this guy. And I'm all against him. I don't like him. I don't like his fan base, obviously. And we'll see how it goes. I mean, there's a lot of things to cover, but the narratives are stupid. I mean, I'm not I used to be a lot more aggravated about this, but now, but every so often when coming back, there's no reasons for people to say the shit that the narratives have been saying about Crawford. I don't even like Crawford. Like I said, I think he is a good talent. He's not exceptional. In some ways he is, but the switch hitting is good. The angles are good. His jab is good. His range is the ability to use his range is pretty good. The speed he comes in is good. His rhythm is good. There's a lot of things that are positive and great about him. But I mean, me personally, I wanted to see more. I wish he would. I wish a lot of these fighters would step up and get a fight with some urgency and actually put on good shows for everybody. That's
Yeah.
ultimately what it's about. I want to see good fights, and I want to be entertained. And I love boxing. Even though I've been a lot less active than I used to be, but
I
I
got
still
you.
like the sport. Yeah. But yeah, man, that's all I want to say. I don't know what you want to say with that. I still got some time left over. I didn't mean to take up your show or whatever, but
Yeah, no, you're all good, man. I let everyone speak their points, and yeah, I'm all good. Then I just respond. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Canelo Alvarez handled the David Benavidez fight well at all. I mean, when you take a look at any cult of personality or any major fan base, no matter what the sport is, that's why they're called fans, because they defend them tooth and nail no matter what it is. That's why I try not to be a fan, or I'm not a fan of any of these fighters. I do appreciate certain fighters maybe a bit more if they're great, but I'm not a fan of any of these fighters. That way I don't make excuses for them or defend them like that.
yeah,
That being stated, overall, I do think Canelo is an all-time great level fighter. I also think Crawford is. Crawford definitely does have the excuse of the weight. That being stated, I think that Canelo also had a little bit of the excuse of the weight and the size also with Bivol as well. And if Crawford does
yeah,
lose this fight, I mean, there's definitely going to be a thing of the weight. There's no doubt about it. It's definitely not a fight to where everything's on even terms in terms of size. That being
yeah,
stated, I do think there is something on the line for Crawford here if he does lose this fight, because there are many of his fans, and I think that Crawford's an exceptional fighter as well. Thing is this: if Crawford does lose this fight, then I don't know if we can really quite put him on the same level as guys like Roberto Duran or Sugar Ray Leonard or certain guys like that. And I think Canelo is somewhat close to that level. Maybe not exactly on there, but he's very close. And I think that if
Yeah.
he does win this fight, especially in dominant fashion, I would put him probably around that level. Because Sugar Ray Leonard also, by the way, because I don't know how old you are. I'm not that old, actually. I'm like
I'm
27.
I'm 27 too.
Oh shit. Oh hey, look at
Mm.
that. But yeah, fucking but yeah, Sugar Ray Leonard for anyone that was during that era, he was known for allegedly ducking opponents and doing all sorts of shit. People thought that he fought Hagler when Hagler was kind of worn down. He really didn't beat Tommy Hearns in that rematch. He lost to Roberto Duran in the first fight. So Canelo definitely is not without certain losses and without certain things. But the only two losses
Yeah.
that he does have officially, one was to probably the most complete fighter I've ever seen in Mayweather. Then the other guy, Beevil, I mean, Canelo just clearly didn't belong there. But however, what I will state is this: if Crawford does defeat Canelo Alvarez, he'll be able to do something that Canelo did not do against Bivol. He did do it against Kovalev, I suppose, but he didn't do it against Bivol. But that's why, Crawford, he doesn't have as much on the line here. I think Canelo has a
Mhm.
lot more on the line because if he wins
Yeah.
this fight, he'll remain amongst the Sugar Ray Leonards and, Roberto Durans and guys like that. But if he loses, then all of a sudden he's placed with the Cottos and the De La Hoyas and certain guys like that. Because, although De La Hoya gets all this credit for beating certain guys, and he did beat some good guys, but once he started moving up the weight classes, he started losing a lot more frequently, and he was kind of a weight bully at the lower weight classes. So that's why I don't put Oscar in as high of a regard as Canelo. And Oscar's one of the few guys that actually lost to two elite level fighters that were smaller than him, and Shane Mosley and Floyd Mayweather. I mean, I'm not really going to bring up the Pacquiao fight because he was weight drained for that fight. But those two fights overall, still, if Canelo does lose to Crawford, then he will be remembered more on that level instead of the Sugar Ray Leonard level. So Canelo has a lot to lose overall within this fight. Crawford, I do think, has a little bit to lose as well. Nowhere near as much as
Mm.
Canelo. But if he
Yeah.
cannot defeat Canelo Alvarez, he can never be remembered at least 100% for sure on the level of Sugar Ray Leonard, Duran, certain guys like that. Especially for these guys claiming that Canelo is super one-dimensional or all this other stuff. My point overall is a lot of these guys, like I watched Dante's Boxing Nation or some of these other guys, they'll claim all this
Mm.
stuff about how Canelo's super one-dimensional. If they were in the same weight class, it'd be a cherry pick. So my point is this, and I've already stated this so many times. If you're going to go off at this point, then no problem. But then if Canelo wins, especially in dominant fashion, or at least 8 rounds to 4, then you're going to have to admit either one or two things. Either that Canelo's better than what you thought he was, or that Crawford's not as good as what you thought he was. But of course, a lot of those guys are not going to be doing that. That I understand
Yeah.
your frustration with the Canelo fan base because the Canelo fan base is very popular. It's very ardent. It's very it's up there. Anyone that has
Yeah.
the cult personality and the fan base of the Canelo, they're going to be aggravating overall to deal with. That being stated, they're
Yeah.
certainly not the only fan base I've had to deal with. There's a lot on the line, I think, for both fighters, but especially Canelo.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's personally what I would personally state there. But yeah, if Crawford does lose this fight, he'll have the weight excuse for sure. But because his resume just isn't vast enough, if he does lose this fight, especially dominantly, he'll never be on that level of Sugar Ray Leonard or Duran or Canelo or certain guys like that, at least 100% for sure. Because those fighters
Yeah.
were able to do that. So that's
Mhm.
what I kind of brought up earlier. But yeah, that was my
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, with Crawford too, for sure, it is his fault. He could have pushed for more activity. He could have, whatever the fuck is going on in the back. I've heard so many things behind the scenes and from different fan bases on the internet, all over different articles. I don't know exactly what's going on. If he was blackballed by the PBC in some way, but yeah, it's his fault. He has to take charge of his career. He has a competitive mindset, so I don't understand somewhere along the line why he didn't push for more fights. Because like I said, he should have fought both the Char. I think he beats both the Charlos. I think he'll have a good fight with Virgil. That
Yeah.
might be close, but and then Boots Ennis, that would have been a better if he would have just went that route rather than his last fights. It would be badass to be you have a legacy, a more concrete. But I think the problem is, the difference with him. Let's say if he moved up to 175, I don't see him beating Benavidez. I don't see him beating Beterbiev. I don't see him beating for sure not Beevil. I don't see him beating a lot of guys. So I think he recognizes that, and I think in the same in the Virgil and Boots and his matchups, not only is it not enough money or there's not enough weight behind those fights in terms, especially in terms of the economical backing. There's just not a lot of they're known fighters, but you know, at the end of the day, that always factors in the money. After that, they're dangerous matchups. They're hard fighters,
Yeah,
both of them.
exactly.
And at any point in time, and even if he somehow is even, and now you factor in what's happening now. If he sucks down, how the fuck would that work out too? And I don't think he'll ever come back down. I think this is he might do 154, but
Yeah,
um, even those potential matchups. So you know, I could think Iglesias would be cool and Billy would be cool, but these guys, you know, that's just how he's handled his career. He's been fighting um relatively. He's very inactive, or he's not as active as I was wanting him to be, and that's fine. But he has the thing is, I think he does. He has or and he had a roadmap in mind. So he
yeah,
has nobody to blame but himself with that. Because if you're a fighter out there, if you start off wherever at whatever point in life or whatever skill set you have, the one thing you do have some ability to try to do in the negotiations is to push for fights, you know, and ask and try to make it
yeah,
happen, try to get the right people and talk shit. You know, like if I was him, if I really wanted a particular fight, you know, let's say I have 10 interviews lined up, I'm gonna be like, yeah, this guy's a bitch. You know, he's a pussy, whatever. You know, just to get an idea, just to create that buzz. And if I personally don't like the fighter, then I, you know, add more fuel to the fire in that aspect, and I keep it going. I keep it in the mindset of the fan, or in the mind of the fan, of the casuals, because
yeah,
that's what you want. You want that casual retention. It's just that there's a lot of ways to go about it. Because
right.
Canelo has it easy. This asshole just shows up and people love him. I don't get why. He does have a lot of backing.
Yeah,
In terms of his boxing abilities, I think they are lacking. I don't necessarily think one dimensional, or the way people describe that his fighting style. I don't think that's a bad thing. The problem is I think he had a lot more to give to the sport, and he figured out his way of fighting, and that's how he wants to fight, and that's how he's
yeah,
been fighting this whole time after, you know. But this guy, at one point in time, he had fast, he was a very fast, rapid combinations, and he made you pay, and he was always in the
yeah,
good position to hurt people. So if that would have carried over, see with me though, I don't necessarily give him a big dig on, and him not being able to knock out these fighters, because he's moving up in weight. So I
yeah,
know that factors in. The higher you move up in weight, weight management and the weight topic is, it always affects everybody different. Even in the best of conditions, it affects people differently. So him
yeah,
moving up, I don't blame him. I'm not talking shit because of that. But see, for me, with the pound for pound thing or all time great conversation, for me, even though look, I don't personally like him. He annoys me. His fan base sucks ass. But for me to consider him to be an all time great, I would have wanted to see, let's say nothing's changed in the schedule, right? And I've been saying this for a long time. Let's say he had these last 5 fighters: Ryder, Caleb Plant, Mungia or Bumgia, and what's his name, Bumlanga, and all these guys, right? I wouldn't have an issue if Canelo Alvarez was like, look, these guys are garbage. In some way, shape, or form, it doesn't necessarily matter where he would express this, but if he said these guys are garbage, these guys are C-class fighters, I'm gonna destroy them. And if he knocked those guys out in the first round, second round, third round, okay, fine. And if he did it, let's say he was able to squeeze in five fights a year, okay, I'm there. I'm for the conversation. I'll consider it. I'll say, I mean, in my opinion, he lost. He obviously lost to Floyd, and he obviously and he lost the two Triple G fights, and then he lost to Bivol. That kind of levels that whole shit out. But if he did that, then I wouldn't have any problem with it. I wouldn't say, oh. But for people to act like this guy's like Mike Tyson, he has that aura of him. Oh, he's unstoppable. He's unbeatable. Oh, he just picks people apart. He hasn't shown that ability, and that would be my only disagreement there. But I don't necessarily. I'm either I'm whatever.
mm,
If you think that, I don't think less of you, because I know you're not coming from a place of ignorance and being a dick rider. So
yeah. I understand what you mean. Okay, so I'll state this because you stated a lot, and I don't know how much more time you have, but yeah, feel free to stay around as long as you'd like. But anyways, so first of all, when we talk about Terence Crawford, and I'm also going to include Demetrius Andrade in this, um, I've heard so many different debates about this, about Crawford taking bigger fights and being blackballed or lowballed by that of the PBC.
hmm
Um, I mean, it's hard to tell exactly because Crawford didn't sign with the PBC. He signed with Top Rank, and Bob Arum has a history of fighters with Mikey Garcia, Oscar De La Hoya, Floyd Mayweather of fucking fighters over. and also not letting them fight the fights that they want to fight. So the point is that I take a look at, and Crawford was a big follower of Floyd Mayweather's career. Maybe he just Bob Arum had his best interest in heart. I'm not one of these guys that claims that Crawford was really avoided by anybody, not necessarily because maybe they weren't someone afraid to fight him, but how can I claim that you were avoided by any of those guys when you didn't sign with the main company that they were all signed with? To me, it makes
Yeah.
no sense to say that.
Right.
So I have
Right.
to go against Crawford a little bit there. Andrade was also someone that was looked at as highly avoided, and Andrade was highly avoided, but he also was a fucking moron with some of the business decisions that he made. You turned down that Jermell Charlo fight early on in your career, which would have been absolutely massive. Then I think they made another fight for him with Jermall Charlo. He turns it down because apparently he wanted something else. At least that's what I believe Espinoza said, I believe, or something like that. Steven Espinoza for PBC, and it seems like it's highly possible. Point is Crawford really has no one else to blame but himself why bigger fights didn't happen, at least at that point in time. That's my personal view. Next thing that we talk about, why didn't he fight Duran Bucenas? Why didn't he fight Virgil Ortiz? I can't remember if it was you or the other person that mentioned it earlier, Dirk, about Crawford, fighting 5 more fights. I don't see a possible world. We're at 37, almost 38 years old, where Crawford gains weight for the super middleweight division, whether he wins or loses. I don't see a world where Crawford could even possibly fight 5 more fights and win every single one of those fights. I don't see it happening. To be honest, I expect this to probably be Crawford's last fight and performance. But just to take a look at this fight, I mean, Canelo obviously was not interested in it at first because he said, why the hell would I want to fight a fighter that's moving up in weight classes? If I beat you, then I was supposed to. And, this is the first time that anyone's ever moved up 3 weight classes. And if I lose to you, my legacy is completely tarnished. So why the hell would I want to do that? So Canelo's basically way of taking a look at it, he basically was like, okay, well, I'll take this fight, but you're going to have to win at least about at 154 because there's no way I'm fighting you with a 3 weight class difference. I need this fight to at least appear similar to the Floyd Mayweather rematch and also a Marvin Hagler versus Sugar Ray Leonard type of fight. And if not, then there's no reason for me to take it. So that's the way that Canelo's looking at it. He's looking at this overall, saying that, okay, if I end up beating that of a Terence Crawford, a lot of people will immediately associate this with the Floyd Mayweather fight. And that's why, and I know for sure that Canelo knows that. And why I know that is because that's why he keeps talking all this shit about how Crawford's better than Floyd Mayweather. So if he beats Crawford, he then can have that loss forgiven. Anyways, point is, that's how Canelo looks at it. He knows that, okay, I can string this as Duran versus Leonard and, Leonard versus Hagler, or me versus Mayweather too. And then if I beat the shit out of Crawford or beat him, then I can say, see, I wasn't at my absolute peak when I fought Mayweather. And I don't think he was at his absolute peak, but he still was a top 10 pound.
He was pretty green, right?
Yeah, but anyway, so moving on from Crawford. If you're Crawford, really, I mean, at first I was kind of like, why the hell would he take this fight? But after a while, it's pretty easy to see why he takes this fight. There's no reason to take a Duran Bucenas or Virgil Ortiz fight when instead you could possibly fight Canelo. And it's not like Canelo's natural middleweight anyway. He's 5'7", 70-inch arm reach. He's not huge. He's not 6 foot like Caleb Plant with a 70-something inch arm reach. He's just not that guy. So this is a winnable fight even in terms of size for Crawford. Canelo still clearly is bigger in terms of size. He's still a couple weight classes bigger, but it's more like Sugar Ray Leonard versus Marvin Hagler versus out of an Usyk versus Tyson Fury type of size matchup. Anyways, point overall is that if I take a look at Terence Crawford, why the hell overall would I want to take a fight with Duran Bucenas? That's a very losable fight at my age. If I lose to him, he's a fighter that isn't very proven. I don't know where his career is going to go from here. So then people, even if I beat him, I don't know how well that's going to age, that or Virgil Ortiz. And there's no guarantee that he wins those fights anyways. So why not just might as well face Canelo? And you could try to get used to 160, but there's not a guarantee that you're going to win those fights either. I guarantee if Crawford was in his next fight against Janibek or something like that, he probably would not win that fight, and he probably would not last the full 12. But the point overall is that, Crawford is basically taking a look at it and says, you know what? If I beat Canelo Alvarez, I'm the first man ever to be 3 times undisputed in 3 separate weight classes. No one will ever question my resume again because unlike Duran Bucenas and unlike Virgil Ortiz, who are talented, they don't have any names on their resume really as of yet. Canelo does. He's looked at as boxing royalty. Some people debate him as the greatest Mexican fighter of all time. If I win against Canelo, I'm covered in every category. Monetarily, I'm covered resume-wise. I'm covered legacy-wise. And on top of that, even if I lose against him, it's more understandable because I moved up in weight a multitude of weight classes, and he's looked at as an all-time great level fighter. Whereas if I lose to Jerome Boutsenis or that, say, of a Virgil Ortiz, that's not going to be as forgiven. And the narrative around Crawford's career, at least by many of his naysayers, is that he fought a lot of fighters when they were not at the best point in their career. That he fought Errol Spence after the car accidents, that he fought Porter when he was no longer a champion. And maybe that's partially true, but I still think that he beat them at an A-grade point. But Crawford knows the narrative around his legacy. That's why I think it was perfect for him to take the Canelo fight. And Canelo, I think that, of course, many people want to see him fight Benavidez. But first of all, I don't think Canelo wants to fight him. I think he knows he's a very bad matchup. And, I think that with the Crawford fight, it may actually offer him more. And the reason why I say that is because of the style, because he's a slick Black American fighter, Crawford is. Many people will associate that with, a Floyd Mayweather type of style. So a lot of people will take a look at this as Floyd Mayweather versus Canelo Alvarez 2.0. And I think Canelo Alvarez is smart enough to realize that. I know for sure that he's looking at it like that because I can tell with a lot of the stuff that he's saying. But that being stated, in terms of Canelo's quote-unquote arrogance as you played it, all this sort of stuff, I mean, Canelo is someone that's looked at as an all-time great level fighter. He's a 4-weight division champion. They're all going to have a little bit of arrogance or a little bit of, delusional confidence. In terms of that, Canelo definitely did lose to Floyd and Bivol. I thought that he probably only won about 3 rounds, maybe 4 at a maximum against Bivol, but Bivol still clearly outboxed him. Against Mayweather, I honestly don't even think he won a single round. But the point is that pretty much every other career or move that he had, I think that you could debate that either he won or if he did lose, like the first Gennady-Golovkin fight, I could maybe see a draw. Now, the first fight, I do think Golovkin just probably should have won. But the rematch, I thought Canelo won. The fight against Lara was a fight that could have won either way. So the point is that Canelo does have a very proven career. And, there was a person here earlier talking about the resume of Canelo, where I would put his wins and why do we put those guys in such a high level? Well, it depends on where they were at their career and how high in regard they were. Now, not every person that's put in high regard is a great fighter. Sometimes there are fighters like Ryan Garcia who are not really that good. But I mean, the point is that when I take a look at Austin Trout was coming off the win over Cotto. Canelo defeated him. Araceli Lara was basically undefeated. The only loss he had in his career was over Paul Williams, which was one of the worst rivalries of all time. Then he was coming off of wins over Austin Trout and Alfredo Angulo, in 2 dominant performances. So that was looked at as another A-grade win. Cotto was the WBC middleweight champion of the world and a guy that was looked at as refurbished. What's up, Boxing Stage? Good to see you. But anyways, I'll get to some of y'all's comments here in a minute. But yeah, Cotto, he was refurbished to Freddie Roach. He looked good. Golovkin was still running through people, although he was a bit older. Danny Jacobs was still a multiple-time champion, defeating undefeated Sergey Dervyachenko, still an A-grade level fighter. Caleb Plant defeated Jose Uzcategui and Caleb Truax. Billy Joe Saunders, didn't really beat any A-grade fighters, but did beat some very solid B-grade level fighters. My point is that Canelo definitely has a very proven A-grade level career. And I do think that both Crawford and Canelo are all-time great level fighters, but I do think Canelo, just in my ranking alone, he probably would be slightly over Crawford in terms of the greatness ranking, but a lot on the line for both fighters. If Crawford loses this fight, he'll kind of be in the same ranking where he is now. It's not going to affect him that much, but he can never go above that category I have him right now. If Canelo loses this fight, he will lose a lot, and he'll be degraded to a certain degree in terms of his level. But if he wins, he will be slightly upgraded. So there's a lot on the line for Crawford in terms of what to win here, but there's a lot on the line for Canelo in terms of what to lose. Canelo can win slightly here to a certain degree. He'll be put on the same level as guys like Ray Leonard and other guys like that, in my view, or Duran. But if Crawford ends up winning, he'll be for sure within that ranking and possibly even above some of those guys, because then he'll end up undefeated, 3-time undisputed in 3 separate weight classes, did something that was really not supposed to be, I'm not going to say impossible, but not that possible. So yeah, for sure, there's a lot on the line for both fighters. But yeah, that's pretty much my perspective on it.
Yeah, my only issue with all those fighters you mentioned and the quality of those wins. I mean, look at Caleb. Where's Caleb Plant? The Caleb Scott went life and death with fucking what's that asshole McCrumbies, whatever the fuck. That was like the Battle of 8 Mile right there. Fucking and then look at Munguia. That guy got knocked out by some French fucking weirdo motherfucker. That guy was baking sourdough bread, man. I don't know. I just don't. And then Kovalev, look what he did to that guy. Look at Cotto. He fought him later in his career. Fine, I understand it's not Canelo's fault, But Cotto, Mosley, there's a lot
Yeah.
of those dudes. He didn't fight him at the prime time. But see, you compare. This is why I don't necessarily like the whole when they compare Mexican champions, because then you compare like Julio Cesar Chavez's career, the father. He was fighting guys, tough fighters. A lot of Hall of Famers, a lot of champions, including Roger Mayweather and all that, and he fought them in their prime, and that's the difference. Canelo hasn't fought these; he didn't fight these guys in their prime. Even Triple G, he fought him way later on in his career. Fine, I understand. Whatever. I mean, I'm obviously on the side of Triple G in that I do believe even before the first fight transpired, there was a lot of bullshit behind that. He should have fought him 2-3 years ago before, yeah, 2-3 years before when the actual fight happened. But whatever. But that's my only thing. I don't see those wins being great because
Mm,
where the fuck? And then Munguia, you saw Munguia being destroyed. I mean, how far are these guys? And then where the fuck is Billy Joe Saunders at? I just recently saw him with he got into some sort of altercation with the police in his country, where the fuck he's from. I don't know if he's English or whatever, but then finally that
mhm.
guy popped up. But this whole time I thought that guy was fucking kidnapped or something. I don't know where the fuck that guy went. So I don't know, man. And then with the Triple G fight, the first one too, the big discrepancy and the thing I dislike about his career as a whole is that every time when it's convenient for him and the people that make money off of him and these boxing organizations, he always gets the benefit of the doubt. That 118, 110 card by that fucking I'm like, that fucking piece of shit Adelaide Bird, it was a fucking
Yeah.
disgrace to the sport. And that's what happens, though. A lot of these Eastern, that's what I hate as a side issue. I hate how the Eastern European, the Slavics people are there, how they're treated in the sport, man. It's terrible. They're always thrown under the fucking bus. But
Yeah.
just imagine if Triple G won that fight, it would have done so much for his career. We would have gotten a lot more mileage from the guy. The guy could have pushed for steady fights. He could have had the pick of the litter. He's marketable. He had the backing of the Mexican fan base in America. That alone does you a lot of favors when it comes to making a lot more money and getting a lot more attention. So, man, it
Yeah.
would have been a badass thing. But I'll leave you with that, man. I appreciate you. I wish I had more time, but good points. Even though I don't
No, no,
necessarily agree
you're
with
all good,
everything you
man.
say, but I appreciate your points though for sure. I mean, at least you're having the conversation, and at least you're not bending the knee and throwing dipshit narratives out. So I appreciate that always, man.
Yeah, no
I'm
problem, man.
I hit the like and the subscribe, so appreciate you, man.
Thanks, dog. Thanks very much. All right, I'll see you later. Yeah, and
Yeah,
come back
well,
anytime during the live stream and comment anytime you want, man. Thanks very much.
yeah, we'll talk some other time, brother. Appreciate you.
All
All
right,
right,
see you later, my dude.
see ya.
Okay. All right, so good on him for joining the live, and yeah, I'll respond to some of y'all's comments. So I was actually about to make a point, but I don't. Oh yeah, well, because he talked a little bit about Canelo Alvarez getting the benefit of the doubt, which he definitely has at certain times. What I'll also state is this: pretty much every great fighter that was looked at as a quote unquote golden boy, a lot of the times got the benefit of the doubt. Boxing at times is a very crooked sport. And the person, I always state this, the person that is looked at as worth more money for later on down the line is always going to be the person that is going to get the benefit of the doubt because they want them to. Sugar Ray Leonard was the exact same. But my point is that, I hear certain people try to compare these fighters and they say, well, Canelo can't be compared to guys like Sugar Ray Leonard or excuse me, some of these other guys because of this, and this. And it's like, well, Sugar Ray Leonard had, a lot of controversial moments in his career. And when I take a look at Canelo, besides the first Golovkin fight, I don't really think there's that many controversial moments in his career. I think that you can debate that he won the Lara fight. I think the second fight against Golovkin, he definitely won. And other than that, there's just, yeah, the scores were definitely a lot closer with Bivol than what they should have been, but he still lost, so it is what it is. And against Mayweather, although they tried to make it closer than what it was, he still lost the fight. So, it is what it is. So, in terms of controversial moments in his career, it's not like when it was a Sugar Ray. I'll just state this: I've never seen a fight in Canelo's career where he got a draw or the victory, and I said, "Wow!" Like, there's no way in hell. Like, there was never a Paul Williams versus Araceli Lara fight. There was never a Chavez versus Pernell Whitaker fight there. It was always at least like, okay, I can see a draw, and not like a draw like Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder had, or Tommy Hearns versus, Sugar Ray Leonard in the rematch. Not that type of draw. Like, it could have been a legit draw. even if you thought the other guy won slightly. But anyways, but okay. Let me read some of y'all's comments, and then by the way, I'll post the link again just in case anyone else wants to join. Because yeah, certainly tuning in. But thank y'all so much for those of y'all that did tune in and that have been talking. Thank y'all so much. It's gonna be an exciting. Yeah, someone else brought up Inoue versus MJ. I'm actually gonna be doing my own prediction video on that. I will also be revealing an hour-long video for Canelo versus Crawford as well for my fight prediction. For those of you that are interested, I think I did it like last week or something. But I wanted to do a live as well just to kind of make it a bit more interesting and have people come on the live and kind of make their points as well. But yeah, man, this fight's going to be really interesting. Anyways, let's see. But let me read some of y'all's comments. Great show, by the way. Thank you very much, Mr. Soto. Let's see. Let's see. I hope Canelo fights like he fought Jacobs. Make Crawford miss all night. This is more embarrassing than KO and Crawford. I don't know if he's going to be able to fight Crawford like that, man. I think it's easier to kind of make bigger fighters miss when you have the upper body movement of a Canelo Alvarez. But when you're fighting a fighter that's similar in height and reach, it's going to be a little bit harder. Don't get it twisted. Like, use your upper body movement, but I think he's going to have to really try to pressure Crawford. I mean, don't get me wrong. There'll be times to where I think it'll be key to make Crawford miss or not penetrate his guard a lot, but that's going to be the main way I think Canelo wins the fight, if he does win the fight. But I don't think he's going to be able to do what he did to Jacobs to Crawford. It's just they're when you fight a fighter that is similar in size, it's actually harder to be more maneuverable against them because they have similar dimensions. So what that means then is that when you get inside the range, they're not overextending and they can have a 50-50 possible exchange with you. Whereas when you're fighting a bigger guy, if they throw an overextend, you have the complete advantage on the inside. So, I mean, Crawford does have a longer reach, but it's like he's still just as tall as Canelo. So we'll see. But anyways, I would love that too, but Crawford is way too fast for that approach. I would technically agree. Canelo in 8 rounds. This is a gimmick fight. I don't know. I do think that this is a fight that could go either way. We'll see what happens, though. So he wants Canelo to do more than 99.9% of fighters. I do kind of agree with that. I think that, he was a bit harsh on Canelo, but hey, it is what it is. Okay, this person is talking about how is he green with 40 fights? Of course, he's talking about Canelo with Floyd Mayweather. Well, what I'll personally state is this. I'm not going to claim that Canelo was quote-unquote too green. What I'll state is this. Canelo just was not at his absolute peak, in my personal view, with that of Floyd Mayweather. I think that it's unfair to Mayweather to just state that Canelo wasn't like that good at that time. He was very good. He was still one of the world's top fighters. He beat Austin Trout. He was a guy that, in my view, I would have bet to beaten a lot of guys. He was a legit top 10 pound for pound fighter, but there's a difference between being a top 10 pound for pound level fighter and being a fighter that could be debated as the number 1 overall in boxing. And Floyd did not fight the Canelo Alvarez that was, at his absolute peak. He fought a fighter that was very, very great, top 10 level pound for pound, and he deserves a lot of credit for that. But he did not face the Canelo that was at his absolute peak. He just didn't. When Canelo finally reached his peak, that was, several years later, if not a little bit more. So that's why, like the way that I compare it is like, kind of like Michael Jordan against the Detroit Pistons, or, and I'll bring up some other examples. Like Michael Jordan was a guy that could have potentially even won a championship in 1988 or 1989. But the Detroit Pistons just had more experience. There was not a player that was, really better, on there than that of Michael Jordan. But, they had to learn how to win. So the point is that the Bulls finally became a championship level team in 1991. They could have won in 89 and 90, but the Detroit Pistons were just a little bit better than them. And they were more experienced and they had more guile. So that's the way that I'll compare it. Other comparisons that I can compare it to, Patrick Mahomes, of course, eventually became the best quarterback in the league, but he got beat by Tom Brady on 2 separate occasions. But, the first occasion that Tom Brady beat him was like Patrick Mahomes' first year or second year, I think, in the league, and he made the AFC Championship. He still was a great quarterback, but he just wasn't as experienced as what he once was. And another comparison that I can make, the last comparison I'll make, is like Novak Djokovic versus Carlos Alcaraz. Novak Djokovic is probably the most complete tennis player that I've ever seen. He's also someone that is the most talented I've ever seen, the most accomplished. Carlos Alcaraz is up there with any player that I've also ever seen as well. And I think that he has 6 Grand Slams now. after beating Yannick Sinner yesterday, interestingly enough, in the U.S. Open. But anyways, point is that Djokovic, when he first met Alcaraz, Djokovic was starting to decline slightly, but he still was close to the peak of his career. And Alcaraz, when he first met him, probably could not defeat Djokovic as much, but that doesn't mean that Alcaraz overall was at the absolute peak of his career. He would become, at a peak version a little bit later on. It's similar with Canelo and Mayweather, in my personal view. He was at a very great point, still one of the top 3, or still one of the top 10 fighters in the world, kind of like how Alcaraz and Mahomes were. They were one of the top quarterbacks or top players in the world when they faced off against Djokovic or Brady, but they just weren't at their absolute peak yet, But anyway, let's see. Inoue versus MJ. I do have Naoya Inoue winning that fight, but honestly, man, MJ in my view is a little bit overrated. I think that he's someone that is a good boxer. He's also someone a lot like Madrimov in my view that does not pull the trigger oftentimes enough. He uses a lot of foot movement and a lot of movement, but I don't personally see him beating Inoue. I think that he might be able to give Inoue some problems here and there, but I expect Inoue to either win by decision or win by stoppage. We'll see. Wouldn't be surprised if Inoue only won by decision, though, because MJ is someone that is technically sound, and he's someone that does move around a lot. So he may not just run straight into Inoue shots, but we'll see. But I do expect Inoue to win that fight. But let's see. Yes, looking forward to these videos, man. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, I'll be putting them out there. Jose Martinez says, I'm a big GGG fan, and I thought he won the first 2 fights, but Canelo has an argument for the second fight, and of course the judges gave Canelo the fight. Yeah, I thought Canelo personally won the fight. The first time I watched it, of course, the first time I watched it like several years ago, I fucking hated Canelo. I couldn't stand him, but once I matured and became into like my 20s, then I started liking Canelo Alvarez a bit more because it gained my respect, and I was someone that became more logical. But yeah, I thought he clearly won the second Golovkin fight. He just landed too many power punches. He landed more power punches. He was also the more accurate, I believe, of the two in the fight, and especially with power punches. So yeah, I think you got to give Canelo Alvarez that second fight. But anyway, let's see. Mark T, mid-round KO for Canelo is my prediction. I have a feeling this will play out like the Benavidez versus Bubo Andrade. I could see a result like that. I wouldn't be surprised at all, especially not knowing how Crawford's going to react at 168. Let's see. This guy Nerd says levels while Canelo at 23 fought the wait, hold on. It's this guy says levels while Canelo at 23 fought the best pound for pound Mayweather. Who is Crawford fighting? I'll answer Prescott in a step up at 26 years. I do tend to agree with that. I understand like why Crawford fans or certain people are like, well, Canelo's lost 2 fights, and then like I get it, but it's like you can't compare the 2 losses in Canelo's career to like the majority of losses. Like he lost to a fighter that probably, in my view, is the most complete fighter of all time in Floyd Mayweather. And then on top of that, like he wasn't even at his absolute peak yet. Then when he was more at his peak, he lost to Bivol. But it's like, dude, come on. I've already told people this. Name another fighter of Canelo's stature at 5'7" with like a 70 to 71 inch arm reach that is a super middleweight champion and a light heavyweight champion. You're not going to find one fighter that is like that. There's not been one fighter in the history of the game, because I believe the super middleweight division became like an official championship division in like the 80s or something like that. Never once was there ever a fighter that was 5'7". Never once. The shortest one that I know of is 5'9", and that was James Toney. All right, so it is what it is. And at light heavyweight during this era, there's never been a fighter of this stature there either. Canelo was able to be a champion in both weight classes, so that shows you how phenomenal he is. Anyways, but let's see. Boxing Sage asks, what do you see in Crawford that can beat Canelo Alvarez, Boxing Realist? I think that both have a great chance to win the fight, in all honesty. I think Canelo definitely has the more wear and tear out of the 2 fighters. He also does not have the feet of a Crawford. Crawford, I do think, has probably the slightly better lead hand. He's also someone that is extremely quick, and he's someone that knows how to occupy the vacated space very well. Canelo does have a problem with those type of, strategies. And if Canelo was, if he was younger, I probably would have picked, Canelo to win this, definitely hands down. But the fact that he has wear and tear, and the fact that he already doesn't have great feet to begin with, and his legs have slowed compared to what they used to be, I think that could potentially be a problem. I still am favoring Canelo to win, but wouldn't be surprised overall if that's a problem. But like I said, there's certain flaws that Crawford has as well that Canelo can take advantage of. So we'll have to see about that. But anyways, but that's pretty much what I would say. Uses lead hand. I've already described the strategy in my view that Crawford will have to use. You have to move around. You have to keep this fight in the mid-range and the long range Do not stay up against the ropes for very long. Punch in between the shots, but be very educated when you do. Be very careful because Canelo will be looking for certain shots and a certain shot to get you with when you're either at times about to throw. Although he doesn't punch in between the shots as much as what he used to, but he is someone that still is one hell of a counter puncher. And if he doesn't respect your power, he will get in there and he'll be willing to take 1 or 2 shots, or slip one to possibly deliver a mega blow. So he needs to be very careful. But yeah, Crawford's feet, his speed, possibly. But that's another question. I don't know how fast he's going to be because Crawford has never fought at this weight. I think Crawford is going to have to be just as fast as William Skull, if not faster, in order to win this fight. And he needs to throw a lot more. He needs to try to mix it up, get through Canelo's guard very early. That's what he needs to do. As for Canelo, keep the pressure, mix up the mid-range and the pressure, set up traps very well. Use your feints. That's what you're going to have to do. Set up possible fakes and traps with that left hook in the right hand. Go to the body. And if you can't hit him flush early, don't lose confidence. That's another reason why I'm picking Canelo to lose this fight. I don't know how flush Crawford can really land, but Canelo cannot land flush and still possibly hurt Crawford and still win this fight. The judges, like, for example, as long as Canelo is pressuring and keeping Crawford within the mid to, pressurized range, he can just win this fight basically off of pressure. So that's the problem that I see, But anyway, because if the judges hear those loud slapping shots from Canelo Alvarez, he can just win that fight off of this alone. Unless, like I said, Crawford pulls out a Sugar Ray Leonard versus Hagler performance and clearly lands the more impactful shots to the head or on Canelo overall. So we'll see. But anyway, let's see. So this guy out of Steel, Martinez Jr., he says, for Canelo to win, I think he needs to KO Crawford. For Crawford to win, he needs to obviously box his way to a decision. I see a close fight, possibly a draw. That would be an interesting one. I wouldn't be surprised if a draw happened. Wouldn't be surprised. I'm sure that Turkey Al-Rashid would love for a draw to happen. That way he could have a rematch and make the most amount of money possible. But we'll see, how that ends up happening. Because if it's to a point to where one of the fighters clearly should have won, but it was scored a draw, it might actually lose interest over on the rematch. So we'll see about that. But anyway, I actually think Canelo Alvarez can win by unanimous decision. I think he can. Because like I've already stated, Canelo, in my view, doesn't need to hit exactly flush in order to win rounds. He can just land on the arms or on the gloves. And as long as the judges hear loud slaps, they're going to assume that some of those punches, in my view, that they land flush, kind of like in some of his other fights. So that's why I'm also picking Canelo to win, because I think that he can win by either decision or by that stoppage. I think Crawford could pretty much only win by decision. So, we'll see. But anyway, let's see. Jose Martinez, he says, I get some of the criticism like the fanboys, but he also said Canelo was just overrated and beat no A-level fighters in his prime, and that's just not true. He missed a lot of facts because he was so emotional. I definitely don't agree with this point about Canelo never beating A-grade fighters. Listen, and I'll just, once again, I'll go through the A-grade level wins in my view in Canelo's career. The first one, obviously, Austin Trout. He beat Cotto. He was undefeated, so I got to give him that. He was in his 20s. Lara really should have been undefeated. He got a robbery loss against Paul Williams and beat Austin Trout not too long ago. That was really peak Aristani Lara. Lara was never really the same again after that fight against Canelo. Then after that, he defeated Cotto, who was older, but definitely at a better point than what Shane Mosley was. Cotto was the Ring Magazine and WBC middleweight champion of the world and was a little bit refreshed and refurbished with Roach. And that's why even in that fight, he still probably pulled out a good 4 rounds against Canelo Alvarez. But Canelo beat a Cotto that still was an A-grade level fighter. Then after that, he beat a Gillette older, but still at the peak of his career. I always state this, just because someone is a little bit older doesn't mean that they're not at the peak of their career. Some people overall are at the peak of their career at a little bit later of age. Take a look at Alexander Usyk right now. He's 38, but he's still at the peak of his career. Golovkin was as well. At 36, he was still at the peak of his career. Now, after the Canelo fight, because of some of the damage that he took after those 2 fights, and then on top of that, because he got rid of his trainer, Abel Sanchez, he was never quite the same again after that, mentally nor physically. But Golovkin was pretty much at his peak there. He was at his peak. And there are other examples of fighters being at their peak, even at older age. Archie Moore was still at his absolute peak or around his peak at 40-some years old. So was Bernard Hopkins when he fought Joe Calzaghe and Tarver and some of those other guys. And what the hell was that one guy's name? Winky Wright, some of those other guys. Then afterwards, of course, he fought that at Danny Jacobs, who was at his peak. He then fought Caleb Plant, who was at his peak. Now, Plant did lose, I believe, to a recent guy, but Plant is not really quite the same fighter as what he used to be. So, I mean, it is what it is. But he beat Billy Joe Saunders. He beat that of what was his name, Callum Smith, Caleb Plant, when they were all A-grade level fighters. In my view, I could go through their resume, but I'll probably save that for another day. I already went through I mean, fuck it. I guess I could. Caleb Plant is someone that did defeat Jose Uzcategui and Caleb Truax. Jose Uzcategui was looked at as someone that was a legit, decent super middleweight fighter. He knocked out one of the Durrell brothers. Callum Smith had knocked out George Groves, who was a legit, probably around A- level fighter, nothing above that, but still it is what it is. Callum Smith beat him up and knocked him out. And Billy Joe Saunders completely outboxed Andy Lee, who gave Peter Quillen a draw, even before he was beat by that of Danny Jacobs. And he also completely outboxed David Lemieux. So I got to give Billy Joe Saunders that. Jaime Munguia was around A- in my view. He did defeat Sergey Derevchenko and, some other ones. So I give him A-. But he did defeat that one French guy. But I think after the Canelo fight, he did suffer a little bit of wear and tear. But at that point, you could debate that Jaime was either B+ or A-. But I thought that he was about A- in my view. But if you debate B, I understand. It's kind of up to you. But, there's some other fighters. Kovalev, he wasn't quite the same, but he was still A- in my view. Clearly bigger than Canelo Alvarez and someone that was coming off of wins over Eleider Alvarez and Anthony Yard, 2 undefeated fighters. So that still was an A- level win. Jermell Charlo, undisputed at 154, talented, nowhere near above an A- level fighter in my view, but still it is what it is. And now, of course, we have this fight with Crawford. But anyway, sorry, I got to drink some water here, folks. My bad. Okay. So 50 TG, let's see what this man has to say. He said, Bud is great, but I'm not too favorable of this matchup. 154 pound matchups make a lot of sense, but I guess a Canelo payday and opportunity is huge, but I still think Canelo should be the heavy favorite. I think he should be the favorite too. I'm not going to say heavy because Canelo is a little bit aged and he does have a problem with that type of style, but I think he should be the favorite, probably around 60-40. I would agree. But anyway, let's see. But like I said, if it went to Crawford, I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever. Let's see. Boxing Sage, is it fair to say that Canelo is aging Crawford like GGG? No, I wouldn't say that because I don't think Canelo, first of all, I don't think Canelo was ever expected to fight Terence Crawford. I mean, maybe you can make the case of it a little bit with Golovkin because he kind of waited a bit to fight him. But even then, I don't think Golovkin really was that aged. I still thought he was at his peak when he fought Canelo, at least the first 2 times. Third fight, no. But anyways, but Crawford, no, because he didn't even expect him to fight him. I mean, the only reason why this fight occurred was because Crawford whooped the shit out of Errol Spence. That fight was a lot less competitive than what people expected. And then overall, Canelo said, okay, well, I can kind of see something with this fight. If you want to fight me, if you win something at 154, because then I can kind of, reclaim this to my, Mayweather, first fight. And then on top of that, I can claim this to, similar to Leonard versus Hagler and Duran versus Leonard and blah, blah, blah. So yeah, that's what I think the mentality of Canelo is. I don't think you can age someone out that once upon a time you didn't even plan the fight. So, I mean, it just is what it is. So it just ended up happening. And Canelo's really, in terms of wear and tear, he's really older than that of Crawford. He really has the body of like a 40-year-old. Crawford is still someone that's a bit younger. He's not someone that's at his absolute peak anymore, but he's still, around 35, 36 years old for that of a fighter. Canelo's really more of like a 41, year old for a fighter. He has a lot of wear and tear. But anyway. Cybernetic Stone says, in my opinion, I feel like Crawford gets hit more than people think. I agree. And I didn't think his block will be able to hold up and Canelo will punch through it eventually. That's very possible, my man. That's very possible. I've already stated this. Crawford is not a defensive master. Canelo is someone that, in my view, at his absolute best, is a defensive master. He basically makes every opponent land at their career lowest. Now, Crawford does to a degree, but he's not quite as accurate nor as defensively responsible as what people think. And when you take a look at this fight, say, against Sean Porter, like he's only landing 29% of his shots. When you take a look overall against, say, Aegis Kavalauskas, like I think he landed around 30%, maybe even a little bit less. And against Madrimov, he landed 22%. Now, that was still a very, interesting type of matchup where Madrimov was, throwing a lot of feints and moving around a lot, but still, overall, I still think Crawford is not quite as accurate nor as defensively responsible as what you may think. And at times he does get hit more than Canelo. It just is what it is. So it's whatever. But let's see. But yeah, no, man, I could completely see that. He's gonna have to watch out for Canelo's feints and fakes and traps and setups the whole night. And I just don't know if Crawford's going to be able to do that consistently while getting off 100%, accurate offense or accurate. My point also as a Crawford is that he's going to have to be like severely accurate and land a lot of power shots in my view that the judges are going to be able to completely see without possibly getting hit in return. And I don't know if he's going to be able to do that as consistently, but I could be wrong. We'll see. Like I said, I do think that this is a fight that could go either way. Let's see. 50TG says, agreed. He is not the typical slick defensive fighter. He is more offensive. I mean, he has defensive skill. It's just not to an exceptional degree. The one fight where I've seen Crawford fight exceptionally defensively was against Errol Spence. And, to be fair, he stepped up his game when he needed to. Maybe he will here too. But to be fair, Errol Spence was like so one-dimensional in that fight. He was fucking awful in that fight, man. But anyway, Viso says Canelo going to send him back to reality. I mean, it's highly possible, man. But anyways, I'm pretty much seeing the end of the comments here. If anyone wants to ask me any more questions, feel free, man. But that pretty much, Bud has to be Buster Douglas times 10. I think that he at least has to put on a performance like Buster Douglas. I'll put that on there. Also, he is very vulnerable to the straight right. Yes, he is. And Canelo will have to throw that. Well, I'll just end off with this, man. But thank all y'all for tuning in. Like, subscribe to the channel, if you appreciate the content. I have some top 10 lists coming out very, very soon, but it just takes a long time to edit. And this week, obviously, I will post my Canelo versus Crawford official fight prediction with the video, as well as my Naoya Inoue versus MG Akhmadaliev video. So, yeah, we'll see. But as for Canelo, I am favoring him to win this fight. I think that he's just going to be a bit too big. I think that he does not have to always be 100% accurate in order to hurt Crawford or wear him down. I think he just needs to land on him, whether it's his arms or his face or whatever it may be. And I think that also Canelo Alvarez is a fighter that Crawford has never seen before. I'm not saying that just because that Crawford can't beat him. But that being stated, overall, I do think that it is going to be one hell, of a tough matchup. It's going to be an uphill battle. But as for Canelo, mix it up, quite a bit. You want to keep it, in his grill, pressure him quite a bit, but also mix it up in the mid-range a little bit, and make sure that, when you kind of retreat at times, be prepared to throw, and don't let Crawford off the hook too much, and don't stay in cruise control. As for Crawford, stay away from, the ropes, try to keep that, lead hand out there, but don't, do it to the point to where Canelo can counter you. And then on top of that, man, keep your hands up, make sure that you throw at times and stand your ground, but then get the hell out of there. Don't stay too long in the pocket where Canelo Alvarez can land a lot of damage on you. And make sure to keep your chin down, your chin tucked, and also make sure to keep your hands up. But anyways, I will post my fight prediction more about it. This person is saying, why are many people picking Crawford? So, okay, let me drink this water, first of all. Oh, my goodness. Oh boy. Sorry guys, man. My bottom lip is chapped like a motherfucker, like ripped like earlier. And I'm like now just feeling it. Ouch. Sorry about that. Anyway, so when it comes down to the overall, why a lot of people are picking Crawford, is because first of all, he's a style that Canelo has had problems with in the past. Second of all, he's an exceptional level fighter. Yo, this fucking guy is fucking ridiculous. Anyway, you're a clown, fucking LDBC fan. What are you doing, man? Anyway, point overall is that, when it comes down to the overall, first of all, Canelo has had problems overall with this type of style before. Second of all, Crawford is an exceptional level fighter. And second of all, or third of all, excuse me, when fighters at times are not expected to win in a certain way or a certain fashion, and people kind of quote unquote doubt them, or a lot of people pick against them, when they finally win that fight or they end up, winning in dominant fashion, it gets to the point to where people doubt them, to where all of a sudden they do an absolute 180 and they state, oh, okay, well, now I'm never going to doubt him again. And that's, a lot of the reasons why Crawford is so heavily favored by some of these guys, because they're saying, well, Crawford has proved me wrong before and all this sort of stuff. It's like, right, but this is not the same situation. Like, certain fighters, like take a look at Martin Bakole, for example. Bakole wasn't even known, and then he beat Jared Big Baby Anderson. And what were people saying? They were saying like, oh my God, this guy's going to beat Usyk. This guy's going to beat Tyson Fury, you know, and then he talked all this shit about how he's beating these guys up in sparring. And then now look at him. He lost to, you know, Joseph Parker, and he probably should have lost to F.A. Jagba. So when people doubt a person for a little bit, or they, you know, the narrative is that you've never fought any before, when they finally whoop that guy's ass, they do a complete 180 usually and say, oh, well, I must have not been able to see something. So, you know, I'm going to do it the other direction now. And this guy overall is that good that he just can't be beaten. So that's why I think there's a multitude of reasons why people are picking Crawford. Also, once again, Canelo is slowed down. He does have a problem with this type of style, but it's also because of how dominant Crawford was over Spence. But yeah. But anyways, guys, I think that's pretty much about it for today. Put your guys' comments down in the comment section below if y'all have any more questions. Sorry if I didn't post a lot last week. I've been editing my ass off on this top 10 list that I'm preparing for you guys, and I'm going to be doing a lot of top 10 lists probably more recently with my channel, and not just about boxing, but probably other stuff too that I'm also interested in, maybe like movies and other stuff like that. So yeah, and other sports as well, obviously. So keep in tune for that. Anyways, that being stated, guys, thank you so much for tuning in, everyone that was on call, and everyone that paid attention, anyone that liked or subscribed, they're just, you know, gave me support. Thank you all so much. I'm going to put my fight prediction video out probably either later on tonight or probably tomorrow. So we'll see overall what ends up happening. And, of course, I got to give you guys my Inoue versus MJ Akhmadali of, you know, fight prediction as well, which is another fight that I'm super excited for. But, yeah, I'm hoping to get both of those fight predictions right, man. I'm predicting Canelo and I'm predicting Inoue. Let's just see what ends up happening, you know. We'll see. But thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you guys very, very much. And, yeah. I'll be putting out overall, you know, videos very, very soon. Thanks y'all, man. Thank y'all very, very, very much. Much love to all you guys. Thank you so much. But anyways, guys, that really is about it. Thank you guys so much for the support. I'll talk to y'all later, and I'll post my fight prediction either later on tonight or tomorrow. Keep an eye out, and can't wait for the fight this week, and hopefully y'all get to see it. We'll see what happens. Peace out for now, guys. Much love. Thank y'all very much. I'll see y'all later.